Thanks, you all. We're going to get started for the day, and so I'd like to welcome you and introduce myself. I'm Micah Ruttenberg, an assistant professor here in the School of Architecture, and we have Mark Stanley, also an assistant professor in the School of Architecture, and we've been together organizing this Possible Worlds Symposium along with some other folks who I'll mention in a bit. But we wanted to just start off the day by welcoming you here to the Possible Worlds Symposium, and then by just giving you a kind of introduction to what this day is about and what's kind of behind the creation of this symposium for today. So now that I've welcomed you, I just want you to realize and know that throughout the day you're going to hear from an amazing group of designers and thinkers who are going to talk about their work through the lens of the overarching idea of this symposium, in other words, of possible worlds. And through this, our aim is to establish a detailed field of ideas about possible worlds. So we'll describe more about this structure and content in just a bit, but first we want to set up the larger conceptual framework of the symposium overall. So here we're going to be exploring the architectural imaginary and seek to critically engage questions about the various ways architecture participates in crafting futures. So we're interested in what futures become conceivable and how they can shift attitudes about the present. So the words that make up the title of the symposium, Possible Worlds, are very meaningful to us. And individually, they're precise and familiar, but together they create instability and perhaps afford conceptual openings in how we might think about crafting futures. The term world is often used to describe a fully enveloped, contained arena with a determined set of rules. This definition is often used in game design and Hollywood filmmaking, though some films and games are really valuable to us as tools for thought, as well as in the fashioning of modernist utopias. And such world-making is often instrumentalized toward the aim of predicting and controlling outcomes and ultimately replaces one predetermined future for another. So Possible Worlds for us forgoes these brands of world building, and instead we favor the riskier proposition implied by worlding, the verb form of worlds, as a critical practice, one that absorbs the uncertainties of the present to pluralize rather than fashion a predetermined future. Worlding for us is an indeterminate arena for emergent thought and practices. It describes entangled relationships and fields of consequence that may produce a variety of outcomes and effects, but doesn't necessarily determine them. They are assemblies of diverse interactions between beings and things, and our use of the term worlds is explicitly non-singular. There is not a world, but many worlds overlapping, often contesting each other. Worlds are milieus in which open-ended, contingent happenings take place. For critical designers, this is where possibility comes into play. The projection of possibility is a way to rearrange and reorganize the logics of such worlds, a way to stretch and reshape the way worlds are worlded. This is a continuous and ongoing process that thrives on possibility, a process always up for negotiation and reformulation. This approach connects possible worlds to the term worlding, as it is invoked by scholars and theorists in eco-criticism, feminist, and queer studies. For theorists such as Jack Halberstam, Donna Haraway, Mackenzie Wark, Karen Broad, and others, worlding describes a process by which relationships might be rearranged outside the binary power structures implied in the status quo. This may require what Halberstam describes as unworlding, of unmaking before being able to remake the world becomes a viable option, or also what Haraway describes as multi-species world-making, in which the agency of humans and non-humans is thoroughly intertwined. Among the fraught exigencies of our time, climate crises, energy deficits, ecological risks, pressure on global logistical exchanges and material economies, ever-growing global information infrastructures, and associated techno-social complexities, a fundamental task of design disciplines is to imagine things that do not yet exist and to explore the implications of how they might come to fruition. Reorganizing entanglements between overlapping vectors in these fields is of particular importance to us in this process. Such entanglements can be messy and complicated, dangerous and risky, fascinating and enthralling. The symposium gathers experts in these moments of overlap and encounter who will share their creative intellects with us such that we might risk a bit of ourselves in the range of possible futures.
Okay, the role of narrative and storying is important for us in worlding. Fiction writers such as Kim Stanley Robinson and Ursula Le Guin, they set up messy and complicated worlds in which social, environmental, and material systems overlap and problematize each other. In her carrier bag theory of fiction, Le Guin writes that imaginative fictions train people to be aware that there are other ways to do things and other ways to be, and that there's not just one civilization, and it's good that it is that way, and we have to be that way. Their stories are not only futures, but also allegories for reflecting on the present, and possible worlds need not be cast as stories or fictions, but their logic is that of storying, of inventing new relationships between contexts and characters. The possible worlds are not prescriptive, but descriptive. They go beyond explanation of conditions and givens. In the work of Anthony Dunn and Fiona Raby, who we'll see later today, has been a waypoint for us in bridging together the ideas in this symposium. In their book, Speculative Everything, they describe 3 kinds or degrees of futures. Maybe Tony will speak to this later. We'll see. But I'll do a poor version now. How about that? Probable, plausible, and possible futures. And for them, the greatest degree of design agency resides in the possible futures. We kind of want to try to extend this idea and to think about how worlding and storying may occur through 3 forms of description. Explanation is the tool for probable futures, to explain things that exist, to explain the conditions that will lead to probabilities, to clarify or to make sense. Exposition is linked to plausible futures, a more thorough and comprehensive staking out of the full range of potentialities, stretching the futures beyond what might have happened anyway. And finally, maybe the most interesting one, exegesis. That's the language of possible futures. This is the territory of interpretation, of postulation, of deep analysis, and nuance, leading to the casting of possibilities. Worlding is a form of exegesis, of mobilizing possible worlds by expounding and interpreting into the future. As a practice, worlding can perhaps be understood better as measuring futures rather than predicting them. This measure involves what Karen Barad calls the material discursive practices of mattering, in which phenomena are contingent configurations of mattering, and this mattering invokes process and action over physicality, and more importantly, it invokes the ethic of contingency, complementarity, and indeterminacy.
So while we're leading the way on this event, it's important to note that we have been collaborating with 3 important colleagues, Jeremy Magner, Francis Su, and Kati Danjang, who make up the rest of the steering committee for this symposium. And the 5 of us together are a current crew of tenure-track faculty in architecture, and each of us has played an important role in the preparation for this, lending diversity to the range of topics and content on hand. So many thanks to the 3 of these for the work they've done and the work that they're going to do today throughout the event in the various sessions. So this symposium is divided into 3 sessions. First, the social imaginary, followed by the environmental imaginary and material imaginaries. So recognizing that practices of worlding, reworlding, and unworlding have flavors and nuances, these categories are intentionally broad, interdependent, and invite conceptual drift. So rather than maintain their boundaries, we hope to surface their discursive overlaps and the emergent questions that help thicken possible worlds as a discourse. So social imaginaries, which these days includes a heavy dose of mediation, technology, and information, helps us reflect on ways that societies assemble in and among increasingly politicized, networked, and mediated experiences. And the presenters for that session will be Riarna Dhaliwal of Excessive Aesthetics, Luke Pearson of UNP, and Mark Stanley. And that will be moderated by Francis Su. By the way, all of this is in the booklet that you have there as well. And then that will be followed by environmental imaginaries at 11:15, and that will examine questions of the future of nature, energy metabolisms, atmospheric ethics, and larger imperatives of the Anthropocene. Presenters in that session will be Gabriel Vergara, who's coming from GSAP, Debbie Chen, coming from RISD, and then Kadi Danjang, who is a local. And I'll be moderating that section. And then that will be followed by material imaginaries at 2 o'clock, and that will examine questions of material economies, resource extraction, geologic concerns, and larger questions of assembling the built environment through matter. Presenters in that session will be Stephanie Davidson, Elpitha Tsutsunakis, and Chad Manley, moderated by Jeremy Magner. So we have remarked internally at the false distinction between these three and the inherent overlaps between them. So surely all environmental questions are also social and material in substance, and surely all contemporary social complexities can be measured through their material and environmental vectors, and vice versa across all of them, of course. And this is the spirit of the event at large, and our hope is that these will blend into a common set that courses through these three key lenses. So in such worlds, material economies might be organized around ecologies, environmental questions might be socio-political by definition, and publics might be formed through their dealings with matter. So to us, these overlaps are inherently multiscalar, engage very discursive vectors, and variety of creative and intellectual discourse.
Just a couple more little bits about, one is to mention the exhibit, which is behind on the glass here behind the screen. When we conceived of this event, many of our discussions centered on the capacity of design to project images into the world. Those that don't yet exist, but that might come to fruition. And we've, as admirers of design, of designers and thinkers who surf between the speculative and the real, the medium through which we ponder their speculations is inevitably drawing and imaging. We consider that here to encompass the making of all kinds of images in addition to drawing. So we thought it was fitting to try to include the visualization of this alongside the kind of discourse that might unfold today, even though all the people who will present are wildly and interestingly visual in what they will show. But we tried to spread the deck and to kind of wonder about possible worlds that could join us visually. We solicited one drawing or an image that was accompanied by a 100-word narrative, which is a very restrictive call, if you will, for people who are very creative. And that was partly, I should also mention that the captions were conceived of as snippets or excerpts from something larger. So they were to begin and end with ellipsis, as if they might have emerged from something that could go on and on. Okay. We invite you to, I should also mention that half the drawings are inside the room and half the drawings are out. So don't miss that. Go around and check out the full range. And we hope that you'll spend time with it, kind of thinking through them, and spending time with the captions as well. Okay. Now towards the end, we just want to offer some thanks for this event. First and foremost, we want to thank the Dean, Jason Young, for making this symposium possible, and both for the generous financial support on an event like this, but also the creative intellectual support that makes particular events like this possible. Also, thanks to Carl, the director of the School of Architecture, Carl Lestrito, who's been instrumental both in the very interesting parts of an event like this and also the very uninteresting parts of an event like this. We have Carl to thank for the, this is not between two ferns, this is next to a fern, maybe. The steering committee, of course, that's Francis Hsu, Caddy Danjing, and Jeremy Magner, who've been excellent colleagues and collaborators through all this. The presenters, who you'll all meet shortly, and they will be introduced thoroughly shortly, have agreed to do this with a lot of trust in us, that this would be meaningful and interesting, and not much more information than that. Thank you so much. And to the faculty of the School of Architecture for supporting this idea and for supporting us through it. And especially want to thank a number of administrative staff people who pull an event like this together. So Daniel Lewandowski is the real champion of this event. All the things you see in the room today are a function of Daniel. Thank you so much, Daniel. And all the things you won't see today are also a function of Daniel. So thank you. And also to Lindsay McBee and her communications team, and especially want to give a shout out to Baxter Stoltz, who designed some of the graphics, the graphic things and kind of documents that you see. And I'll just say, like, if you like it and you think it's good, Baxter did it. And if you don't like it and don't think it's good, he didn't do it. Yeah. Okay, I think that does it for thanks. Thanks for joining us so much, and we're just going to transition now to the first session.
Yeah, I might as well put it in there because they're gonna use it. Great, thanks. Not tall enough? That's good. Okay, great. Yeah, is this working? Can you guys hear? Oh, great. Okay. Yes, hi. My name is Francis Hsu. I am an assistant professor here at the College of Architecture and Design, and I will be moderating the first panel of the day on the topic of social imaginaries. So we will begin right away with 20-minute presentations by 3 architect, researcher, educator, designers. We will then move to a moderated Q&A in which the speakers will take questions from the audience. So, it is our pleasure and honor to have Luke Pearson, Riarna Dhaliwal, and Mark Stanley here today. Bringing together architecture, technology, and sociopolitics, their works illuminate critical and multiple perspectives on how architecture, as discourse, discipline, and form, is instrumental in shaping how we know the world as it operates at the nexus of power, culture, representation, and relations of production. These entanglements which, while they are not exclusive to architecture, could not be more urgent matters for architectural design research today. Now, our first guest, Luke Pearson, will discuss the making of worlds between architecture and games. Luke is an associate professor at the Bartlett School of Architecture in London, where he co-directs the Cinematic and Video Game Architecture MArch program and co-founder with Sandra Yukana of UNP. The studio's work, situated at the intersection of film, animation, video games, and architecture, enables the creation of social imaginaries through the development of virtual worlds. Luke has published widely as author of Video Game Atlas, Mapping Interactive Worlds, and editor of Drawing Futures and Architectural Design, Reimagining the Avant-Garde. Our second panelist is Riarna Dhaliwal, who will speak on the societal imaginaries of collective futures in digital and physical space. Riarna, a British Indian spatial designer, researcher, and educator whose work exists at the intersection of environmental geopolitics, technology, and visual language, currently co-leads the Bachelor Studio Digital Native at the Design Academy Eindhoven in the Netherlands. As co-founder of Excessive Aesthetics, an all-female interdisciplinary international design collective, her installations exploring the hidden biases underlying emergent technologies have been presented at major cultural institutions, including the Victoria and Albert Museum in London and Fundación Proa in Buenos Aires, as well as at international design festivals such as Transmedial Berlin and the Buenos Aires Architecture Biennial, and in magazines such as Arc Plus and the Architects Journal. Our final speaker, Mark Stanley, who we all know and love, will present his design research on the social imaginaries of Algorithm City and post-quarantine machines. Mark is assistant professor here at the University of Tennessee College of Architecture and Design. He is co-founder of Studio Mars, a design research practice that studies architecture's entanglement with cultural, technological, and ecological systems, and reimagines the agency of architecture and the architect through speculative design and experimental representation. He is also a contributing author to the forthcoming anthology, Constructing Invisibility, Infrastructure, Militarization, and Extreme Environment. So we are delighted to have you all here and look forward to the conversation. Luke, you want to come up?
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, Francis, and thanks to Mark and everyone at the faculty for the invitation and for being so generous with your hosting and all of the organisation of everything. Really looking forward to today. Slightly a bit of trepidation on my behalf about being the first person to start talking. But yeah, so I've come from London today, and I'm going to be talking about making worlds between architecture and games. So back in London, I have a studio called UMP with Sandra Ukana. You might see that it's the first three letters of each of our names, which is what happens when you have very little time to come up with a studio name, and unfortunately it sticks. And so we do a lot of work between, a lot of work between architecture and games, and so I think our practice has kind of developed at the intersection of these two kind of worlds, and I think one of the things that drives that perhaps in relation to today's, or the theme of this panel, is the kind of social space, not only that's generated around architectural design, but around games and game cultures and game aesthetics and things like that. So I'll talk a bit more about some of these projects as we move forward. But since 2016, Sandra and I have also been teaching at the Bartlett School of Architecture. So we've taught for many years a studio called Video Game Urbanism, where the students would kind of make video games looking about the future of the design of cities and urban space. And as you can see here, a lot of our shows have this kind of interactive element where the social space is actually created through the work and being able to kind of play with and engage with that. So I suppose over the years, our students have produced about 80 plus games of different types, different kind of ways of looking at the world, and different kind of platforms. And I think we've always wanted to use, both in our own work and in the student work, to sort of think about games in kind of two ways. One is as a way of generating and prototyping possible futures and different worlds, and being able to place someone within those worlds as a player, and to be able to offer them agency. And I think the other way that's also really key in terms of the social imaginaries is games as an interactive media. It requires a participant. So inviting people into these kind of design environments that you create and allowing them to interact with them firsthand is a very key part of using this technology, I think. And so this work has developed into the Cinematic and Video Game Architecture MArch program, which I co-direct at the Bartlett. And this is a one-year program where students work with film or games to kind of world build and prototype new futures. And so this is the second year of the program running, and we're kind of really excited by the future that offers for new imaginaries. So, for example, student Katrina, who was looking at the idea of the Symbiocene and kind of using a game and the agency of a game player as a way of going through all of the kind of human effects that have caused particular species in the world to become extinct. And so this idea of being playful with what a game can do in terms of the agency that you set up. Or Yijin, who created a VR game that was looking at gamification and the gig culture, so the platformatization of work through a game that takes kind of Japanese arcade aesthetics and these kind of mascots as a way of encouraging you to work more and consume more. Or Emily, who looked at her, so Emily has from an Armenian background, and so she was looking at the idea of a kind of virtual homeland for the Armenian diaspora, looking at some photographs taken by her grandfather pre to the Armenian genocide, and the kind of collective space of memory and imagination of her particular kind of background. So other students have looked at things like volumetric design platforms in VR, challenging the kind of China's one-child policy through a kind of urban design for Chongqing that encourages women to have more and more children as a kind of response to that, or games that look at maybe more kind of genre-based ways of looking at the world. And so this is the type of thing that Sandra and I have been kind of talking about and writing about for quite a while. This is a visual manifesto that we did for Volume, a Dutch architectural journal, where I think one of the key things that we really enjoy with games is that they challenge a lot of technological narratives of kind of technology and progress, technology and efficiency, technology and problem solving, because they actually encourage us to play with technology, they twist the meanings of things. They create worlds where things that aren't possible in reality become possible. And so for us, it's actually a really powerful property of the medium, but it doesn't mean that it's unserious. It means that it can be a very kind of playful way of turning ourselves back to look at the worlds that we make in reality by making these virtual worlds. So this is a project called the London Developers Toolkit, which is a commission that we got from the Architecture Museum in Munich. And this is a game that talks about the proliferation of luxury high-rise residential buildings in London. And so the game is effectively, you take the role of an architect. So, you know, some of you might be familiar with the tropes of architectural design, like the stunningly inspired napkin sketch that you do, or the kind of control of different parameters of the design. And the player will go through acting as an architect, working for a couple of property developers, and they'll then get this kind of crap Photoshop where they can make advertisements for the building that they've created. You could print them out in the gallery, and you used to be able to tweet it to a Twitter bot as well. And really, the game, it kind of looks very silly, but it was talking about the agency of architects and their relationship to capital. So although the game has a kind of interactive veneer to it, the actual structure that you create is completely generated by the processes of the game procedurally. Although all of the pieces are kind of sourced from real world, some of the sort of bizarre things that the super rich get up to in their building designs. And what we really wanted to question is the kind of architect's relationship to image making, the architect's relationship to capital, and what an architect's responsibility is in the creation of new worlds. But again, in relation to using a video game, we took from tropes like Minecraft. So by using the kind of voxel language of Minecraft, we create something that's very friendly, almost looks childlike. And so there's these kind of multiple layers to the worlds that we create, where on the one hand, it feels like you can engage with it almost like a toy, but on the other hand, it's talking about issues that are facing our cities today. And so in a gallery context, people could play the game, they could produce their own drawings in the gallery, and as I say, they could kind of tweet them and create this kind of social space around the playing of the game, which I think is something that's always really important to our work. So this was a project that we did for Perspecta, so the Yale Architecture Journal, called World Games 2.0. And so in this project, we were thinking about Buckminster Fuller's idea of the world game. If you don't know that, obviously you probably know Buckminster Fuller for the domes, but he actually created a game in the 1960s called the World Game, and the idea that was that everyone in the world leaders would come together and play this game about how to redistribute the world's resources in a more equitable way. And so in some ways it's quite a lovely idea, in some ways it's an extremely naive idea. But we kind of reinterpreted this work through essentially saying maybe we couldn't play one game to solve the world, but we could play a network of thousands and thousands of smaller games that are more kind of situated and site-based. So we proposed 4 of these in our piece. So for example, a role-playing game where your kind of every action reflects your carbon footprint, so that you take a mechanic from a game and you use that as a way of kind of surfacing and making visible the traces and impacts that we leave on the world. Or a game about the way that AI and kind of Internet of Things becomes integrated into our world. There was a game about challenging maybe the sort of westernized perspective of Google Earth and satellite imagery by taking ideas from Chinese landscape painting and thinking how that might be an alternative way of our kind of mapping systems working that challenges the sort of Silicon Valley hegemonic way of seeing the world. And on the right, a game called Everyone is Architecture, where people would actually kind of embody building components themselves and be able to collaborate in the real world to create structures in the virtual space that could then potentially be kind of built in reality afterwards. And so this is kind of video concept that we made for Everyone is Architecture. You see some shout-outs to Ventura and Scott Brown in there, which is a kind of constant shout-out, I think, that we have in our work as well. But the idea here is that, yeah, we could challenge what it means to collaboratively design and realize architecture. So in this case, the idea for this project was that I think using kind of Bluetooth positioning, that everyone would be able to participate in this augmented reality game and could choose what kind of building component they wanted to be, and together, acting in slightly strange ways in reality, they could kind of collaborate to build these architectural spaces on site that could then be kind of either left in the virtual or potentially translated into something real. And I think we really enjoy this idea of challenging kind of conventional ways of design through the way that games encourage and promote this kind of social interaction. And then we had the opportunity to kind of think about this project further in a collaboration with Epic Games, using their design visualization software, Twinmotion. And it was quite funny because all the other architects that were invited to do this did quite, classic visualizations of their buildings, and we did a visualization of this project, and everyone said to us, well, this wouldn't stand up. And it's like, well, that's kind of the point. But so yeah, I think this is something that continues to be a kind of fascination for us. But I think a lot of our work also looks back at the way that we've created worlds and social imaginaries in the past as well. So this was a project that we were commissioned by the Royal Institute of British Architects for, called Playing the Picturesque. And it looked at the history of picturesque design in London in particular, so kind of 18th and 19th century mode of design, where there was a lot of this idea of making a kind of perfect nature. And there's a lot of very beautiful gardens in the UK that are designed around these principles, where nature's kind of pushed in very specific ways to almost create these kind of virtual worlds that look natural but are actually completely kind of human-made and synthetic. And so the original brief was to challenge the space of the gallery by kind of extending it through a series of these video games that we made. So there was a set of architectural fragments that were built in the gallery that were then kind of used as sort of portals to look through into these picturesque worlds beyond. And so one of the things that we also did here was to think about the kind of painterly techniques that were used in the design of picturesque gardens and translate them into like sprites or particle systems within our virtual world, but also looking at kind of historic buildings and how we could translate those as well. And so within the gallery, there was this kind of constant conversation between the kind of one-to-one architectural fragments and the virtual worlds beyond. I think one of the social elements that we wanted to introduce in this game as well is that picturesque design was often commissioned by generally very, very wealthy men for their own kind of aesthetic gratification. So we actually made all of these games kind of two-player. It required two participants to actually unlock the kind of full aesthetic qualities of the worlds. So in that way, we wanted to kind of erode this idea of a singular viewpoint of these gardens and start to make them more kind of collective experiences. We also had, working with games, you get a lot of kind of technical constraints as well, and the one that we had was that there was no one in this gallery to actually kind of look after it, so we ended up using these really kind of dumb pressure pads because it meant that we could run this in the gallery for 3 months without it ever crashing, which was a very good thing for us to be able to achieve. And this is just a kind of quick video of some of these elements. I think to say that picturesque design is quite an important part of certain areas in central London as well. So architects such as John Nash, they designed a lot of London around these kind of picturesque principles. So we worked with the RIBA looking through a lot of their archival drawings and things like that and using them to realize a series of these games, which became these kind of separate worlds. And I think we've, again, because our work is sort of situated between architecture and games, we've been lucky to get kind of commissions from both sides as well. So the Royal Institute of British Architects is obviously a very old architectural institution. On the flip side, we got this commission called Fusiforms, which is from the NYU, New York University Game Center. And so this was part of the festival they hold called No Quarter, which is a sort of showcase of experimental games. And so the fusiform is the part of the brain that recognizes faces. And we were really inspired by Yamashita's Face House in Kyoto, and also this book by Francois Blanchett called Tokyoids, the idea of buildings that look like faces, that look like kind of emojis. And so in this game, it was a two-player game where people would work to find the kind of common faces between two different architectural forms. And this was kind of installed as a two-way projection. So one projector's projecting one player's onto one side of the screen and another onto the other side. And so this was a kind of simulation that we had to build in Unreal Engine because the exhibition was in New York and we were in London. So we kind of prototyped the whole setup within a game engine in order to then take it and put it into the actual site. But the idea is that you could create this kind of social space around the game through the fact that the two players couldn't necessarily kind of communicate with one another. It starts as a negotiation, and it is actually a collaborative game, but when you have a gallery full of people don't necessarily know if they're collaborating or competing, and it creates this kind of interesting tension between the two players and the design process that starts between them. I think we also have a lot of work that's maybe not made as games, but is about games and about using architecture as a kind of lens for looking at game spaces and understanding them in the lineage of kind of architectural representation and world building. So this is a project that we're commissioned for by the Victoria and Albert Museum in London called Architecture After Games. And if you know British museums in general have a lot of stuff that we've grabbed from around the world and put into a nice museum. And so we kind of did the same thing in terms of taking elements from games and placing them into the context of this amazing medieval and Renaissance gallery. So a lot of these related to the way that different games might be kind of equivocal in the way that they treat space to some of the history of architecture. For example, these two doorways were originally from Genoa in Italy. And because the buildings were so narrow, the doorways became this space for kind of communicating your wealth or your social standing. And so we took inspiration from the game Portal to imagine these doorways as portals into these kind of palatial buildings beyond. If you know the game Portal, it involves you kind of firing portals into different things and making these connections. So thinking about whether there's actually quite a lot of connections we might make to history that we can use as a way of seeing game spaces in new ways. And so this is also something we've done for a lot of time, a long time in our own work. So this is from my PhD originally, learning from Los Santos, being inspired by the work of Denise Scott Brown and Robert Venturi and Stephen Eisner, and thinking about how we can kind of analyze game spaces through an architectural lens. This is me role-playing in Grand Theft Auto 5 as Rayner Banham. So Rayner Banham, if you don't know, a British architectural historian, also from the Bartlett. Did a famous 1973 documentary, Rayner Banham Loves Los Angeles, where he kind of penned his love letter to Los Angeles and how it challenges what the European conception of a city is. And so I kind of recreated this in Grand Theft Auto 5. Unfortunately, the character is a little bit balder than Rainer Bannon was, but I can get the nice beard that he's got in reality as well. And so maybe just to finish, a lot of this work has kind of come into Video Game Atlas, which is the book that Sandra and I published in 2022, where we look at 12 commercial games through the lens of architectural history and theory, and thinking about the kind of social and spatial imaginaries that those games create. So we do a lot of work kind of in situ, site research within games, playing them a lot, taking lots of screenshots and so on. And this kind of produces this constellation of different drawings. The book has about 400 and something different pieces that we made within it. And I think maybe speaking to this idea of the social imaginary, went one too far, that a lot of the work that we do is also situated in the kind of cultures that emerge around games as well. So obviously, game spaces are not just things made by the developers. They have very enthusiastic audiences who want to map them, understand them in different ways. And it's really fascinating to kind of learn from those resources and understand them in the process of producing our own research. And this has kind of created some other interesting projects that have come out of this. So we had a chapter on Assassin's Creed Unity, the game by Ubisoft, which represents Paris. And in the end, Ubisoft also approached us to make this kind of architectural model in relation to the game and kind of invited us to Paris and the Bourse de Commerce, which is featured heavily in the game. And so it was really interesting for us to be able to have the opportunity to then take our architectural analysis and kind of present this back to the game developers that made it, and to sort of start this conversation between us and them in terms of what that space might mean. And then finally, this is a bit of work been doing recently, thinking about game engines and the way that game engines structure our way of seeing and designing new worlds. So a piece that I've been working on called Game Engines as kind of ironic computation, the way that game engines and games allow us to play with the meaning of objects in a very kind of fluid way. And what does that mean for the type of futures that we create? I think it's really important as these tools become more integrated in architecture that we kind of take a critical position in relation to them. And a tool like Unreal Engine that we use a lot in our work, it gives you a lot of frameworks within which to kind of construct your imaginary worlds, but actually trying to peel behind those and break them and think about them in new ways is we think, the most kind of productive way of engaging with these technologies. So yeah, thank you very much. This is our socials and everything.
Yep, I think so. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Rihanna Daluel. I'm also from London. I'm a designer, researcher, and educator. I'm co-founder of Excessive Aesthetics. It's an all-female design collective that was formed during our master's program at the Royal College of Art. And so today I'm going to use a presentation to talk through 4 of our projects that kind of fit the themes of this idea of social imaginaries. So as a collective, or all-female collective, that work with creating public installations that are located usually within museum or cultural institutions, but also exposed to the general public. And we're really interested in exploring the power shifts between people, digital technologies, and the kind of wider infrastructures and systems at play. But we always try and explore this through a very playful lens, and also through using always very accessible technologies, which is a key theme of the studio, and also how we teach as well. When we teach at the Design Academy, we always want to use technologies that are free, readily available, and really want our students, and also through the way that we approach technology in the collective, to really interrogate the feedback loops between physical and digital environments? How do your interactions in digital space then have a feedback loop or implicate physical world environments? So yeah, we were founded in 2019 with the idea of combining spatial design and digital tools in very unconventional but also playful ways to explore the hidden biases behind these emergent technologies, and also to create public and accessible installations. So we kind of like to think of ourselves as techno-ambivalent. So we're neither here or there with technology. We're not overtly critical on technology, and we understand. But however, we understand that it's part of our daily lives. But we also want to make these kind of frictions or challenges transparent and aware. So we try to challenge traditional modes of representation, whether that's through visual aesthetic modes of representation, but also the approaches to the projects that we do, and to question and distort boundaries and translate ideas of visual narratives and digital experiences. So we kind of always try to look at contemporary issues, particularly emergent technologies and the wider socio-political ramifications. We also really like to play with pop culture references. It's something that we position ourselves and we interact with ourselves, and we think is really important to try and bring more playful references into our projects to make them more understandable and accessible. So this is just kind of a brief, I think, diagram of our key projects and the main themes that overlap between them. I won't talk through all of the projects, just a few of them. But key themes are using our own experiences as the forefront of approaching projects. So that's either through reimagining fem spaces as a starting point to really explore spatial projects through both physical and digital technologies. The idea of reclaiming space, particularly in gallery settings and public space, and this idea of hybridity is not only a topic that we explore through the projects, but it's also the way that we think and a methodology that we really utilized within our work is this notion of hybrid uses of technology, but also the relationship between physical and digital. So the first project I will talk through is this is called Terraformer, Reality Overloading New Forms of Virtual Existence, and it's a virtual environment that we composed using deconstructed elements through that compose of XA projects. And we see the virtual world as a collective, collaborative space, I'll keep playing it, which will continue to develop over time and engage with a wider audience. We developed this 360 space through the use of game engine software such as Unity, photogrammetry scans, and also 3D models like Rhino models. And stills of this space were taken to produce several images, which were published in the Terraformer Journal for a visual essay titled Swatting the Digital Beyond Tech Bros, curated by 2050 Plus. So photogrammetry and 3D scanning tools are predominantly tools that we use and that we find interesting to use them in very different ways to enable a direct exchange between physical material objects and digital objects that we generate through this process. As architects and spatial designers, we are interested in exploring the intersection and the in-between spaces between physical and digital by identifying the feedback loops between these, and also propose new forms of virtual spaces that can be developed or aestheticized and imagined to have an impact in shaping our realities. So these are one of the key images that was in the essay. And so this environment, we want to explore the dichotomy of the physical and structures and the digital spaces and the feedback loops and interactions. And so that the prints of the virtual space were also accompanied with a QR code that you could scan and experience the kind of 360 world that we were developing. And then this project then developed further on into a VR installation that we presented in Buenos Aires as part of the Architecture Biennial. And we are also currently trying to develop this now into its kind of third iteration, which would be a kind of a game that we would develop in Unity. to make it interactive and playable. And I think approach that we have with these projects is that it never ends. There's always other forms of using digital tools that could take it into a different space. So whether the research lends itself into creating a spatial installation, but then how could that spatial installation maybe translate into a digital form? And this idea of translation between different forms of technology and spatial interventions is something that we try and play with a lot. So the next project I want to talk about is the first project that we did as a collective back in 2019, which is the Augmented Nail Salon. And this was an installation and a workshop that proposed an alternative form of communication space inspired by one of our co-founders, Teresa, who was doing research looking at Brazilian beauty salons and how during the election back in 2018, these kind of informal spaces of collective gathering were actually very key spaces for information dissemination. And so when we were invited to give a workshop that explored the London High Street, a key element of the London High Street are nail salons. And we were very interested in also focusing on a very female space that usually isn't given space or isn't really critiqued or questioned much or researched much. And so the format of the salon, we developed this installation in Phillip Space, which is like a shop front in East London. And we ended up giving actual manicures to people. It was open to the public over a weekend. And then we also augmented the nail salon uses augmented reality. And in this layering of technology over this physical installation, we were really able to then expose kind of the wider systemic kind of infrastructural conversations about information dissemination, social media platforms, how information is passed, discussed, and then use a nail salon, which is a space that when you are getting your nails done, you can't access your phone. And so conversation ends up becoming the main form of communication. And so we were really interested in exposing how information in these kind of salons are used not only through physical communication, but also then how could it be augmented to then add extra layers of complexity through the space. And so it was a installation, a performance, and then we also had a kind of symposium on the last day, in which we had invited guests to really discuss the themes. And what was really interesting is that we had people walking past who actually thought that we were a nail salon and actually realized that this was more of an artistic kind of interpretational performance. And then by the end, they were also really interested in these conversations that we were bringing. So I think that we try and use spaces that are maybe taken for granted, that people experience every single day, as a portal to then open up these wider conversations about more complex conversations on technology, particularly when technology terms and words are considered quite complex and people don't really understand the meaning of them. Trying to use accessible spaces as a medium to then bring ourselves onto the same platform, we find is a very good way of being able to connect. So the second project I want to talk about is the Data Deli. We developed this for the London Festival of Architecture in 2020. However, obviously for COVID, the Architecture Festival didn't go ahead, and so this is still a speculative project that we've kind of just kept as is, but we were really interested with the Data Deli of exploring the relationship that we have in public space when you access public Wi-Fi and what data you're giving up to these platforms, and if you're actually aware of these kind of terms and conditions that you naturally just accept and agree to without fully reading them. And so in London, there's a lot of these BT inlinks, which are these kind of kind of objects that exist all throughout the city in which you can access public Wi-Fi through them. You can charge your phones. There are also spaces in which you obviously like have large screens where you can get updates on travel information, on local news. And what we were interested in is when you actually go into the terms and conditions, the different things that it highlights that you accept and that you give up in when you try and access this public Wi-Fi. Obviously, this is also quite interesting because this was obviously after Brexit, and so the UK had European strict GDPR laws, and then post-Brexit now, the UK then developing its own laws, and so we were interested in like whether or not they were still adhering to these kind of strict European laws, or if the UK then started to kind of open up this GDPR and make it less strict. And what we were really interested in is making this action of accepting cookies transparent. And so the design of the installation that we were going to do for London Festival of Architecture, that's idea of a data deli, is a performance and also spatial installation in which we would ask the general public how often they accept public Wi-Fi networks, how much they access them, and also this idea of we would sell them cookies, actual cookies, also as a play on this idea of cookies that you accept on the internet, and in return that they would then answer these questions. And so what we found interesting is just making something very direct and performative through a spatial installation that, although very didactic in some ways, is also then makes apparent and transparent these kind of shrouded, not so transparent relationships that you just accept when you accept for public Wi-Fi networks. And so it was a spatial installation. It was also a deli in which we would actually sell cookies, and would also then be a symposium that we would have in a public square. And so the third project I want to talk about, titled Mirror Mirror, was a exhibition installation that we were asked to be a part of at the Wellcome Collection in London. And the wider exhibition was called The Cult of Beauty. So we really explored the historic development of different beauty trends, but also beauty objects. And the Wellcome Collection usually focus their exhibitions through the notion of like scientific or health lenses. So a lot of their, for this exhibition, the curation really focused on first like very historical forms of beauty ideals, then more into contemporary ideas, but particularly through objects. And so we were invited to be in the last installation that you would see. And so this was an idea of a reflective space after having passed through the rest of the exhibition. And it was really the only spatial installation that was part of this thing. So we really wanted to focus on centering spaces that maybe aren't really given much importance, in a very similar way to the nail salon. And for Mirror Mirror, we decided to center kind of nightclub bathrooms, particularly female bathrooms, in which females, like in nightclubs, you congregate in front of a mirror, you share stories, you sharing makeup, you're kind of talking about things. And we really wanted to kind of recreate this very femme moment in which you, it's kind of like this femme camaraderie that really only exists in nightclub bathrooms. And so the installation design took shape of recreating one of our favorite nightclub bathrooms in South London, this DIY space called Corsica. And what we had is 3 screens that explored different forms of beauty communities that exist on social media platforms, whether that's TikTok, YouTube, and other social media platforms. Each video, each screen one focused on centering global South voices and communities. Another one looked at the idea of augmentation, and so how the idea of filters can augment, but then also fillers, Botox is also a physical form of augmentation. So once again, also exploring the idea between physical and digital forms of augmenting and what that can mean and define. And then the final screen then looked at the idea of AI and how AI is also used as a form of augmenting and developing new forms of aesthetics around the idea of beauty. But this was really a space in which it was a visual piece that had more research videos and also a sound installation as well, taken from found images and audio pieces that we took from nightclubs. And it was a moment everyone was able to kind of congregate, reflect through the rest of the exhibition. This idea of these very reflective surfaces, also once again, kind of hitting home this idea of reflecting, but then also centering like yourselves in the installation, being able to see back yourselves. And then another project I want to talk about called Design to Protect is commissioned by 2050 Plus, a design studio based in Milan. And we were commissioned also by an Italian fashion brand to explore the idea of, the theme was called Design to Protect. And this is what we were given as the starting point. And we were really interested, and we were asked to develop some kind of wearable, which is not really a scale of work that we have previously worked with. Usually it was always spatial scale. So this was the first kind of bodily scale. And we were asked to approach this theme in some kind of way. So we were really interested in the idea of protection, what it means to protect, who gets to protect, and what is protected. And instead of protect, we kind of actually reshaped that definition into a form of care. And so we were really inspired by Donna Haraway's tentacular thinking in regards to how can we extend the human body, how can we blur the boundaries between human and the environment, and how can we also use this idea of blurring and extension of the body with the environment, but also then to the digital software that we use, which is predominantly scanning software. So we scanned elements of our hands, faces, and really then we use open source software quite a lot. So Blender is one that we use, and also Unity, because they're light and also free. And we really played with this idea of glitching, exploding these scans of ourselves, and for really trying to test what it means to blur this kind of mesh that we have created through the scan into these 3D printed wearables. But the wearables themselves were material that was used from the offcuts of the items of clothing that this fashion brand made, and they made them into kind of nylon pellets that was then you can use in 3D printing software. But what we were more interested in is methodology of translation between our physical selves and then the moment that we scan and translate ourselves into a digital mesh, and then really manipulating, exploding the mesh, and what kind of forms are created and what kind of glitches and errors are formed between that. And then so this final image is a 3D scan that we created of like a hip. And what we find really interesting with the methodology of this idea of possible worlds is not only is it the world itself that to create, but also this idea of creative accidents, experimentalness, and playfulness. We think it's the ideology and the methodology of creating these new worlds is really embracing the idea of glitches, of errors. And this image is quite important because you can see here, there's 665,000 errors that was made in this 3D scan. And what we try to really explore and make transparent with our work, and our work as a collective, individually, but also when we teach, is to not be so focused on these kind of formulating a high impact rendered image through the use of digital technology, but how can this how can new ideas, aesthetics arise in this very small gap, which is an error or a glitch? Like, how can you artistically exploit these creative accidents to form new aesthetics and new worlds? And this is something that we try to really explore through the methodology of our translation between physical and digital technologies, and also the spaces that we explore. Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the nice support on this event. Thanks to Luke and Rihanna and to Francis for the great presentation so far. Those are really amazing. I'd like to try to contribute to this conversation by talking about some design studio teaching that I've been doing over the last few years. And I want to set this up very briefly in the beginning with a broader scope of my sensibilities about design research. But then I want to spend the bulk of my time talking about teaching and pedagogical strategies that I have in these settings, and then showing a bunch of student work. I pursue research in architecture partly by simply just observing contemporary culture and technology and wondering about the role of architecture and architects within it. It's a strange time we're in, one of media saturation, climate catastrophe, epidemiological crisis, smartphonery, reality television presidents, gig economies, facial recognition, wealth inequality, genetically modified organisms, deep fakes, mass extinctions, cryptocurrencies. These are what I like to refer to as expressions of extremity in the 21st century, in which systems of technology, ecology, and culture have been brought to bear on one another in complicated assemblages that have no real beginnings or ends. And architecture often features prominently in each one of these assemblages. Architecture, on the one hand, as collections of objects, as the built environment, let's say, is often the venue through which these overlapping conditions play out. And architecture as a discipline, as a discourse, is particularly good at projecting inventive ways of thinking and being within those assemblages. Architecture is what I like to call a relational discipline. In other words, it's particularly good at examining the relationships between things and how they might be rearranged towards new and different ends. This is what Bruno Latour calls a sociology, of making associations between things. The logic or the act of forming relational assemblies, or what he calls tracing a trail of associations between heterogeneous elements, or making matrices of relationships between actants, which may include objects, people, microbes, algorithms, policies, images, environments, etc., etc., etc. Sometimes one of the first questions that occurs to people in moments like this is, what does this have to do with architecture? But I usually find myself with the opposite conceptual problem, or syndrome, or psychosis if you want, which is that I'm unable to forget or shake off just how entangled the built environment is with all these systems and networks that course around and through it. I call this a research of the now, of the present conditions of our collective existence in the 21st century and the agency of architecture and the architect within those. Okay, I want to use a series of studios that I've taught over the last few years to talk more about these sensibilities. The first that I want to talk about is a studio that I taught in the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic. So in summer 2020, I taught a studio called Post-Quarantine Machines and Other Urban Episodes. By the way, I don't even know why we were teaching and learning at this time. Looking back on it, it seems like we should have just taken the summer off. But nonetheless, it yielded some really interesting things for me, and so I think in the end it was all worth it. Even in those early days of the pandemic, we were thinking about ways that society and systems were reorganizing in real time. Inspired by Benjamin Bratton's article, 18 Lessons of Quarantine Urbanism, which he adapted into his book called Revenge of the Real, we set out to project forward into the worlds that would come later, in the wake of what we were experiencing at that time. In other words, what conditions or things would come next. And this is where I began using the idea of what I call the urban episode. I offered students the city of LA, and specifically Grand Avenue in downtown LA, but I stopped short of specifying any specific site or particular location, especially for the first half or so of the studio. Instead, I asked them to create speculative scenes and happenings set in the city, but not in any particular place. And I found this to be hugely productive in giving them the context, a context to work within, but liberating them from doing the right thing in the right place, let's say. So instead, students let themselves, it was a creative process of letting themselves off the leash to think bravely about the complexities at hand in much more inventive ways. We admired Yamaguchi Akira's electric pole series as the model to follow for the urban episode. These are peculiar scenes of quasi-normalcy set around the ubiquitous Japanese electric pole. And students borrowed from Yamaguchi and wondered about episodes of their own in a pandemic-laden worlds around them and the urban accoutrements that those scenes and episodes might be gathered around. So students were thinking about things like food delivery, package handling logistics, police surveillance, exporting public art outside of museums, increases in recreational drug use at that time, new forms of public assembly, etc. Even the new strangeness of simply taking a walk outside or finding oneself in proximity to other people was something new and completely reevaluated. Toward the end of the studio, we extended the logic of these small urban episodes, into more specific design projects and larger considerations of how societies organize, like transportation or overnight hotel stays or demonstration and protest or distribution and consumption, etc. I had an unexpectedly good time with that studio in a time that no one was having too much fun. And I began to recycle and refine that idea over the next few years. In particular, I began to channel those ideas through a third-year undergraduate studio that I taught several times in a part of our curriculum that we call applied research. In this studio, I began to add another tactic that I really enjoy, which was on the first day, I asked students to partner with a character or subjectivity in order to inform their early research activities. And for a while, we were using this speculative drawing by the artist Reuben Bowling called Richard Scarry's 21st Century Busy Town Jobs. And students would randomly draw from a hat characters such as the gig worker, the rage pundit, the mansplainer, the click farmer, the fart sound app maker. And I asked students to allow that character to inflect their research, their observations, their arguments, what they're willing to do. And to partner with that character and allow them to do things that and think things that they may never think or do. It's also important to note that a key feature of this, pedagogy that I'm talking about, is the assembly of research documents. Students spend about half the semester investing in the formation and framing of ideas and approaches in the form of these printed graphic documents. Sometimes these are collective, done as a studio. Sometimes each student is conducting their own. And this is as valuable to me as any other kind of creative act that they might do, creative intellectual act. And these are sometimes made collectively. Sorry, I already said that, as a studio. And sometimes they're individual. And we often frame these as field guides to the present, as channels through which to observe and reflect on emergent systems of culture and technology around us, which sometimes at first glance seems incomprehensible. But then after a while, we're able to better name and claim ideas and concepts around all of it. So, for example, here, Mariah was partnered with the essential worker, through which she was thinking a lot about mostly utility spaces, kind of forgotten or hidden utility spaces and activity in the city, as well as questions of labor and capital, collective action, worker solidarity, and things like this. And she designed, in the end, an MTA workers club, in the kind of behind the scenes of the city, in which the absurdities of the distinctions between essential and non-essential labor were replaced with cooperative systems of living and exchange. Or here, Parker got really invested in bodegas and small goods logistical economies. He was wondering about the increasing friction between online shopping and the cultural institutionality of the corner store. So the logic at the time was that you could get about 90-ish% of what you needed at any given time from the corner store, but that 10% extra that you could get from Amazon makes it too easy to use. He was also thinking about the personalities at the corner store, or the kind of institutionality of the figures at the corner store. And also about the increasingly mutant logics of consumerism, evidenced here in a comprehensive accounting of the dozens of varieties of Reese's candy products, all made from different combinations of the two simple ingredients, chocolate and peanut butter. Reese's can't stop making new versions of Reese's. Students also investigate the space of the city itself with the same degree of inquisitiveness and intrigue, through which they begin to find ways to enact their research through design proposals as the semester ages. Parker ended up designing a network of bodegas with robotically controlled storage shelves that allowed them to further densify their inventory and to share resources among each other in a kind of bodega network, which would allow them to outcompete Amazon in certain areas of New York. There were also, as I recall, kind of civic spaces or social spaces built into the bodega as a result of having far more space due to the shelves. Or here, Ella was tracing the dangerous realities of what it feels like to be a woman in the city, both through domestic arguments in interior spaces and very real physical vulnerabilities at street level. She ultimately designed a serial stack of spaces on the left there, what she called spaces of refuge, through which women might find both safety and liberation in a city that's typically antagonistic to them. Okay, the most recent iteration of the studio, however, which was this past fall, I decided to reframe it and to rename it Citizens of Algorithm City, to no longer couch it in a kind of only post-pandemic logic, but in more sweeping observations about urbanity, about network cultures and economies of the internet as they continue to express themselves in the city more and more. We also adjusted the character list a bit to focus on very particular internet subjectivities, most of whom have only emerged in the last 5 or 10 years. It's also notable that each character is both a condition and a subjectivity. The parenthetical allows it to be both a condition that might apply to all kinds of things, but it also might be a kind of human subjectivity. Okay, so I found that the questions of citizenry compelled students to be more focused on their political stance in relation to the work they were doing. So here Maya was partnering with a YouTube unboxer, which had her thinking about consumerist distraction, the magnitude of shipping logistics, anticipatory attention spans, lost mail, clothing hauls, get ready with me videos, YouTube child stars, etc. And over the course of the term, she designed a museum for lost packages, through which the collective narrative of who we are as desiring subjects might play out in the curation of anonymous items that people ordered online but had never made it to their destination. And that kind of collective existential reflection that might occur happens inside this spectacle of a constantly moving logistics of packages and people, so as to kind of equate or blur the distinction between any type of actant in the space, whether it's something in a box or a human person. Or Jacob had the Airbnb slumlord, which had him working on ideas of post-landlord rental economies, the allure of feeling like a local, and urban housing strategies that leverage online platform logics. He designed an apartment block in which projections and aesthetics of New Yorkishness, sitcom New Yorkishness, would convince tourists to pay for an experience that in turn subsidizes the rent of locals living on the floors above and below them. Or in this case, this is Tate working with the food influencer, decided on a culinary institute in which urban farms store private data inside the DNA of the plant genes of the ingredients of the food. That's a real thing, by the way. Scientists have figured out how to store data inside of DNA sequences, which brings up a whole kind of bioinformatic problematics. So here, chefs prepare dishes with DNA-encoded ingredients, and diners consume the content. And in so doing, they thoroughly obliterate the data through their digestive system. Okay, so I want to close here by just saying at large that I treat these studios as experimental laboratories, sorting through and responding to the present. While the design is usually interesting but visually interesting, but also conceptually interesting, some of my favorite outcomes of these efforts are what we might call conceptual products: ideas, framings, arguments, and ways of thinking. I find students to be wildly inventive and intuitive when given license to talk about the world around them and to read it back. And while maybe architecture can't afford to take up these issues every single time, my hope is that they serve as lenses or frames through which to think, and that young architects are troubled by their encounters with all this, and that they carry that with them into their respective future worlds. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark, Rihanna, and Luke. I'd like to invite you now on stage for the Q&A.
Hello.
Is there a microphone I can sit here and talk?
Hello. Hello.
How do I do that? Sorry. Okay. Great. Thanks. Is this working? Okay. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone. First of all, for your generosity in presenting ongoing projects. Your presentations contain excellent provocations to talk about social imaginaries, and I imagine there will be many questions. I would love to open the floor to be able to stay on time for the questions from the audience, but I will put one question on the table before I do that. So what I would like to ask about is the blurry relations, the hybridity, the techno-ambivalence, the quasi-normalcy or the revenge of the real between the social and the imaginary that occurs in all of your works. That is, the relations between the physical and the digital, between the ephemeral and the material, or even between data collection and the collective. In your projects, which exhibit a deep commitment to embodiment in contrast to the disembodiment or placelessness that has in the past been typically ascribed to virtual worlds. Somehow, as those blurry or fuzzy relationships are inhabited through different media and mediums, what is conceived and perceived as virtual finds physical form. So, for example, Luke, you talked about the virtual social space within the game and the real communities that surround the game, and how the technology of game engines changes how we see the world. Or Riarna, you talked about how digital tools can be used to subvert and for experimentation on notions of beauty in the nail salon or the club, both all informal, everyday spaces of pop culture. And Mark, you discussed physical and virtual mashups in your studio work, tracing associations, quoting Latour, and talking about different kinds of mediums. So I would like to talk about methods. Could you say a little bit more about how you navigate this blurriness, how you select and rework, alter and reframe, then embed the real world into the environment of the virtual, or the vice versa? So a hint as to what I'm speaking about is the global dissemination of images that are the means and methods for design culture today, and the significance of images as a central feature of 20th and 21st century architecture. So my observation is that the images and the work that we've seen today have the fluidity to carry the mind forward in many different directions. That is, they construct narratives and ways of framing possible worlds to uncover the systems and structures that control them, yet they manage to avoid being singular, idealistic, or prescriptive. And maybe that's a form of entanglement. So this is a question about method. I just felt like there were some nicely complementary approaches to similar topics regarding the social imaginary.
I think, first of all, with XA, every project always comes from real-world experiences that we experience ourselves as like the forefront of the, I guess, the way that we then think through how we're going to develop the project. So whether that's like we go to nail salons and then we then are able to explore questions. For example, with the nail salon project, we were having these conversations in our master's studio when we were doing our master's degree, and then was able to use a space in which we inhabit that is usually considered separate from our kind of academic work, and actually entangle both of these into that space, or with a nightclub bathroom as well, once again centering this a very femme space, and then also integrating that into a institution. And then what does that mean when we are centering spaces that already aren't given that kind of time of day in a museum context? And then what's that relationship between a general audience and then the piece of work that we then put on to show? And I think that's really, really important for us. And there's also a project that I didn't speak of called Not David, which was at the V&A. And the Victoria and Albert Museum has this large room of cast courts, which are casts of quite well-known, famous works. And one of the largest casts is of the statue of David in Florence. And it's kind of center stage in this room. And we were just really intrigued as to why casts of works are given this center space in the Victoria and Albert Museum. And so we were invited to do an installation. And so the installation was actually 3D scanning our own bodies and then exploding them in Blender, and then making a 8-meter tall sculpture that's bright pink. And we put it in the middle of the Victoria and Albert Museum. And we would, first of all, centered our own bodies, critiquing kind of what gets center stage in museum context, but then also this idea of hybridity of the scanning of ourselves and manipulating the mesh in Blender to explode, because we were really we actually wanted to have an inflatable, which has so many health and safety issues. So we actually wanted it to be inflated. But what's interesting in Blender is that you can use the inflate key and it actually like explodes the mesh and fragments it. And so this idea of playing with the tools that you have, not really having a kind of visual kind of endpoint, but actually manipulating and playing with the tools and then finding these kind of accidents out ourselves. And then so the sculpture ended up being like a screenshot of this animation in play of exploding. And so I think the key thing about that is this idea of hybridity is also playfulness, to also allow yourself to mess around with technologies, find errors, and then that can also be the space that you then like design within.
Yeah, I think with the work that Sandra and I do, a lot of that comes from maybe taking structures or frameworks from architectural history and theory and kind of implanting them onto the space of games and see what kind of comes out of that. So obviously you showed the example of kind of learning from Las Vegas as like a kind of structural model for analysing a space and then projecting that forward 50 years and finding out what kind of happens if you apply some of those methods to the study of virtual spaces. And I think that's something that's kind of been really productive for us, and the book was a great venue to do that because we had 12 different games, and so each chapter is kind of an independent study. So for example, looking at the game Dark Souls, we look at both picturesque design but also the history of like Japanese garden design and the relationship to death in like Japanese art and things like that, and why that might then be connected to the way that particular world's been designed. Whereas something like Minecraft, for example, you could write a whole book just about Minecraft. So we took very specific servers that have a very particular logic and then kind of extrapolate out from that to see how the rules that the server sets up then produce a very specific type of space. And I think for us that's also really interesting because if you think of something like Minecraft, I mean, it's probably the thing that we've always said in all of our work is that one of the reasons that you look at games is that millions of people play them, millions of people go to each of these worlds every day. And that's not to say that they're sort of more significant because of that, but if you compare maybe the reach of like architectural discourse to the reach of a Minecraft YouTube video, it's like a different order of magnitude. But Minecraft has a lot of layers to it in terms of like the material economy that exists within that world and our relationship to materials and how we extract and kind of reform and things like that. So I think we've often had projects, like if we're commissioned by someone like the RIBA, it's like a very kind of old institution that has a very specific way of looking at architecture, and that gives you then a framework to kind of combine with games and see what comes out of that at the end. And I think that's something that's always been a really kind of productive venue for us. But I think it's also maybe because unfortunately Sandra's not here today, but she's doing some really super interesting stuff in her PhD because she's from Iraq, and Iraq is like a country that's been represented so many times in games but kind of trapped as like a war zone. So I think you also get these kind of really interesting interactions where she's got, as an Iraqi woman's got a kind of much more nuanced reading of Iraq's history and its architecture and things like that, but she's used to only seeing games represent her world in kind of a very specific way. So she's doing a lot of work about how to break that down and kind of reform that. And I think that, architectural history and theory and the ways that we look at the world as architects are actually really interesting and productive structures to question some of the things that games also give us as well, because we don't hold them on a pedestal as these kind of perfect things. They make a lot of mistakes or a lot of kind of characterizations about the world that might not be fair or correct as well.
Yeah, I think I was just thinking over the last several minutes there about the role of characters in across certainly the three presentations. Taking on a character or inhabiting an avatar or thinking about ways that like I can be something besides myself in and among different worlds, typically virtual worlds, I think is very powerful because it kind of attends to the delamination of any singular subjectivity or identity. Like it allows one off the leash in a way to be something else. And I think that's a powerful part of what the two of you are talking about as well, whether it's through a gaming experience through which I take on a different character that allows me to perform conceptual acts in a way that I'm not capable of myself, or through a performance, like I'm engaging like I'm going to the nail salon, as it were, and that nail salon allows me certain like conceptual availability in ways that no other nail salon I've ever been to does, or something like that. And yeah, I think that somewhere in there is like the skippage between the levels or the spectrum of real, if you will. Like something you were asking about, Francis. Like that there's different station points along that spectrum of real, and that the character allows you to kind of skip around on that spectrum in ways that are liberating. You know, like you don't always have to be real all the same way every single time.
Hello. The interesting connection between this idea of caricature, I would say, and even Rihanna's kind of the head with the kind of prosthetic, the glitch, right? So that's the kind of the gap that we exist in, right? Willingly. Anyway.
An audience member was clamoring for a question.
Yes. Okay, so now we have questions.
A quick question, maybe a long question. All of your work has players, characters, and citizens to various degrees, and I'm struck that all three of you are players, characters, and citizens kind of in and around that work, and because you're often directing the work of others or enabling work in society, you all have cultivated a kind of meta-empathy. I'd like to know how you feel.
I mean, I think it depends project by project. I mean, one project that we didn't show was we made a kind of physical city builder game about London called Peep Pop City, which was inspired by the Arkazoom's No Stop City mirrored box models of like modernism going on forever and ever. And it's interesting because it was originally commissioned by an independent games festival called Now Play This in London, and we took it there and we constructed this kind of dialogue between an architect and an administrator, and the idea is you kind of design this city over 3 days. And all these people turned up to play it, but they also brought their kids. And then the kids played with it in a completely different way. So us as kind of authors, oh my goodness, we created this system that we thought would be played, you know, kind of solemnly and respectfully. And it then got kind of treated in a completely different way. But obviously the creativity of kind of the kids was really fascinating in terms of what they made, probably much more interesting than what kind of would have come out at the end. So I think working in this media, you also always, you kind of need to put it out to an audience, to players to actually engage with, which I think kind of always puts you in a slightly vulnerable position as well, because we then took the project to EGX, which is a big games expo in London, and got completely different. Everyone was like, how do you win the game? How do you lose the game? And what's the game structure? And we're like, no, it's not like that. It's more like more open, free, you just express yourself. But these kind of hardcore gamers wanted to understand, like, how do you win? How do you lose? And so I think, for us, putting work out there that's sort of in that space, I mean, for a game designer, maybe that's like just taken as a given, but I think it's been really interesting for us as kind of practitioners to start working in a field where you get that kind of direct response, because you always need a human being engaging with your work in order for it to kind of be fully formed. And I think it's really interesting, sometimes challenging, but always, I think, really gratifying.
Yeah, no, continuing from what you were saying, I think maybe subconsciously or actually consciously, we operate more within arts and gallery museum spaces. And so I think that inherently allows us to engage with a wider audience than if we were commissioned for more of a commercial project. And I think that the way in which we approach the tools, or even sometimes the concepts, a bit more messy, a bit more playful, then we would kind of maybe arrive at more of these frictions of like, how does it actually work? Whereas we're not necessarily so interested in making the perfect looking game utilizing the technology in like the most efficient way. It's actually how can it be the most messy? How can it maybe not make sense or not be used as how it was intended? But that's the interesting space that we want to kind of find and position ourselves within. So I think maybe reflecting back, maybe these kind of more art spaces give us the space in order to do that and to be playful. And I think when we did the XA nail salon, the way in which the general audience just assumed that we were a nail salon and didn't realize until after that it was kind of more of a performance space, made us realize that engage with the general audience takes your project elsewhere that you couldn't necessarily design for or conceptualize around. And so we kind of want to kind of stay with that same sentiment with the other projects that we do.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add one thought, and that's that it seems like in the cases that I'm thinking about in this session are that there's a thing that's made or a project that's made, and then there's like the para or extra effects of that project. And it seems like those para effects are actually more meaningful than the project. It's like there's maybe one could make a game, or one could assemble a performance, or like a kind of an episode in the world, but that episode is in and of itself could be traded or changed, or may not be specifically interesting, or et cetera. But the engagement, like the products of the engagement of whomever's using that thing, is the actual project, it seems like to me.
Thank you very much for the presentations. It's so interesting. I want to share an observation and then ask a question. So I felt bombarded by images because the way that you guys present images together is basically images framed by images, juxtaposed with images, or reflected on images. We see screens on screens, images upon images, and most of them are moving, and they all have vibrant colors, if not aggressive colors. And so I think what Mark shared, the Richard Scarry's 20th century busy town jobs, is an analogy of what our sensory experience is. You just run out of eyes. And I'm curious about your thoughts behind why presenting images this way, and your thoughts on how viewers should see them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think part of it is a function of having a very brief time to present something. For everyone wants to give a 1-hour lecture, and they were only given 20 minutes. So that's, part of it is a function of that, just like a kind of reel of imagery. But better to your point, I mean, I'm not sure that that's a goal of mine, like a bombardment of imagery, of kind of aggressive, antagonistic visual experience. But it's certainly an observation of mine, and like a kind of I want to participate with the image culture that I find. I'm not sure that it's a good thing per se, but it's a thing that I want to participate in.
I think for us, all 6 of us came through architecture education, and it's not really a conversation we've had. Well, we are recently having conversations about like, what's our aesthetic language? Why has this aesthetic language rose? I mean, I think first and foremost, our name is Excessive Aesthetic, so it's just like extra, just like be extra in everything, and don't be ashamed about that. But I think that kind of comes from traditional architecture education having such constrained or refined aesthetic outputs, whether that's like your drawings have to be a certain scale, or it has to be an axonometric it's not an axo unless it's this certain degree, or it's very like clean or right, yeah. So I think that it's kind of an antidote to having gone through that form of education and not really seeing, just like being, not having these kind of more playful forms being represented. I think they are more prevalent now, but I think that's probably only since the past like 5 years or something. Just from my own experience, yeah, like it's just not being afraid to be like, we are gonna just have like pink and bright colors and neon and chrome text and just go for it all. And yeah, there is a process of obviously refining and what that means, and if that aesthetic language even fits what we're kind of what we're interested in or what spaces we want to move into now. But I think that there was a moment of just being accepting of that and just going full 100% with it and not really worrying about, like if it was by choice or not. It's just, pushing that.
Yeah, I think I'd agree, and it's kind of a similar sort of position where maybe when we started doing this work, game technologies were not so much integrated into architecture as they are now. You know, so many students are using Unreal, Unity and things like that. But there was always this sense that if we're using game technologies as architects, should we, like for example, Unreal Engine is very easy to make stuff look photorealistic. And in a way, it means you're absolved from taking an aesthetic position on what your virtual world should look like. You can just get Quixel assets, put them in, beautiful textures. You could make this building look exactly like this building in reality, but actually there's many more layers to like the creation of virtual worlds and computer graphics and things like that. And so we wanted to kind of bring a bit of the aesthetics from video gaming into the kind of architectural design. Because, for example, if you think of like Nintendo has a really strong aesthetic language across all of their games, but it's not about making the most realistic looking thing, but it's often creates the most meaningful things through that. So I think for us it was really important that the work kind of addresses that and also maybe challenges how we as architects might use these technologies and maybe make them a little bit boring in the future as well through our kind of adoption of them. And I think there was also the point raised there about like the idea of the caricature as well, which we kind of really, there's a Ian Bogost article we've referenced too many times to count now, but talking about the way that we kind of start to worship algorithms and simulations, and that video games are different because they say we're a caricature of reality, we're not pretending to be anything other than that. So again, I think drawing from the aesthetics of games, the idea of a caricature, the idea of if you're a gamer and you grow up playing games, you're used to like looking at 4 different things at once, and it becomes kind of second nature to you. I think all of that just, it felt like that needed to be represented within the work in order for it to properly speak about the relationship of those technologies.
I think also, actually adding to your point, a reference we always give to our students is heterosterols in defense of the poor image. And I think that's incredibly important in not having to be confined with the digital tools, not being able to reach this kind of like hyper-realistic, like very efficient form of image making. But in fact, like these scans are like broken and they're kind of glitchy and they're kind of like errors, and they maybe don't necessarily look right or give the exact digital copy or mirror of the physical. And that's actually kind of more interesting aesthetically than trying to recreate exactly something that already exists, but just in the digital. Creating a twin isn't exactly as critical as adopting your own kind of method. That's always a key text.
I want to follow up on Gia's question and your answers, which I found very interesting, and I'm compelled by how you're explaining it. But I'm going to push you just for a moment and ask, are you finding, as you engage with these very playful and so on, that they keep you from being very specific about what you're saying? Or are you able to say really what you want to be saying, even though you're using a language which was described as bombardment, but a language that is not very specific? Is there a tension there, or is that a question that you haven't asked yourselves?
That's an interesting one. I feel like it kind of, in some ways, it is specific. It's maybe specific to, like, some of the projects are more specific to the domain of like gamers and game players. Therefore, you can take that kind of specificity of things that they would understand and use that to draw kind of attention or kind of bring them into a project that maybe does not sit in the world of games normally. Because I think there is a whole kind of lexicon and spatial language that video games have that is not the same as architecture, even though it may be taking place in worlds that look quite architectural. The classic one is the like yellow paint that they have in games. Like if there's a surface that you can climb up or something like that, it often has like a bit of yellow paint on it. So the player knows, oh, this thing's got, there's some kind of visual marker in this. So if there was sort of maybe these pipe, the HVAC or whatever is yellow, you'd kind of feel like, oh, I can climb up this because it's demarcated in a certain way. So there's a whole kind of language to that maybe game players and people sort of who engage with virtual worlds a lot kind of understand that is not in the language of architecture. And I think sort of combining those specificities that us, I think, will find, but also obviously there's a whole language and lexicon of architecture, of architectural space, but also drawing, representation and things like that, that we're familiar with as architects that others aren't. And I think when you combine those two together, maybe the two sort of specific languages generate a third language, which, yes, might be a little bit hard to interpret because you might fall between architects don't know what you're doing and gamers don't know what you're doing. But again, I think, as Rihanna's been saying, that space where it can be a bit indeterminate or can kind of glitch between the two is a sort of another type of specificity that's really exciting as well to us.
I think, particularly with the nail salon, so the research actually came from our member Teresa's research on Brazilian nail salons, and the aesthetic of those salons are very, very specific in regards to very bright, bold colors, lots of gradients, even if you look at the magazines as well, very like bold text and font. And so that aesthetic we adopted with the nail salon kind of installation. And then as we developed other projects, it kind of just stuck. Not really with us really questioning the aesthetic. We kind of just allowed the aesthetic to develop as we develop projects. But then I think that's also because we then took a position of maybe more of an artistic practice in which you're able to, you know, just sit within these spaces and not necessarily always have to have reasoning for every choice that you make, but also give ourselves the space and freedom to be like, this is the kind of aesthetic language we want to choose, and kind of allowing that just to kind of sit without having to, because I think maybe more in academia and architecture, there's always a lot of reasoning for all the decisions that you make. And I think sometimes we try and allow ourselves the kind of artistic space to be like, this is kind of the aesthetic that we like to use.
Hi, thank you, everyone, for your presentations. Maybe as a follow-up to that, thinking about language and aesthetics, and maybe as a counterpoint to specificity, or maybe just another alternative framework. I'm curious about tone and the role that aesthetics play in establishing tone. I noticed that in all three presentations, there's perhaps an element of humor or sarcasm that perhaps is a way to arrive at the subtext of the content, which perhaps is actually a more productive way to maybe unearth some of these larger social questions that you are all thinking about.
I mean, humor, playfulness is like a really big part of XA's work, but I think there was a moment where collectively we weren't really seeing the things that we were engaging with outside of architecture school being brought into the architecture projects that we were doing. And so this idea of image production and like the meme and the memification of images, and the constant repeating and the kind of copy and pasting and the kind of new definitions that are evolved as things keep getting repeated, was really interesting to us. And engaging with things that isn't considered academic and trying to bring them into an academic space and seeing what kind of conversations arrive from that was like a pinnacle part of like the methodology and thinking that we have behind all of our projects. Like our first project we ever did that I didn't show was it was an open call for the Serpentine galleries for an AR installation. And around that time, like Fire Festival had just like the Netflix documentary came out. And so we were really interested in the idea of social media platforms being able to disseminate this kind of fake spaces. And so Fire Festival was this like big topic of the project. And so it's also trying to bring in current affairs or pop culture instances that are happening in the present day to give it specificity also in regards to time. And a term that we kind of self-developed for the studio we teach is called a hybrid phenomena, in which we always get students to start every research project identifying a cultural phenomenon, whether it's digital or physical, and to really investigate the feedback loops that happen between this current affair, like current or topic or phenomena happening in the real world and what are the physical but then also digital manifestations of that. And I think this idea of hybrid phenomena is very central to XA's work, and then that can also include humorous instances or kind of crazy like one-off moments that happen, and I think that's really important to kind of give like time specificity also to the work.
Yeah, I think irony is like a kind of constantly running thread throughout all of our work. I think, as I said at the end, been thinking quite a lot about game engines as kind of vehicles for generating irony, because the way, quite literally, let's say you can take a rock, you can then have that rock just treated as a rock that you can walk up to and sort of touch or bash into. You can click a button and you can walk through that rock. You can add a piece of code and that rock can start talking to you. So this sort of like severing and kind of reassembling of meaning is something that video game engines are exceptionally good at. And so for us, that's something that we really like to play with. And I think seeing like the kind of characters that Mark has in his briefs as well, I think it's a really productive way of like destabilizing people's expectations of stuff in order to then make them question things. And kind of irony gets a bad rap a lot of the time, but I think that idea of like destabilizing like the power structures or structures of meaning that may have been defined by someone else and kind of reassembling them in new ways is definitely something that's really productive in our work. And we also live in East London, so everything we do has to be ironic.
Do you have any final comments from the panelists? Great. I think that's all we have time for. Okay, one more question. One more quick question.
For Luke specifically, what is like your favorite game outside of your work? What game do you think inspired you to do your work the most? And then what is something like you're playing right now in your free time?
There's probably different answers to that. I can give the sort of architecture answer versus the truthful. Final Fantasy VII, the original game. I don't like to say it because it says how old I am. But that was one of the first times where you just saw this kind of CGI world mixed with these really beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds, and just like never seen anything like it at the time. It was absolutely amazing. It's very inspirational. But again, connects to like historical depictions of kind of utopia and things like that. Now at the moment, we're working on a new book, and so I've been spending a lot of time, both leisure and work, in Elden Ring, which is obviously amazing world building, and you can hold any game up from Software as a kind of exemplar of spatial storytelling as well, because you don't know what's going on half the time, but the way the world's kind of communicated to you is so much through the architecture. So.
Thank you. We'll have a brief break, and then the next session starts at 11:15. Thank you.
Well, Carl waters his plant. Yeah, it'll be a good addition. So thank you for that first session. That was really fantastic. And so I'm gonna introduce the next session, environmental imaginaries. And I'll introduce the presenters here in a second. But I wanted to give a few thoughts they're fairly loose, and maybe they're even more just like a few quotes that I'm gonna try to string together a little bit. That helps me kind of frame some of these things. And I was just like, while sitting down to kind of think about how to introduce environmental imaginaries, a passage I read several years ago from Borges came back to mind. It's a story an essay actually, a fragment of an essay that I hadn't thought about in quite some time, and it's called The Analytical Language of John Wilkins. And it stuck with me throughout the years. And so in this essay, Borges quotes an entry in the Celestial Emporium of Benevolent Knowledge. And this is it's kind of an eccentric, actually fictitious taxonomy of animals that he embeds in a nonfiction essay, which is kind of a weird aspect of it. But in this taxonomy, it is stated that animals are divided into A, belonging to the emperor, B, embalmed, C, tame, D, sucking pigs, E, sirens, F, fabulous, G, stray dogs, H, included in the present classification, I, frenzied, J, innumerable, K, drawn with a very fine camel hair brush, L, etc., M, having just broken the water pitcher, and N, that from a long way off look like flies. So in my first encounter with this text, it induced a strange curiosity, not only because of the eccentricity of the beings enumerated and their possibility, but also because of the elusiveness of the categories, the ability of the taxonomy to be both believable and unbelievable at the same time, and its ability to sustain conventional and fantastical knowledge also at the same time. So Borges's taxonomy is a fragmented, deficient rendering of the natural world, and yet it is still all-encompassing somehow. So my next encounter with this classification of the natural world came several years later when I was in graduate school, and I opened to the preface of Foucault's The Order of Things. And to my surprise, I was faced with this taxonomy once again. And so here Foucault confronts the unstable reality that the taxonomy's contradictions, ambiguities, and uncertainties produce. And one of my all-time favorite linguistic assemblies is the final sentence of the very first paragraph in the preface, in which, for me, Foucault captures the epistemological knot that Borges presents us with. And Foucault says, in the wonderment of this taxonomy, the thing we apprehend in one great leap, and the thing that by means of the fable is demonstrated as the exotic charm of another system of thought, is the limitation of our own, the stark impossibility of thinking that. And he also, in the preface, he stresses that. So in other words, for Foucault, the that is an inconclusive gap that exists in between the possibility and impossibility of conjuring thought into being. So the momentum of the environmental turn in the last 10 years has seen a fairly significant shift in the way that we classify the natural world, as well as our relationship to it. And yet the discipline still struggles to find meaningful ways of productively addressing the stubborn social, political, and economic dynamics of perpetual environmental crisis. Many attempts to address these dynamics, one, they're overabundant, but more often than not, they repeat the same kinds of orthodoxies and fairly innocuous rhetoric that at best stalls and at worst continues to carve away at architecture's agency. But I would like to suggest that this limitation, or as Foucault puts it, the impossibility of thinking that, is not only a crisis of agency, but also a crisis of the imagination. And so literary and eco-critic Lawrence Well goes beyond imagination as thought, and he specifically connects it to the production of images. And here he states that the inability to effectively address environmental crisis involves a crisis of the imagination the amelioration of which depends on finding better ways of imaging nature and humanity's relationship to it. And I find that idea really interesting, that it's as much a question of like how we produce images as it is how such images, well, it's about producing images and the way such images produce thought, as it is the kind of production of thought itself. Which to me, again, speaks like it connects for me to the idea of the exhibit, the idea of everything that we're doing today. But anyway, so worlding, it's an inherently architectural project, whether in the context of professional practice, creative endeavors, or academia. One of the primary tasks for us is to depict a possible future that does not yet exist. And I would like to suggest that the criteria for the environmental imaginary, in other words, what possible futures exist and what futures are possible, shouldn't be limited by known categories of thought and practice, nor should the criteria for any environmental imaginary be discrete. So instead, I'd like to advocate for an environmental imaginary that is operative in the way that Borges's taxonomy is operative, that its categories are fluid, elusive, and characterized by their conceptual drift, that it can conjure novel hybrids that surface the vulnerabilities within our current system of thought and practice. So to me, this is vital to any productive future imaginary, particularly the environmental kind. But hybrid practices and subjects become really, really important in this, and in their kind of Haraway cyborgian sense of destabilizing categories and instrumentalizing uncertainty, ambiguity, they help us imagine how to reconfigure this relationship that we're trying to discover to nature and environment that's outside of human-centered hierarchies and that engender a fluid territory of other energetic, technological, digital, biotic, and abiotic systems. So maybe it's that the idea that a more than human imaginary also can highlight the need to challenge the conventional architectural and representational grammars that we're accustomed to. And so there's like one kind of final quote to me that's really interesting in this context, which comes from Catherine Ingram, where she notes that crucial to the kind of criticality that does without authoritarian models of authorship, normative technologies, and training is its awareness of how nomenclatures advance. And she goes on to say that part of that is really understanding how our practice starts to give new wrappers to those nomenclatures. So we must understand where those nomenclatures come from, but we also must be really creative in how we think about rewrapping those and how we kind of reframe and reorganize those in terms of like our patterns of thought and practice. So for me, that about sums up the intro. And now I just want to go ahead and introduce our presenters, who I think for me all challenge existing nomenclatures pertaining to architecture's relationship to the more than human environment. Their diverse practices and approaches achieve this in a variety of ways, but perhaps one common thread that I might offer is that their work on architecture's provisional relationship to the environment, and how this provisional relationship is temporally contingent as much as it is spatially contingent on environmental forces and actors. Architecture for them is more than. It is a set of temporally and spatially located processes, practices, and protocols that may result in architecture, but doesn't necessarily determine it per se. Instead, their work can, at least in part, be understood in the context of environmental images and their drift, how architecture as image and language is tooled and also retools ideas about environments and environmental futures. So I'll go ahead and introduce I'll introduce all of them in the order that they're going to appear. So the first is Gabriel Bergara, who's an architect and urban designer. He's a graduate of the Architecture and Urban Design program at Columbia GSAP, and he currently serves as an adjunct faculty member at Columbia and collaborates with the New York City-based architecture practice Means of Egress. Gabriel has taught landscape and urban design studios at RISD in Rhode Island and at Universidad Andrés Bello in Chile. And as a member of multidisciplinary design teams, Gabriel has collaborated with organizations in the US and Latin America, including the Center for Justice Innovation in New York, the Art Museum of Ciudad Juarez in Mexico, and Articia Lab in Santiago. He has contributed to architecture and urban design firms such as One Architecture and Urbanism, working on coastal resiliency projects, and the recent publication, Building with Nature, creating, implementing, and upscaling nature-based solutions, as well as 551 Arquitectos in Peru. He is co-founder of Suzuka, an architecture studio based in Chile, and the local brand of Super Sudaca in Santiago. His work has been published internationally and featured in the Chilean pavilion at the 12th Venice Biennale of Architecture in 2010. Debbie Chen is an assistant professor and graduate program director in architecture at Rhode Island School of Design. Her work explores how infrastructural typologies warrant design attention and exert spatial cultural influence. In pursuit of infrastructural intimacy, she's currently working on the cultural extensions of resource infrastructure through built and speculative mediums. As a licensed architect, Debbie previously served as project architect at Morphosis Architects and as project lead at LTL Architects. And prior to joining RISD, she taught at Syracuse University and the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where she was the 2021-2022 Architectural Activism Fellow. She received a Master of Architecture from Princeton University, as well as a Bachelor of Architecture from the University of Southern California. And finally, we have Kati Dan Zhang, who is an Associate Professor of Architecture here at UTK. And she's also the founder of Temporary Office, an award-winning design practice exploring architecture and digital technology through the production of multimedia exhibitions, objects, drawings, animations, installations, building proposals, and writings. With over 15 years of experience in architectural practice in the US and Asia, her work has been featured in solo and group exhibitions at UC Berkeley, Florida Atlantic, T-Space, London Design Festival, Carnegie Museum of Art's A&D Museum, Harvard GSD, and more. She was a finalist of the Harvard GSD's Wheelwright Prize in 2018 and 2021, and she is the author of the most recent volume of the pamphlet architecture series titled Active Atmospheres on Instruments and Protocols for Medium, Hybrids, and Architectural Voids. So with that, I'd like to thank our presenters again for being a part of this and to invite Gabriel to the stage.
No, I think that the full screen is fine. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for Micah for the presentation and for the invitation to participate in this symposium today. So before to start, I would like to mention that some of the work that I will present today has been developed in collaboration with my colleagues Ameline In and Christine Giorgio at Friends Making Works, which is an attempt to name the way how we do research and practice. We work across exhibitions, media, transdisciplinary design practices. We have cumulative backgrounds in architecture, digital media and illustration, urban design and film, and often work with a broader network of collaborators. Today I will present 4 projects that take 2 major approaches. First, 2 exhibitions projects I work with Friends Making Work, which raise questions about material practices and delve into both planetary and local imaginaries. Second, 2 projects that explore urban scale interventions, proposing environmental imaginaries that highlight the entanglement of nature and urban systems. One of our earliest collaboration was planetary home improvement from just-in-time to geological time. A design and research project exhibited at Viper Gallery in Prague. The project takes stock of the terrestrial home via the big box DIY home improvement store to examine the geological life of product accumulation, installation, and instruction through both physical and digital gallery artifacts. The exhibition framed off-the-shelf materials not as commodities, but as geological entities with shelf base as stratigraphic stacks of time. It takes 1 day to install drywall. It takes 299 million years to form gypsum. Reuse offcuts are, in the gallery are organized not by department or by quantity, but by their mineral entanglements: metal, rocks, plastic, oil, and woods. These stacks resemble a geological time chart, panels of geological section hummed with extraction, and QR codes links offcuts to an online store, taking us back millions of years of material formation through a slow scrolling interface. These digital and physical artifacts work to challenge the idea that standardized products are unlimited in supply or outside of history. Projected on a workbench was a film connecting geology to construction tools and home improvement labor, hinting at a shift toward collective practices. This led to the Depot, a research and exhibition project at the BEB Gallery at RISD. Depot looks into the built environment as a site of material exchange, a potential urban mine. Building waste is routinely salvaged, transported, sorted, cleaned, labeled, stored, and recombined for recirculation. These laborious local practices exceed construction scopes and budgets, yet are crucial to taking stock of an industry overwhelmed by extraction. While construction contributes to gross domestic product, GDP growth, this metric ignores unpaid labor and environmental cost. Instead, we offer gross domestic practices, recognizing the energetic work of salvage and reuse in a world facing material limits. This work began by visiting sites, documenting and starting starting a working salvage directory of the Northeast, one that records material recovery networks of architecture specifications. Such a map suggests that post-extraction architecture is not only possible, but already exists. Our GIS supplier list locates reuse centers, salvage stores, and scrap processing facilities, deconstruction services, and material brokers in 4 states. On the gallery wall, site-specific drawings take us closer to the energetic economy. Plans feature 6 salvage suppliers we met with over a year, taking note of their material know-how. From a lone wood broker in Connecticut who stores deconstructed floorboards vertically in a rental barn, to a reuse center co-op providing affordable materials and workshops in Boston. At Depot, we see the warehouse not only as a corporate seller of product or geological archive, but also as a possible interface for planetary accounting of C&D waste. The exhibition is organized around a central shelf unit, splicing the gallery into 2 spaces flanked by drawing and objects. In elevation, a shelf of 4 bays correspond with 4 exercises in hardware or metal, earth, wood, and dust. Material on one side and drawings on the other offer both tangible and imagined gross domestic practices. At the first bay, The first bay, includes off-the-shelf hardware, fittings, fixtures, and equipment sourced from a variety of architecture, salvage, and second-hand stores. These ready-mades tend to be the easiest to reuse without much alteration. However, in the shelf, these objects are displayed in a non-utilitarian way. We frame the narratives of these objects from refuse to relic. In Bay 2, we look into earth and ground cover. We started by visiting the soil bank in Brooklyn to document and collect soil samples. We sized the value of soil excavated from construction. Recycling soil in situ is a starting point to create conditions for metabolic activity. Once we saw displaced soil as constructive, we became interested in a range of historic techniques such as ram earth and adobe brick. So we made bricks with the samples and with local clay. Since the soil is entirely reusable, we work with its temporality. We see soil as a means to support local economies over time. With plants and seeds as co-hosts, these bricks planters are invited to decompose into soil matter again. This improvised brickwork prompts ideas of maintenance and large earthwork questions that leverage both cut and fill, extraction and addition. By looking into a practice of depaving, like the pave movement in Portland, which is really interesting, we can also foster new ideas for landscape repair. We choose a parking lot in Providence and ask what if the cracks in the asphalt became lines of subtraction. This reimagined urban spaces by incorporating soil and collaboration while establishing new maintenance protocols. In the third and fourth bays, we work with offcuts and dust. Where there exist standardized materials, there exist offcuts. So we collected and transported them. We documented wood board with photogrammetry into a family tree file and organized the pieces remotely with the intention to play with irregularity, finding new salvage workflows. On the other hand, dust, the offcuts of the offcuts, take the form of a wall of tiles made using sawdust as a primary waste material in abundance. This work required collecting, crushing, and mixing water and a binder with different types of dust, mostly byproducts from C&D waste streams. At the shelf, these tiles were organized horizontally in a gradient of quantities. At the top, we placed tiles with varying ratios of gypsum, continuing with samples of organic materials, such as eggshells and coffee, or different proportions of brick dust, as well as aggregates like crushed ceramics and decomposed granite. Our tile series is a way to think toward a kind of construction cookbook, which in time would replace cement with fly ash or shell fire lime. Moving from this material scale exploration, I will now share a couple of projects that engage with this issue, but from urban scale approach and perspective. Amphibious Canto is a project I designed for the Water Urbanism Studio at Columbia GISA. It's a case study that imagines ways for an adaptive and resilient future. The city of Canto is located in the low Mekong region of Vietnam, a marvelous fertile territory. Historically, the region has relied on a system of canals that facilitate transportation and economic exchange, which is reflected in the social space of floating markets. The region today is highly vulnerable to economic disruptions due to flooding. According to the World Bank report in 2014, Canto City floods on an average of twice a day during the wet season. This figure is expected to increase greatly as inundation of main road is projected to rise, leading to severe losses for land-based markets. The floating markets, on the other hand, continue to function during floods and have evolved various ways of adapt to fluctuations in water levels. For centuries, floating markets have served as a local condenser of social and economical activity in the Mekong Delta region. Today, they face the constant threat of losing their local significance and being reduced to tourist attractions due to the preference for land-based lifestyles. With the loss of floating markets, Vietnam stands to lose the several functional benefits these markets can serve in terms of social, economic, and environmental resilience. They offer significant benefits when compared to land-based markets that will become imperative as the number of inundation days continue to grow. Our project takes the case of the Kai Rang floating market, which is the biggest in the city. However, lack of access of educational institutions, healthcare, and sanitation facilities forces the sellers to move to land in search of a more comfortable lifestyle. Physical accessibility of the water edge and government policies of building embankments and dikes is further destroying the relationship between land and water and leading to a smaller customer base. On the other hand, dikes and embankments have been known to be ineffective in some parts of the world due to unpredictability in sea level rise and storm surge. The design strategy aims to counter this threat by reimagining the river and its edges as social ecological places for exchange that adapt and shift with the rising water levels, making the city environmentally resilient and strengthening the floating market as a place of shared and inclusive economy. To implement these strategies, we look at the existing material systems at play in the market that range from elements that are fixed, such as timber piles, to elements that are floating, such as boats and floating houses. These systems are supported by the use of local resources and the indigenous boat-making knowledge. Learning from this system, we evolve a buoyant unit that is derived from the size of a regular boat in the market. That unit can be scaled up to allow for multiple functions and help to transition the edge from a hard line to a more adaptable territory that shifts with temporal flux of the river. As a small unit of scale, we look at a site adjacent to the floating market where the building of an embankment has disrupted the relationship between land and water. The gradual transition of these sites in phases aims to remediate the relationship between water and land life by rethinking the edge as an amphibious system. To reestablish this relationship, we imagine an inlet where stakeholders gain value by becoming adaptable to shifting water levels. The site would eventually evolve to a node in the robust water transportation network and will act as an anchor for this mobile infrastructure. The amphibious zone is reimagined as a perennial, vibrant, environmentally sustainable, and adapted to local practices and way of life. In the future, as inundations become increasingly frequent due to land subsidence and sea level rise, the Mekong Delta will need solutions that operate in both regular and flooded conditions. Floating market communities are a remarkable example of indigenous practice that possess the invaluable traditional ecological knowledge of living with water. Learning from these and other practices is crucial to generate more resilient design responses to the climate crisis. Here in the photo, I included this project that is very interesting, like the floating school in Bangladesh by Mohammed Rezwan that inspired the project that I was presenting before. So following on these ideas, during my work as an urban designer at One Architecture and Urbanism, I researched and developed a series of illustrations for the book Building with Nature. This book is an effort to bring together and distill a range of building with nature concepts that have been tested and refined through 2 knowledge development programs by EcoShape. EcoShape is a Dutch foundation that connects organizations and individuals to work together to advance the application of building with nature in water-related societal issues. Through this book, we translated experiences, technical knowledge, and environmental dialogues with multiple experts into a sequence of 6 landscape-type illustrations and their underlying ecological, economic, and social systems. Nature-based solutions are defined as actions to protect, sustainable, manage, and restore natural or modify ecosystems by working with nature and ecosystem dynamics rather than against them. They play a key role, or they could play a key role in resilience, urban, and landscape design. A full depiction of fictional landscape situates different building with nature concepts such as rehabilitating mangrove belts, growing salt marshes, and many, many others. These drawings illustrate and communicate ecological benefits. For instance, healthy mangrove habitats that play a major role in fish nurseries and biodiversity, or salt marshes habitats that attract migratory birds. They also communicate how habitat creation and conservation strategies deliver a series of community benefits sustaining livelihood. New resource flows by repair landscape require new ways of material and resource movement, such as managing sediment dynamics to create conditions for mangrove regeneration, which in return creates conditions for carbon capture. Because nature-based solutions are hyper-local, successful implementations will require the involvement of various stakeholders, from governments and institutions to local communities contributing their knowledge. Even though I provided a very brief overview of building with nature concepts here, I believe they are a great tool to help designers envision concrete environmental imaginaries and communicate ideas and concepts that sometimes are too abstract or too technical. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Debbie Chen. I just want to say thank you to Micah for the introduction and to the whole steering committee for hosting the event and bringing me here. So today I'm actually just going to talk about one project, so bear with me. But the first half of the presentation will really be centered on framing the project. I want to talk to you a little bit about I think, and how I like to put the project in context to maybe larger questions that I'm thinking about. So as Micah introduced, I've been thinking about infrastructure as it overlaps with culture for some time. And for the moment, the way that I think the term that I've landed on is the term intermediary and what that could offer us in terms of the type of work we make and the type of change and the speed of change we expect to see. So in thinking about intermediary and intermediary softness, maybe let's start with the term intermediate for a little bit. So the term intermediary is no stranger to the world of infrastructure. In fact, the name of the project that I'll talk to you about later is directly inspired by this object that you see on the screen, which is the standard 275-gallon intermediate bulk container, more typically referred to as an IBC tote. I'm sure you've all seen one before, laying around maybe in a foreign landscape such as this. The name intermediate bulk container suggests that it is not positioned within a broader, within a broader spectrum of material movement, that it offers not a point of termination, but one of shifting forms and forces within a complex web of systemic flows. The flexible blue tube reminds us that this structure is meant to be emptied, that its intended purpose requires the constant work of emptying and refilling. So according to the Encyclopedia of Packaging Technology, IBCs are industrial-grade containers engineered for the mass handling, transport, and storage of liquids, semi-solids, pastes, or solids. Technically speaking, the IBC tote meets a capacity and transportability niche between the standard shipping drum and the intermodal tank container. Standardized to integrate into a universal pallet base, rigid IBCs facilitate the middle scale handoff of a spectrum of mediums ranging from the innocuous to the hazardous. But the IBC hasn't always existed in such a rigid state. The standard IBC comes from a history of softness and flexibility, as evidenced by this bulk bag or flexible IBC. Indeed, commercial transportation of goods via soft vessels has been popular since the 1960s, leveraging fundamental principles of surface tension and gravity as a way to carry and deploy commodities. So just a few maybe terms that we can think about. I think with this background information, we can perhaps agree that the IBC tote is an infrastructure that occurs at a middle place or stage between the extremes of personal consumption and multinational bulk transportation. But if intermediate is a status, how might we consider middle infrastructure's agency within the spectrum of forces in which they transact? This question is better asked if we shift to thinking about these systems as intermediary infrastructures instead. To be intermediary is to serve as a link, a mediator, a reconciliator. To become intermediary is to acknowledge that there are conditions to reconcile, a productive place to start when contemplating ecological restructuring through the lens of infrastructural regimes. So let us not think about the IBC and structures like it as only a consequence of global logistical pressures, but also as a potential agent of resistance and relief, of happy limits and voluntary discomforts. Here I propose that we might appreciate the IBC tote for its potential as an intermediary structure, a construct that mediates between urgent demands and long-term needs in a broken world. Intermediary structures might offer us a way to stretch time as we work to dismantle and reconstruct larger ecological frameworks. So in thinking about intermediary structures, I find great inspiration from the author and professor Hele Hobart and her book, Cooling the Tropics, Ice Indigeneity and Hawaiian Refreshment, which you see on the left. So Professor Hobart is a Native and Indigenous Studies scholar at Yale University who works on issues of food sovereignty in Hawaii. The conclusion of the book opens at the Pu'uhonua o Pu'uhuluhulu camp at the base of the Mauna Kea on Hawaii's Big Island, and the site is on the right. So the volcano, named Mauna Kea, plays a critical role in the creation myths of the Kanaka Maoli and is thus considered sacred. The land of Mauna Kea, however, has been leased by the state since 1968 to the University of Hawaii for research. 14 observatories have since been constructed on Mauna Kea, and since 2014, a plan has been in place to erect the 30-meter telescope, a new, quote, observatory that would be able to provide images 12 times sharper than the Hubble Space Telescope and 4 times sharper than the new James Webb Telescope. End quote. So it is in this protest of the construction of the 30-meter telescope that we find Dr. Hobart in solidarity with the activists blocking access to Mauna Kea Access Road in 2019. So in this chapter of the book, Hobart describes the movement kitchen that has been organized to feed the more than 1,000 activists gathered in support of indigenous land rights and in protest against ecological destruction. Hobart uses the term managing melt to describe the labor and attention paid to running the movement kitchen, which you see on the right, with its elaborate food preservation system comprised of coolers, generators, and wastewater catchment vessels. Managing melt, then, is a way to support resistance through the same structures that you're trying to dismantle. The coolers at the Mauna Kea camp are intermediary structures that sustain the gap between urgent demands for sustenance during the fight for land sovereignty, while calling to question the fragility of our food systems themselves. The melt from the coolers remind us that this care and labor invested in upholding colonial regimes might be slow to let go, and that managing melt incrementally does not contradict nor take away from larger motivations to overturn these systems. In addressing the consequences of thermal management through intermediary means, Hobart offers a path forward by understanding responsibility, obligation, and care are specific ways to counter the narratives of erasure and uniformity that's assigned to infrastructure dependency. A little bit about maintenance and care. So, as Hobart witnessed at the Mauna Kea camp, infrastructural maintenance produces infrastructural intimacy, and this intimacy provides a way into relational calibration with our ecological systems. This calibration is not totalizing. It is not an about face into ideal conditions. Rather, it is a slow shift that stretches time and gains incremental ground. As Hobart writes, quote, "Keeping infrastructures intact requires maintenance. The work of tending is necessary but undervalued. There are no great breakthroughs or rewards, other than the very fact that such labors keep things going for just a while longer, forestalling the unforgiving effects of time," end quote. So literally and figuratively, the melt from the coolers at Mauna Kea are forcing ecological restructuring through the attention it demands, regardless of how humble in scope or immediate in duration. Staying on melt and liquid management, let's return to the IBC as a product of geologistical operations, and let us consider the hubris involved in our desire to contain and move liquid matter around the world. Liquids are unwieldy, heavy, shape-shifting, and tricky to carry. The inertia of moving liquid is only tempered by the fixity of more rigid structures. So while dormant in captivity, though, this inertia of water provides latent ways to fuel the slow and important work of restructuring ecological relations. Thinking about large bodies of water that resist containment, I'm reminded that there is renewed momentum behind the incremental removal of riparian structures. Less than 2 years ago, the largest dam removal project in U.S. history began on the Klamath River between California and Oregon. For decades, the Yurok tribe has advocated for the removal of this 4-dam system in order to return the river to viable habitat for the salmon populations. The dam removal will also restore water quality, which has been greatly affected by over 100 years of sedimentation. The Copco 2 dam was removed in October 2023, and in January 2024, the Iron Gate Dam began lowering or drawing down the reservoir by 2 feet a day. The pace of this work, the slow dismantling of these hard infrastructures, suggests that ecological restructuring through an infrastructural change requires not a swift break, but a gentle mediation. As we come to terms with the limitations of hard infrastructure to establish and sustain ecological relations, we're also reminded that their fragility in the wake of natural disasters occur with increasing frequency. This fragility, albeit destructive, is also why work like dam removal is possible. So just lastly here, before I transition to the project, as we move beyond the fragility of hard infrastructure, we build intimacy with intermediary structures, their mediums, and through obligation, responsibility, and care. This pivot can happen alongside the same established systems that you're trying to change. In Hobart's words, quote, "Thermal dependency, while a reality in the present day, does not necessarily impede the care, collaboration, and nourishment required to realize sovereign futures, even if those forms of care and food might not, on the surface, look like food sovereignty as most envision it," end quote. Hobart's appeal to the unexpected form of care and kinship is another way to define intermediary structures. These medium infrastructures, while taken out of the capitalist efficiencies of their original design, offer situational, life-giving pathways into sustained change. So keeping this in mind, let us consider the intermediate bulk container in this new light. And I'm thinking, drawing examples, specifically like artists like Mary Mattingly, seen here, in which the IBCs embrace an intermediary nature, serving as relational vessels with flows of life, labor, and love. Intermediary structures are not those of the 30-meter telescope, nor those of the Klamath River dams that serve a fixed teleology in obfuscation of the land and ecologies that they compromise. Rather, these intermediary structures are those which already exist within compromised scenarios, flexible, soft vessels that lend a hand to resist, impede, and slowly dissolve the hard constructs that prevent the infrastructural intimacy that we want to take root. So with that in mind, I want to talk to you about a research and design project that I completed with the support of RISD over the course of the last academic year. It is titled Intermediary Softness, and it's a project that earnestly leans into the cultural possibilities of infrastructure. Amidst rapidly changing climate, this research and design project argues for a different type of infrastructure that relies on mutual dependencies and deeper intimacy with natural resources, in this case, water. It pivots us away from understanding infrastructure as bureaucratic, hard, and fixed towards another framework that appreciates these systems as imperfect, flexible, beautiful, but ultimately in need of care. Rather than hold large amounts of water in place using hard, heavy, invisible, and invasive systems, this middle infrastructure operates under the opportunities of short-term capture, lightweight and mobile materials, and high degrees of social contact. To begin the project, me and a team of wonderful graduate researchers, Peyton Gonzalez, Alex Croft, Lisa Epstein, and Isabel Troutman, we began by doing a survey, really, of the zeitgeist of water carry, as you see here. So the research focused on our bodily and cultural relationship with water. How do we imbibe it, carry it, store it, and share it? I want to emphasize that we truly are kind of interested in the culture of water here. And we kind of assembled it into a field guide that was kind of categorized into 4 scales: the hand scale, the body scale, kind of a building component scale, and then larger infrastructural scale. So within the field guide, we selected kind of a non-exhaustive list of various water vessels for further analysis, to detail and further understand implications of materiality, weight, and duration of use. When viewed collectively, the guide makes connections between changes in material, ease of transportation, scale, weight, and firmness. And you can see that assembled here. This is the field guide, along with kind of another compendium of design notes, which I'll show you later. So from the outset, the design team prioritized certain findings from the research that espoused a more intimate culture of water management. This translated into the development of a soft shingle envelope that would both contain and shed water directly into other vessels. we're interested in working with, or kind of redefining what a shingle means here. So whereas traditional rigid shingles or rigid panels are great at water shedding, their stiffness and weight don't allow for direction or ventilation. Directional control or ventilation control. They're also cumbersome to move, also just quite fixed. So this is just a GIF of our early model studies. The team also worked through a series of small-scale concept models investigating the movement of fabric shingles under tension, the effect this had on the water itself, and also some structural components for how to take on the weight of the water. So after the model stage, we moved on to full-scale mock-up testing. The mock-up allows us to develop further this kind of nylon ripstop shingle, the size of it, the array, connection details, and certain other aesthetic affordances that we're really interested in, such as this high-vis edge banding that reflects light and kind of registers the location of the shingle itself. So these photos just demonstrate a few of the various questions, the bond pattern, the impact of the angle, the travel path of the water, and the development of the water collection pouches. This is actually just a funny video, also a very humbling video of how to study water when you don't have rain. It's really just through sheer spray bottles and kind of adjustment of the shingle angle itself to collect water. But it was a proof of concept, so we moved forward. Okay, so skipping forward a little bit, just to show you a little bit about the fabrication and construction process. In the spirit of making the water infrastructure a point of cultural celebration, we wanted to achieve an aesthetic of delight using pretty pragmatic off-the-shelf materials. Here you're seeing 3/4-inch electric metal tubing or conduit, 2-inch furring strips, 1-inch dowels, and they were assembled together using this kind of easily attainable hardware connection called maker pipe, in addition to cup hooks, eyelets, snaps, and other sorts of accessories such as nylon paracord. The site itself is a part of RISD property. It's kind of a coastal site, so we chose it because we wanted to see how the structure would perform under the summer rain and also kind of the healthy winds of the New England coastline. More construction photos. These are kind of the process of hanging these roof collection pouches, which is really a large part of how the water collection works prior to tensioning. They're tied together through the paracord tie detail, which kind of holds the shingles down during strong winds. And then the roof pouches and shingles are hung from the bottom edge. There's a gutter detail with a foldable pouch. So everything that you see here is really developed by single surface thinking. It's very easy, it's snappable. There's thinking about ritual of kind of assembly and deassembly that's embedded into its tectonic. A little bit more about the shingle details. So the shingles, I should mention, are kind of, they have two personalities. They can be tied down in two ways. Under normal wind conditions, the shingles are turned out, which is kind of the left-hand side, and the water is shed along the kind of the flip or the peel. The paracord leads, the yellow lines, allow for the peel to be adjusted and to also provide a limited amount of tension against the wind. However, when the winds are strong, we turn the shingles out. So then the paracord leads are tucked under, as in the image on the right, and then this detail provides an extra degree of tension to the shingles, transforming them into sails. And you can kind of see just, how they perform differently under wind, which is quite delightful to watch on their own when there's no presence of rain. Okay, and then just a little bit more about how they work, how we kind of think about the shingles. there's kind of a few conditions that we're demonstrating here in this setup. There's the upper two rows of shingles demonstrate the turn-in condition. The paracord lead is not visible because it's kind of tucked under and roped through the cup hooks. The subsequent 4 rows are turned out, so you can see the flip of the high-vis edge. And then lastly, the bottom 2 rows are tensioned to kind of directly lead the runoff into the shingle, the water collection pouches at the very bottom. And you can see in the diagrams how one kind of uniform idea of a panel or surface can then be kind of pulled, flipped, and then ultimately folded to change the relationship of that material to the water that it's trying to divert or collect. These are just some photographs of when the water is in collection in the roof scenario on the left, and then also how you ultimately contain it or collect it. So the design of the water collection system encourages to practice water harvesting like a cultural ritual. Akin to picking fruit, the water pouches are harvested by opening up the side snap and partially unfolding the pouch. And then the water is drained into another more mobile container that is also limited by its weight and what a body can carry. And the roof pouches are open air, so you kind of are enticed to or encouraged to collect water on a regular basis. When it's not raining, you can see that the pavilion behaves like any other folly. Its soft fabric shingles kind of dance in the wind, casting geometric shadow patterns onto the grass, offering passersby a reason to indirectly engage with it. And ultimately, it is a point of community coming together. Water is an essential resource whose vitality has been made invisible through the efficiencies of our technologies. This project hopes to kind of welcome us to consider our relationship with water and the structures through which this relationship is fostered. We ask this question, how much water do we carry? And then in the same vein, what if our buildings also developed a nuanced relationship with water, filled with this attitude of resource appreciation? Intermediary softness is equally concerned with shedding moisture, like most buildings are, but it's also interested in harvesting it. Its fabric shingles dance, and then it also directs rainwater into modest containment systems while providing shade on a sunny day. Eschewing efficiency for delight, the structure holds just enough water for just long enough, a reminder that burden and bounty are held in balance. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gabrielle and Debbie, for the beautiful presentation, and thanks, Micah, for setting up the session. I'm super excited to be included in the session and to be included in this group, and I'm going to actually talk about a lot of things, and hopefully they can almost form a cohesive argument. The title of the talk is Digital Air Techniques for Imagining Atmospheres. when I read the brief and the title of the session, I thought of this drawing by Athanasius Kircher in Mendes Subterraneans in 1665, a fantastical work about volcanoes and aquifers, underground lakes beneath the Andes and the mountains of the moon in South Africa. This particular illustration shows the interconnectedness of the fire inside the earth. A web of path of explosions leads to puffs of dark smoke coming out of the surface on Earth into the space filled with charcoal gray puffballs of clouds. As Marina Warner, who is a writer of fiction, criticism, and history, describes that such clouds and cloudiness, along with other elements such as shadows, smoke, and vapor, are essential to represent the unseen, imagined, and visionary, especially through symbols, fairy tales, fictions, and myth. If atmospheres are overall mediums for imaginaries, how to imagine atmospheres, and what is atmosphere in the techno-reality of today? We might see an illustration like this one, something related to respond to the question. A huge cloud partially covering the sun blows intense wind towards the earth, as if the entire planet accelerates along its force. Umbrella and sailing boats depicting such force in the oversized fashion. And on the right bottom corner, a slogan reads, "Always closed." You might recognize these. It was an advertisement of revolving doors included in the around the world with Van Canel in 1929, who in fact invented revolving door, what his patent application called these new revolving storm door. And it was in 1888. German media theorist and historian Bernhard Siegert, in his book Cultural Techniques, Grids, Filters, Doors, and Other Articulation of the Real, states that with this invention, it becomes possible to say that one is in the door, and that it is a biopolitical device for managing human emotion. And the basic distinction of inside and outside has been replaced by the distinction between current and no current, on and off. And these modern door logic irretrievably forfeit their nomological for a cybernetic function. And therefore, if we consider that the distinction between inside and outside is at the basis of the constitution of the reality, as psychoanalysis has taught us throughout the past, then cybernetic door logic take on imaginary features that appear as part of the real. With the difference between inside and outside losing its form, the place of the law is replaced by a short circuit between the imaginary and the real. Air is the most digitally adaptable medium, blurred between the imaginary and the real. Resisting the permanent closeness in nature, it is instead always filled and always diffused. Making with air is ultimately making air in the air. Materializing is visible form from within an invisible field of the same medium. The inside and outside, namely the air in or out of the visible range, are distinct yet always interchangeable, and therefore one inhabits both sides and the in-between, the imaginary real. A few examples of digital air logics. Number one, action scripts for shared culture. Merging the symbolic ring-shaped pastry with the physics principles of smoke ring, action script in this case constructs towards scenes of donuts battling, a pink donut series on form making, multiplying donuts, donuts giving birth to new donuts, donuts fight each other into more donuts, and so on and so forth. Number two, force field for imaginary craft. Air styles imagined are like hairstyles in the real, appearing as weaving, knitting, knotting, stitching, and braiding patterns. Techniques for craft are hybrids of virtual material attributes and physics principles, and sequence vector fields are set to initiate interactions between moving streams. Number three, area imagery and dense materials. Here I'm showing Disney Animation Studio Cloud Dataset as an example. Additional materialization of visible forms of air. It is an open source VDB file, 2.93 gigabytes and close to 1.5 million voxels, possibly densest digital cloud that is publicly available. If you slice through the center of this cloud, this is section view. It has a heterogeneous density profile. The inside is 60% dense as the edge. And I made some digital cloud samples. By the way, this is part of a collaborate project on clouds with Carl that has been about a year and a half-ish by far. So these are basically samples made by adjusting density profiles. The creation of volumetric materiality is very similar as the making of surface-based materials, for instance, limestones, in the digital setup. All of these samples are made from a 10 by 10 by 10 meters cube initially filled with 1,003,003,001 voxels. Numerically, cloud is heavier than limestones. And I'd like to share 3 kinds of applications of such techniques: path-through forms, filters applied, and exact air systems. Path-through forms are studies revisiting Frank Gilbert's motion efficiency studies, which use optical means such as photographic techniques to quantify time and motion, through which the path of body joints in motion inform the spatial parameters of labor organization in early 20th century, the so-called scientific management. Digital air function as tracing volumes, and the interface mediate between curved paths, depicting the otherwise unimagined mediums and atmospheres. Taking a similar context as motion efficiency studies, this project's titled What Theater is a recent project of mine that traces and stages air along assembly lines. The mixed medium with gasified byproducts that is created as a result of their context with sorting, cutting, sewing, and drilling machines. These predetermined paths, typically based on known logic of efficiency, are generators of storms of invisible particles. While consumers are provided with various types of end products, workers along the line breathe a form of them from within. Mechanical forces from both human and machine operations brutally contaminate and distribute this medium, which becomes invisible weapon within the enclosed facilities. And to imagine the machine path and air relationship, I made this piece titled Technological Labor Effect Cloud, an animated representation of 6 degrees of freedom robot arms showing in the fashion of a 3-segment polyline in motion, following 3 types of rotational sequence and randomized linear path within 17 square grids on a spherical skeleton, sculpting horizontal planes of digital air. Clouds emerge from within each square and extend outwards, eventually merge into a single cloud. To unpack the techno-reality and the labor through the lens of the laborers through the lens of digital air, for the past several years, I conducted a range of option studios that particularly explore meatpacking facilities. A quick example here of a project from Fall 23 by Isla, Holly, and Morgan rethinks the definition and specification of lines and translate clouds of industrial laborers into a world of path, profoundly relate consumers, staff, and cattle through experiential and ethical measures. And shifting to another context, this is another recent project titled House of Half Dozen Donuts, working with daily movement patterns through the domesticated smoke forms with a force and movement-based simulation framework to catalog program relationships. A smoke room without visible smoke, it loosely produces 6 or so donuts in spatial events to activate new dialogues between inhabitants and the environment. The interior of the spaces and each breathing matter are exchanged, connected, and intersected through sensible or imaginary air donuts created along the path of moving factors. And just like the joy of making donuts since the 1920s, architecture thus becomes an augmented relational apparatus where the battling air puffs extend a subtle touch of wind, a whisper noise, or an aroma of others eating. And the second set of examples, filters applied, a form and image operation all at once. On the mechanical side, filter entails a partial removal of substance and a reduction of the contents of from a compound. It is at the same time referring to the predominant interest in media culture with appearance altering capacity today. Applying filters in the work with digital air is to embrace both the technical and the cultural function of filter, and to question the threshold between seen and unseen. Similar as making air styles with imaginary craft, the mechanical reassembly of filters are fun exercise of animating objects and animating interactions. Here you see Entangled Marais smoke box from 1901 filled with streams of digital smoke. Instead of reduction through filtering, digital smoke filters are modulators, reduction of speed, expansion of volume, convergence of striations, retention of flow, split of the line. A recipe for cooking new forms, the dynamic filtration with moving panels thus turned the smoke device into a cloud machine. Aggregation of path-through forms is path-through forms that I talked about in the first section is also a particular form of applying filters. Textured cloud samples being coated into curly hair, for example, or soft arch, or whatever you would like to imagine it as. I see melting stairs in some of these during nights or popping cotton balls during the daytime, but that's not the whole point. Filters applied to digital air is a coping mechanism, another kind of a revolving door logic. Everything passes through turns differently, but the whole quantity remains the same. I see the air filter model in architecture like this one. Temporary shields in place to comply with the OSHA's guidance on preparing workspace for COVID-19 and to protect laborers from the shared air, known as social distancing dividers. Arrays of temporary dividers participate as part of the porous and ephemeral boundaries that forms by systems, machineries, and workers that operate their repetitive actions at constant speed over time and in contact with the moving particles. In the second part of our theater project, image filters are used for computationally sculpting digital air, while on the other hand, the sculpted air becomes a visual filter, an appearance-altering overlay blurred between the forensic and the imaginary. Exact air systems, the third section, revisit modernism's conception of exact systems that are calculated, programmed, and optimized to provide exact conditioned interiors. And here, exact air systems instead considers air as a relational medium and therefore challenge the functionality and the cultural perception of ventilation systems. Like how Emmanuel Cochia pointed out that we are constantly modifying the reality and forms of the environment as we exist in the space of breath. And therefore, our lifestyles generate heat, and therefore we thermally contribute to the warming rate of the global climate. In this series of investigations, urgent environmental realities are often the motivation or the framework, and smoke and heat have been fundamental materials of design explorations that urge the designing of the systems such as ducts and air and buildings as a simultaneous process and is ambiguous and interchangeable. In Fuzzy Duck's Exact Air Studio, which is a third-year spring studio, these are some of the last year's work. We experiment with workflows of representing systems as essential process to depict atmospheres in the visible, informational, symbolic, or realistic fashions. And imaginary worlds emerge through the process that oscillate between forms of smoke and forms of ducts. Digital air and exact air system don't just exist somewhere inside of the screens. It is based on same principles that apply to the digitally manipulated physical air, for instance, with electrical signals. Here, force fields in the digital air logics I mentioned at the beginning are translated into mechanisms and machineries, possessing their own aesthetics and meaning, and with the visible air being produced, they become synthetic entity for atmospheric imaginary. For example, vents is a project. It's a site-specific installation with canopies of upside-down umbrellas to produce a rain of air puffs, which are controlled by data input of hurricane intensity. And here, making a hurricane into a rain of air was not trying to make anything poetic about the catastrophe, but rather to bring a dialogue close to us and to allow room for reflection. It's like handing a little evidence of hurricane into someone's hand in forms of air donuts. Fence, another project here, is a series of robotic thermal devices constructed to print and to sculpt forms of air, nothing more than animating primitive geometries. They appear to be automated props that actively participate in the crafted scenes on the digital screen. And I'm going to play this video briefly before concluding my presentation, which goes back to Marina Warner's statement on shadow and smoke being imaginary mediums. Here you will see shortly light and shadow techniques that are crucial to these high-precision optical setup, narrate heat and motion into the depiction of both the technological grounds and cultural imagination of air systems. And to conclude, in the atmosphere, all clouds are products of geopolitical grids on Earth. All humans' body interiors are connected through the air. In architecture, all voids are dense fields of signal networks. All systems activate and therefore become atmospheres. And in the era of overflowing emergencies, vulnerable systems and all forms of activities in the atmosphere, lurking in the unseen, are ultimately the raw materials of architecture. I call these active atmospheres. Always can be just imaginary, but more importantly, how we must also imagine the real. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'd like to invite our presenters now to the stage. We don't need this, but I need a microphone. Okay, I think I got it now. Is that directly in your eyes, Gabriel? It is. Okay, maybe we'll do it that way. Okay. Thought it'd be cool to have that graphic, but it's all right. Anyway, so thank you so much for those really, really interesting and engaging presentations. And I'm just torn about what question to start with, because I imagine lots of people will have questions, and that I'll only get one shot at this. But I think I'm incredibly struck by just the range of ways of imaging environment, and for each of you, it's exciting to me to see how kind of digital culture might kind of reinterpret something, how this idea of soft infrastructure or the kind of geologic time helps us kind of repicture or reorganize our kind of aesthetic understanding, or aesthetic understanding becomes a conduit by which we kind of reinterpret a really vast and large system that otherwise is inconceivable. And so I think that the kind of broadish question I would like to start with has to do somewhat with that issue, having basically that one of the kind of common threads or something that I find in each of your work is this, the idea that through this kind of the environment, whether it be a kind of atmosphere, a geology, or a kind of the rain or water, something like that, that these mediums become a means of connecting across really, really, really large scalar differences, and also at the same time these kind of temporal scales. So it's not one or the other, it's both at the same time. And that also it's, and it's perhaps, I'm curious to know what your thoughts on this are, but that I don't know if it's that it's bridging scales, as you suggested, Debbie, so much as that it's already ascalar, and that kind of ascalarness is coming to bear through these kinds of exercises. And so I'm just curious for each of you, how you start to kind of think about that, what the implications are of that is for you, either kind of in your work at the present, or perhaps as you might think about it in the future.
Hello? Yeah, it's really important question, I think, when we start to thinking about these two first projects we were working. The planetary one, planetary home improvement, started from understanding the planetary scale, but also in a way to understand and connect with the DIY kind of practice that is very kind of hand scale, I would say, and very close material scale. So I think like through these two projects, it's a back and forth between scales, I would say. It feels to me like these planetary scales and the results in materials is something that for sure is happening at the same time. So we frame the first project of planetary as awareness of how our built environment is connected with geological processes that refers to millions of years, and also with this idea of like extraction that operates at planetary scale as well, kind of separate this relationship. So our kind of website there, it's literally kind of overlapping this notion of very long time, this scrolling website that is automatically scrolling. Carl helped us to develop that, to coding that, very small coding this. But it's this literal overlapping of this time, which is also, again, it's scale into the website, because if we cannot put millions of years there, with literally these objects that represent materials in the forms of recognizable objects, like, for example, pipes or metal sheeting, that those elements, those materials are composed by these geological entanglements. And also, other thing that was interesting when we were doing research about these materials is, at the material scale, you realize that those materials are a combination sometimes of many different kind of minerals. So if we want to try to conceptualize this idea of a scale, it actually crosses so many geological times, actually. So I don't know if I respond the question, but it's so some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think scale is. I thought a lot about scale for the project, but I also, I think I confronted the fact that I think scale is a very generative framework to think about architecture through, or the kind of the consequences of the built environment through, but it also sometimes can prevent one from actually intervening in the built environment. And I think I think for all three of us too, there's a moment in which you have to choose what scale the intervention will be at. And then there is a degree of humility which you have to accept, which is that as a human, you can't really interfere at all scales. And so that there is this kind of letting yourself off the hook a little bit to work at a scale that is immediate to you, while acknowledging the consequences of that choice, right, or that interaction. And I think that that's one way to maybe answer the both and, which is we can only work at a scale in which we can sustain. So that's something that I'm very interested in, which is, there's kind of many different modalities or lenses through which we can talk about environmental work, but ultimately there's nothing diminutive about small scale work.
Okay, scale is a very hard one. And working with something that is not necessarily visible all the time, and it's kind of oscillating between something that you see probably small, but is actually have a larger field, kind of, atmosphere as an entire medium. is probably just extremely hard, and I'm not going to make attempt that these can be resolved or can be resolved or imagined anytime soon. But I think, maybe we think about things in the digital environment as what I was kind of mainly talking about, is that we typically think digital environment is not restricted by the same type of scaling kind of boundaries or constraints as we typically will work in the physical with physical mediums. And but then now you have to simulate, so you essentially your boundaries are your computational power, right? So you run one frame out of 5 minutes, you probably don't want to do that. So there's always a balance about the resolution and the quantity of data that we can possibly handle, and what might be I hate using the word optimal, but I think in these cases finding a balance between what can be produced and tested and what can be imagined and speculated. And I guess that's applied to material research in general, right? So I think, how can we fight against gravity or structural, challenges, but at the same time, the smaller investigations start to, evolve into larger implications, where it can be a provocation of larger applications that may or may not need to be realized.
And I mean, what Caddy brings up for me is also an understanding that's, certain things aren't scalable too. It's like, forces aren't scalable. Material, like time, is not scalable in a sense. Like some of these things are, they're logarithmic, right? They're compound, and so I find that to be an interesting constraint to kind of pick the constraint that you're working under.
I do want to open it up to the audience to make sure that they have a chance.
Thank you very much for this fantastic and extremely poetic panel. I guess I wanted to ask a question about sort of looking through the 3 panels about the relationship between solids and fluids. Because fluids are very free, they know no boundaries, and then solids are rigid to some extent. So what would be the relationship? Let me just contextualize this question a little bit further. So in Gabriel's case, I think I really like the way that you depict the geological depths of the Earth in terms of, you consider it as scrolling, but for me it conjures up the verb sink. We sink into the geological depths of the Earth as if we're sinking into the bottom of the sea. So there is a liquefaction going on for me in this visual experience. And you have also water infrastructural urban interventions too. So that is putting solids into fluid surfaces to some extent. And Debbie's work is about soft containers. So it's solids used to contain fluids, but they're not so rigid. It's sort of intermediary between flexibility and rigidity. And of course, Caddy's work sort of visualize the air. We can't visualize the air to some extent without contaminating them. And contamination here is not necessarily making them toxic, but putting things in them to be able to see them. And of course, in all of these simulations, they are contained in a container as well. So I'm curious about like your takes on these relationships between solids and fluid.
And that's a hard problem just like the scale, it's also hard because working with something fluid is it's just really hard. I'm going to begin with everything. This is hard. I think I think it's about setting up conditions, and while I don't have a personal preference about solid versus fluid, I do consider the shared presence of both as a motivation for design, right? So thinking about system producing effect as part of environmental, not only awareness, but aesthetics. So I think a lot of the work, a lot of the kind of experiment that I do is really considering, I guess, conceptually from, the lineage about the systems or the solid, what might be the object about, and then through animating the object itself, it's also about animating conditions. So I guess it's not really about the medium, the fluid or the ephemeral medium themselves, but it's more about animating conditions, the condition that is set between the solid and fluid.
Yeah, I really agree. And thank you for your very poetic question. I think in a way maybe it's a meta question about statics, and perhaps the expectation that the built environment is static. And in some ways, working with fluid states or unstable states is a metaphor for how to work with the world, right? Things are changing, things are unwieldy, conditions are not stable. And the work, and it's very much an aesthetic work or aesthetic project too, is how do you maybe build a relationship with that instability that can also be generative and joyful and beautiful. That's how I see it.
Yeah, how to frame it, but I think I'm going to take up the question about the fluidity in a way, the planetary, and I think that the experiment we did works a lot with this idea of the tectonics, which is the solid. But when I bring this idea of the notion of the fluent, for example, in this kind of more urban and landscape projects that I show there, I think it's an understanding of the fluidity, for example, a river, and to re-understand how water operates in a landscape, for example. So for that project in Vietnam, question us about understanding the way how water moves in a specific landscape. And we were always pushed by this professor, Dilip Dacuña. I don't know if you know him, but he's talk about understanding the rivers, for example, as different levels of wetness. So the rivers goes beyond this idea of the riverbed, but it's the way how water reach the river or leave the river itself. So the water urbanism that I was part of was very looking into this notion of reimagining the ways how people relates with the water, with this between how people lives in relation with water and I would say land or dry. So once you understand that, you working with fluids, you see there is a transition, these hard edges that urban design usually or planning used to relate with the city, like solid embankments or stuff like that. You can start to see in how they are failing, especially right now when we need new imaginaries for the climate crisis. So I think that I'm bringing a response that is kind of more practical in a way. And how these elements, also these ideas of notion of building with nature, bring this question again, I think, about fluidity in a very kind of practical way that we can use them to operate in the built environment, and the way how the tools that we as designers can also use to create responses.
Hi. Thank you so much for today. Mr. Gabriel, your part of the presentation about the like aquatic housing in Vietnam, really, I could really relate to it. Growing up on coastal South Carolina, water is just such a special thing. It's, I think, people are often drawn to it because it seems untouchable, especially from like human ego and hubris. And so in a reality where architects can build upon the undevelopable, how can we make sure that, human nature doesn't get in the way and we don't overdevelop these once untouchable landscapes?
Yeah. I recently very interesting on start to looking on indigenous practices, for example. I think like the way how, I think that amphibious canto is a way of looking back on how local knowledge have been thinking about the way how people relate with this, in this case, for example, rivers. So that would be my kind of first idea about how to start to re-understanding this, And then I really like to draw like geological sections a lot, because you start to literally drawing them. So you can start to understand in different relationships when you are cutting this. Now we are working in the studio at GSAP, and students are leading with this, again, rethinking this idea of rivers, and we are working in a region in Chile that is under a process of desertification. So river right now, a river that used to have regular water, right now can be completely dry by month. So we were thinking on how, asking the students to look into the sections, for example, to understand how water actually is flowing. So you have today the overlapping of climate crisis, but also the way how water is being managed. So I think that we also to think about it, because the river is completely dry today because there are certain policies that allow people to extract water by irrigation canals. There are regulations there that make that the conditions, the super dry conditions today. So the river is actually still flowing, but it's flowing in different ways because the way how we are relating with land today, So I don't know, I think it's a long response, but have some ideas behind that I want to share.
Any last questions? Oh, okay, Luke.
Oh, thanks very much for your presentations. I was just thinking maybe this is the bias of like what we were looking at in our panel, but thinking about the kind of use of this sort of like materials library or the website as a way of kind of articulating things, or the field manual and the way you're cutting through these kind of containers to reveal things that would never be looked at before, or the really kind of playful simulations that let us see those technologies in a different way to how we might typically like analyze buildings and things like that. It seems like the way that you communicate your design process and conceptual process through media is really actually really tightly connected. So I was just wondering, is that something that you will kind of think about right at the start of your project, or is it something that kind of develops on a project by project basis, the way that you actually communicate your work as kind of architects and designers?
Sure. and I'm going to start with it's very hard. I started, I talk about digital air, and I ended with something about digitally controlled or digitally manipulated physical air. I actually started with physical air, which is even more challenging in a way that you really have to have some method to visualize that. And a lot of the time was based on kind of not common knowledge about, to what extent, about guessing, partially common sense about the physics that might, involved in visualizing the invisible medium. So I started with seeing heat with naked eye and through cameras, and which is very scientifically heavy setup. So that's probably one of the motivation about moving to or expanding the tool set of working, but at the same time carrying over some of the playfulness that at some point is kind of sacrificed through the technical challenges, right? So we struggle so much about making things work, and then the joy of the work itself is still has to remain, So I think the simulation was probably more of a result of where things started and was imagined, was a proof of concept of imagination and expansion of imagination through various really kind of technological experiment, like really hardcore technologies. And then I think there's just other ways to build upon the root set that generated from that. So I think for me is I think that the techniques of digital air with techniques of air comes first, and I think the tools are expandable to certain extents.
I think that in our case, this idea of the digital archival just happened during the process of this project, because it was kind of both the two first projects were kind of messy in the way that what is the scope of this actually, because when you start to talking about or thinking about materials and you go to the Home Depot and you see all this messiness here, and to try to understand which materials actually you want to address, for example. So we started by making an Excel sheet, a spreadsheet. And once we saw this, organizing these ideas of the materials and like with different columns of what is the geological entanglements of all of these each of these materials, we realized that would be probably a way to start to put this into a graphic way of understanding it by archiving this into another digital artifacts or digital interfaces that could be in parallel to what we see in the galleries. So, and also taking advantage of that, the different ways that digital interfaces allow you to try to connect, for example, with time and all that, we saw like an opportunity. So, but something that was happening when a way to lead with, to organize ideas as well. So what actually we want to address. So, because there are, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of different materials and entanglements, so yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think the process of collecting and curating and organizing is definitely an attempt to communicate that there is, or to make sense, right, of something that is happening here, and that there should be attention paid to this thing. But I think it's also, I think for us in the project, there was a point in which some of these methods were, or I should say, maybe more conventional architectural methods fell short of what we were trying to do because we were working with fluid dynamics, right? And I think that's why I'm in such awe of Caddy's work, because you have to, I think in order to build intimacy and knowledge of certain matter and behaviors, you have to have that expertise. And so I think that's why, for us, we didn't want to draw it anymore. We didn't want to be like architects and try to draw how the water was going to behave. We just had to do it. And that's why there's so much photography in the documentation of the built thing, because you have to, I think it's a question of aesthetics and effect. Like, how do you capture effect? How do you communicate the effect of something versus the idea of something? So in that sense, for us, photography was where to go because it was evidence of the thing.
That's great. Thank you so much. First, I'll thank our presenters once again for the really engaging work and the really, really engaging discussion. And so let's applaud. And then I'm going to invite you all to lunch in 103A. But before we do that, I would like to ask that the presenters and participants get first crack at the food. So you all are invited, but please allow them first dibs, and then you're welcome to join us. And we will reconvene here at 2 p.m. for the third session, Material Imaginaries.
Gather back. We're running 5 minutes behind. Thanks for coming back. One more session, Material Imaginaries. I'm just up here to call to order. I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy and his very tall microphone.
Are we ready? Okay, let's do it then. So I'm Jeremy Magner, faculty here in the School of Architecture. Excited to introduce our final group. Thanks to our last two and a half kind of guests for making the effort to join us today and share your work. I know it means a lot to all of us, same for the previous 6. And thanks for sticking it out in this breezy atrium here. I think if you sit behind this little tree here, it's a nice windbreak. Can you, yep, you got the best seat in the house. So anyway, I'm going to elaborate a little bit on our heading here first, and then segue into some proper introductions. This is really awkward. There we go. Reading scenario here. Before Alpitha starts us off. There we are. Everybody's accounted for officially. So to do that, I'd like to offer 3 themes or tenets maybe, or common aspirations to float in the air of the atrium here, while each one of our next 3 guests present. And they aren't specifically defining of any one of them, these themes or tenets, as there's a lot of overlap between the work that you'll see presented. And it is also not exclusive to the 2 previous groups of people, but our differences are at least as valuable as how we all overlap here today. So this might help render that or intensify it with some kind of material specificity. So I offer these 3 tenets as a way to ground and drill down into material imaginaries, prospecting for a certain ethic, maybe something like a work ethic that stitches through your individual practices and distinguishes them from others we've heard from so far. A work ethic that orients us to the future in a certain way. And these are 3 people that I really admire and in various ways align my own practice with. So if you don't mind, I'm going to implicate myself through the intro in this work ethic. So first, spectacular pragmatism. Pragmatism sets us up in a certain relationship to what is real, to what is true, where truth is what we have in common, as proclaimed by John Dewey. And pragmatism is a philosophy of democracy which prioritizes action over abstraction. Action, however small or local, that does the most good for the most amount of people among conditions of scarcity and precarity. Pragmatism forces us to engage the commons, communities, human or otherwise, that we rely on that allow us to endure here. But pure pragmatism doesn't really need or have much time for designers. So as designers and builders engaged in futurity, we seek design problems and opportunity to serve in the impure, the conflicted, in dirty realism, or the epics of the everyday, as coined by Jesus Vasallo. And we demand something more, a spectacular pragmatism, recognizing a world in which past standards and criteria no longer apply, and transcending solutionism into something more alchemical. Next is immanence, which defines a conviction that all reasons and causes for the future can be found within the inextricable, non-scalable contexts of matter and energy and collisions of culture and nature that define the places and people with which we work. If we would only bother to notice, to listen, to embed ourselves. So this requires us to become experts in the arts of noticing, which is an Anna Singh term. Thanks to Sarah for turning me on to Anna Singh about a month ago. And close observation. So in this work ethic, acts of design speculation might be reframed as acts of divination, geomancy, or foresight by earth, or something like Vanessa Watt's indigenous land thought, where the future is latent in the deep time and conflicted present of the people, places, and materials that we engage imaginatively. And last, ground truthing. We thrust ourselves into embedded forms of design research, testing projections or inferences against what is actually happening on the ground. We develop practices that enact speculation within and through close observation and acts of construction as a medium for social, material, environmental imaginaries. This is work that documents a direct contact, a direct engagement with the means of production of the built environment, the tools, materials, and labor of the commons. And this is a work ethic that requires a unique relationship between thinking and doing, where action and engagement, boots on the ground, precedes any form of abstraction or distance from the truth of what allows us to endure. And in the words of Leanne Simpson, it requires us to wear theory rather than speculate from a critical distance. So now for the introductions. I'm going to do this. Yeah, I guess I'm going to do this in order. Elpitha Tsoutsounakis is a designer, printer, educator working at the western edge of the Colorado Plateau. She holds degrees in architecture from the University of Utah and the University of Texas, Austin, but has confided in me that she is a recovering architect now. Fully recovered. Congrats. As of today. Well, maybe you're relapsing here today in our building. Anyway. She is now an assistant professor and founding faculty in the Division of Multidisciplinary Design at the University of Utah, where she teaches design studios, research methods, and visual strategy. So in the style of a Richard Scarry characterization, Elpitha is an adventurer and a prospector for design acts of environmental justice, advocating for intimate relationships and alchemical mixtures of earth and ideas. A teacher and a fighter for land-based ethics, which leads her into more than human entanglements involving community-based design research in public lands and rural places. Next are, at least for now, very own Chad Manley, who of course is teaching here and currently in both the School of Architecture and Landscape Architecture after his stint as a landscape fellow. Holds a bachelor degree of community design with honors in environmental planning from Dalhousie University, and a Master's of Architecture from the University of British Columbia, and is wrapping up a professional specialization certificate in ecological restoration from the University of Victoria. He won't make eye contact with me right now for some reason. He's the founder of Chad Manley Practice in Landscape and Building Arts, which you'll see evidence of here. I've demanded that he show projects that I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't know existed if you've encountered Chad through the landscape program here. And a founding member of the Refugia Design Cooperative, along with Thina Tack and myself. In the past couple of years, this has taken us to remote forests of Northern California, including those in and around the Klamath Knot, neglected hollers of southeastern Kentucky, and into our own watersheds here in the Tennessee Valley in the name of freshwater biodiversity. And believe it or not, the future is also happening in those places. Another Richard Scarry characterization. Chad is an exquisite mender and an animator in more ways than one. His work brings architecture to life and life to architecture, mending relationships between building, landscape, and people. He has an intense, unwavering focus in search of empathic collisions with that which sustains us, which also happens to be the title of an exhibition that you probably won't be showing us here today, but check it out. And last, Stephanie Davidson, currently assistant professor at the Knowlton School of Architecture at The Ohio State University, holds degrees in architecture from Dalhousie University, what are the odds, and the AA in London. Part of the duo Davidson-Raphaelidis with Georg Raphaelidis. Their work has been recognized by the Architectural League of New York and publications like the Architectural Review, Detail, Domus, among many others. The interest underlying much of their work is in the friction between the original design intention for spaces and buildings and the much richer built reality and unpredictable lives that buildings inevitably have. I just met Stephanie in person yesterday, so I'll go out on a limb here and characterize her as a patient storyteller and a choreographer of spectacularly pragmatic storylines and plot structures. In most of their work, Davidson and Raphaelidis study existing built conditions. Sometimes these studies evolve into built work with their own plot twists and extended improvisations. And sometimes the studies take the form of documentation, drawings, photographs, writing. Nevertheless, these drawn or built stories inevitably strike me as stories of love and loss and triumph told from an embedded rather than omniscient point of view. And many of them have taken place in Buffalo, New York. Right, Andrew? He's from Binghamton. Anyway, where I grew up and first studied architecture. And I've always been inspired to see Buffalo in new, optimistic ways when I encounter their work on trips home for the holidays. So without further ado. Okay.
That seems good. All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thanks to Jeremy and everyone else here at UTK, the other UT that I'm used to, for inviting me. And looking forward to old friends, seeing you again, and making new friends here. And I'm happy to talk about some of the work that I'm doing. So in relationship to the theme of what we're talking about in speculative design, I'm really going to present to you a practice and not focus so much on the projects that I'm actually making, but the things that I'm working with and how I'm engaging the earth. And so I think it's important to start off with where I practice. And in my bio, you heard that I work up and down the western edge of the Colorado Plateau. And if you're familiar with the Colorado Plateau, it's kind of going down through the center of that shape of Utah there on the continent. And it really is a marker in territorial space and time, and also thinking about scales of migration, but geological scales, and particular places throughout the state. And I think it's also critical to point out that these are not my ancestral lands or even the colonial ancestral lands of those in the so-called state of Utah, but they're actually ancestral territories of indigenous peoples who have been there since time immemorial and have a connection and cultural ongoing practice, past, present, and future with these places. And so specifically where I'm working in northern Utah, it's Ute, Shoshone, Goshute, and then as you move south, Diné, Hopi, Zuni, Ute Mountain Ute, and a variety of other tribes that I cannot mention here. But what I think is interesting about this map is that it's made by the United States Geological Survey, and I just want to point that out because a lot of the practice that I'll show you today is based off of this as a kind of colonial construct or a model of engaging landscape. And the United States Geological Survey is interesting because it's a part of the Department of Interior that came together around the end of the 19th century in a long drawn-out battle in Congress where various characters, like if you've been in the West, you've heard their names, King, Clarence, Hayden, Powell, they were all conducting their own surveys looking at the land and wanting to make a national map of the United States, of the national domain, wanting to make an accurate map, but primarily for the purpose of calculating and measuring the wealth of the national domain. And so I'm really interested in how the United States Geological Survey is mediating our relationship to the non-human and really framing the non-human geological resources and also humans in this landscape as anonymous, as resource, and as something to be dominated and controlled. And I think a lot of what I'm doing with the Field Studio Geontological Survey, or FSGS, is using and co-opting that model of USGS as a speculative practice for worlds otherwise. So we're surveying and observing and doing field work and then producing archives and maps and atlases and different types of knowledge about those places, but with a very different outcome and with a very different relationship to the more than human. And so looking at my relationship to land, I think it's important to also note some of the thinking that comes through in why I'm doing this. And in my own experience as growing up in an immigrant family in Salt Lake City, so not only are they not my ancestral territories because they are indigenous ancestral territories, but my ancestral lands are somewhere else in the world. And so a lot of this practice is thinking about and reconciling being in one landscape while being distanced or displaced from another landscape and what that means in these larger routes of migration. You can see here, this is the island of Crete in the Mediterranean, where my family is from, our village of Anopoli, which is an ancient village on the island of Crete. And you can see Crete there in relationship to Utah. And these are actually Cretan immigrants in Utah in the 19th century. And I think it's really interesting to look at this history, and learning about this community in Utah is what started drawing me to mines and getting me very interested in mining lands throughout Utah, abandoned mines, current mines, future mines, thinking about our forms of extraction and industrial interaction with these landscapes. And so I began visiting tailings piles at mining sites to pick up and collect ochres. And so you'll see here this tailings pile on the left. It's a little bit of a deceiving photo because it is black and white. That's, my aesthetic choice here. But these are ochre bodies and pigments that I pulled out of that specific pile. This is the actual landscape that it's in. It's in a place called Eureka, or the East Tintic Mining District, just a couple hours southwest of Salt Lake City. And you can see the tailings pile. I circled it right there. This site has been in production. This mining site has been actually an active and abandoned mine since the late 1800s, when a man named George Rust supposedly followed some Native Americans to one of their mining sites and then also discovered gold and silver. And incidentally, the East Tintic Mining District is one of the most productive mining districts in Utah throughout time. We're talking late 1800s, early 1900s, and it's been defunct since then. Second only to Kennecott, which is the largest open pit copper mine in the U.S. Really huge production of copper coming out of that. And so this is a really interesting landscape, and also a very, by some measure, bland landscape. But it's got these magical materials in it, in part because it's one of the only volcanic activities within Utah's old geological formation. So I'm really interested in what happens when you visit these places and think about reclaiming what it means to be waste, or what it means to be thrown away and discarded in a tailings pile, and also to reenact FSGS as an anti-colonial feminist model of care that's taking the same tactics of USGS but doing them otherwise in order to think and imagine other worlds, or possible worlds, if you will. So I want to talk just a little bit about what ochre is and our relationship to iron as humans. This is a chunk of ochre that I pulled out of Tintic. And ochre is basically iron oxide. It's when iron mixes with oxygen. And you can grind it down to create a pigment. Pigments are really just dust. Gabriel was talking about dust earlier. It's just a particle-sized type of matter. So these are not all of these samples are from that chunk, but they're all from the same tailings piles. Iron comes to our world from ancient stellar explosions, or what I like to call stellar corpses. And so this is a supernovae, or a thing that happens as supernovae. I'm not going to get into the science, but this artist rendering from NASA, thinking about these ancient stellar explosions that put iron dust throughout the universe, and it starts to accumulate to create our planet. So all of that iron comes to Earth and goes into what we call the global iron cycle. And iron is cycling through all of our spheres in Earth, the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, and even in our bodies. So right now, sitting in this room, you imagine you have 4 grams of iron in your body, and that iron comes from here. And it's also cycling with all of the geological and other types of non-human terrestrial environments that we have on the planet. Really magical thing. Iron itself is the fourth most common element in the crust, but by mass, our planet is primarily iron. It's the most common element on the globe because of that dense iron core, which is made primarily of iron, silica, and oxygen. Ochre is iron, silica, and oxygen. And incidentally, our bodies are also iron, silica, and oxygen. So I'm really interested in how ochre bodies and ochre is this kind of connection between ourselves, or living bios, and the non-living geos, or geological existence in the world. And if we think about iron and our human relationship to iron, what we typically think of as architects or as designers, and we think about like sort of this industrial history of iron, we think about these silly categories over here, the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, when we started working with iron and actually taking advantage of these banded iron formations. But what I would actually argue is that it's all one big ochre age. And so if we just think about iron, humans have, since the Iron Age, started to use iron in a particular way. We take that iron ore, we can put it through a furnace and use a process in which we combine iron and carbon and we create steel. Pig iron, eventually, we create this Bessemer process and we create steel. These are just some of the examples of how we can combine iron, charcoal, limestone as flux to create that material. And so I'm really compelled that typically we're really have a narrow vision and relationship to this ore, this magical, ancient, stellar corpse, common ancestor material that's in the world up in the corner, and how we reduce it often as designers or, architects to steel and this material that's being used in all of these really interesting industrial ways. And you could think about this as a very cool technology, but I can also look at this and critique the ways in which it's a capitalist system that's manipulating this material and divorcing my human relation to it. I also think it's really interesting to start to think about all these forms here at the bottom, and you notice right here, on the right, sorry, I have to move because I can't remember right and left. But on the right, you see rust forming. And so when you see rust in the landscape, I would actually argue that iron is trying to get back to its memory of its form, of its original form with oxygen. And we can start to think about the differences between life and non-life. If you are familiar with the scholars Elizabeth Pavanelli, Catherine Yusoff, and others who are talking about geontopower or geopower, they're really thinking about sort of this other version of governance. Instead of Foucault's governance through life and death, biopower, we're thinking about governance through the difference between life and non-life. And I would argue that ochre is what actually brings us back together in some intersubjectivity. But I also think that this rust is interesting in the ways that you can find it in the landscape. This is Mount Baldy. It's one of the peaks by where I live in Salt Lake City. And you have to take a tram to get up there. And at the bottom of the tram, I found this rust pile. So I actually jumped off of the tram and abandoned my family and climbed up under this little rope, don't mind the sign. And I surmise that there's water hitting that grate, and it's been rusting over time. And in the winter, this would probably all be covered. The snow would probably go up over the grate. But I'm interested in thinking about how this iron oxide rust is really that iron trying to get back to a certain condition. If you're familiar with Anna Tsing's recent book, The Feral Patchy Anthropocene, or the Feral Atlas, right? She's thinking about these materials that have gone feral. And so in my mind, rust is also a form of this ochre or steel gone feral. And so I'm really interested in thinking about what else is ochre capable of. This is one minor thing. I'm not sure how much you've thought about iron oxide as a material beyond iron ore or beyond steel. These are all samples of ochres from that original tailings pile from Tintic. And all I've done to create these samples is just grind down the pigment and mix it with gum arabic. Ochre is also known as one of art or humans' oldest art material. So when we say ochre, I'm talking about iron oxide, again, that mix of iron and oxygen, iron ore. It comes in a variety of different hardnesses and materials. So you might have a really dense, hard magnetite that's actually also magnetic, hematite, or you might have really soft girthites and different, even green earths, which are quite soft. But this is a piece of ochre that was actually discovered in Blombos Cave in South Africa. A friend of mine who's an anthropologist there, Tammy Hodgkitz, works on this piece of ochre. And it's 77,000 years old, according to this thing. And it's interesting how people are talking about this in a paint-making situation, but they also don't call it a pigment or an art material because ochre has so many other uses for humans that we're not quite sure how people are using it. And this has been described as an artistic design, but if you count those triangles, there are 28 of them. So ochre is a really powerful medicine. And in the ancient world, people ate it. So you see an example of Lemnian earths up here that were good for a digestive. You also see over here some shells that have ochre in them. And scientists are now learning that they're finding these food caches where ochre is in the shells. And they've started to believe that people were eating ochre with shellfish and that combination was actually allowing them to absorb more nutrients and their brains were developing better or faster. And I'm very much summarizing the science here, but I can point you out to it if you're interested in some of these sources. So we're eating it as a medicine. It will help with fatigue. It is a good digestif. If you've ever used calamine lotion, the iron oxide is the actual active ingredient in calamine lotion, and it is what gives it its color. Modern day women here are still using it with butterfat as a sunscreen and a way of, cleaning the skin. It's antifungal, it's antibacterial, it repels insects. I feel like I'm, doing an infomercial for ochre, but I'm trying to go through this quickly. But even modern day uses of ochre nanoparticles are being used in medicine for cancer research and all different types of very technological medical uses. In technology, ochre, or the lodestone, the magnetic properties of ochre, are what make navigation possible in one of the oldest magnetic compasses. It's what makes magnetic digital recording possible. And even here, these are actually pictures of magnetic reception in microorganisms. So birds, bees, butterflies, they actually have little parts of magnetite or ochre nanoparticles in their brains that allow them to interact with the Earth's magnetic fields. Some scientists are speculating that actually humans have this now too. And specifically, ochre is also an art material. And so here you see a variety of ways it's been used throughout time in different cultures. Because it's found everywhere, it's also abundant in every human culture. And ochre as a pigment, I'm going to speed up here and wrap up because I think I'm running out of time. But ochre as a pigment is where I'm drawn to it most as a designer. Because that pigment material allows me to overlap my creative practice and my design research with the landscape and my work in the field in thinking about all of these other things. So really, it's a speculative practice of producing knowledge through making in the studio. And I've organized my relationship to ochre through these three kind of forms: the ochre body, the ochre pigment, and the ochre swatch. And I'll argue that actually it's a very unsustainable practice. So I'm constantly dealing with the incommensurability of crushing and dismantling something that takes millions of years to produce in order to try to dismantle or resist extraction logics. And I can talk about that at length. And there are also a variety of ethical things that I think about when I'm collecting ochre. I collect ochre from road cuts and tailings piles and washes where they've otherwise been disturbed as an attempt to try and think about what my impact with that is. But I also think that it's important to note, students are always like, oh, but leave no trace. That's what we say in Utah, leave no trace. And I think leave no trace is a really problematic racist thing because it assumes that there was ever such thing as a wilderness that was pristine, that there was no trace of humans, when in fact humans have been having relationships with landscapes since time immemorial. And so actually if we learn from our friends in Bears Ears, the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition, we do some studio work with them. We think about visit with respect instead and thinking about our relationships with these places. So collection practices aside, using ochre as a material allows me to think about relationships and a set of practices through the Field Studio Geontological Survey. And this is a poster that we've hung up here on the wall. These are all ochre bodies from that tailings pile, but I've sampled them from the physical samples and then just reassigned the digital colors to the different bodies as kind of a way of thinking about how to get some of this work into the computer, honestly, and into a digital format, and thinking about drawing out the relationships and thinking about this tailings pile specifically. But FSGS works in three different types of operations. And so we work in field operations, community operations, and studio operations. In field operations, we walk around the ground and visit tailings piles and visit sites over and over again, sometimes to collect ochres, sometimes to just work with them in the field, and sometimes to return ochres. I always save everything that I'm collecting, and anything that's not in active use, I return it to the site. So I'm visiting these sites over time regularly. And also taking, this is a group of kids from the Green River High School who, despite living 30 minutes from this site called Temple Mountain, have never actually been there before we took them there. One of the girls' grandfathers actually worked at the Temple Mountain town site as a uranium miner, and she had never been there. So there's a really exciting way of involving the public. And in all of these operations, we make pigments that we then use in the exhibits. So in all of the exhibits and works that I'm doing, it's sort of, I don't know if you could call it co-creation, but I'm really interested in sharing the labor with community, educating people about ochre, and then bringing together their names and their credits, and identifying and acknowledging the ways as a community we've cared for this material through our creative practice. And then we get into the studio where we're making paints and archiving and working with the colors of all of these things. As a practice of trying to translate maybe this landscape into a gallery setting where you can start to create the survey and disseminate the findings of the survey, I think it's interesting to think about the color itself. These swatches start to become signs onto themselves on their own. I don't know if you've heard of Eduardo Kahn in How Forest Thinks, is thinking about how different non-humans or more than human communicate, but not in anthropocentric or anthropomorphic or anthro-exceptionalist ways, right? They might not be speaking to us or communicating in things that we always understand. And so I'm interested in how this color becomes an agent of communication of its own. And so I'm really interested in just the swatches as what they become of the color and not creating depictions of things with them. I think of them as samples and lenses, but it's also important to note that when we crush the body to the pigment to the swatch, we're flattening certain aspects of the ochre. And so I think ochre defies Cartesian logics and has all these other dimensions of its own, but when we start to work with them in the studio, we're playing around with and extracting different aspects of it. So the survey goes through field and community and studio operations, eventually to translate this, like a site from Temple Mountain, into the gallery. Here's some information about the swell that I'm going to kind of pass over, but this is kind of a range of the materials that you can find there. And it's incredible to think about like how you can find this soft, flaky green pigment next to this hard maroon mudstone, just based on water conditions and geological conditions at that time. This is a range of the ochres that I found in Temple Mountain, just a selection, just so you can see the color and the form. And so I think some of the lessons that this is giving us is that ochre is polyphonic and also multichromatic. But also I'm really thinking about like Karen Barad in Transmatter Reality and thinking about how this one matter has a variety of different transformations and trans-existences. And so I like to think of ochre also in a queer sense and thinking about how we might think about this one thing, iron oxide, and how many various ways and forms and colors and expressions and intelligences it has in the world. And so lastly, some of the other things that I'm thinking about, these are all samples from Temple Mountain. Ochre is slow, and it allows me to think on a geological timescale, but ochre is slow. Reminds me to slow down. Ochre is life, and it's that connection between us and iron and the cosmos, and also the threshold between living and non-living. Ochre respirates, right? When we combine and play around with carbon and oxygen from the iron ore, it's not too dissimilar from what we're doing with our own lungs. Ochre is intelligent. And through a speculative practice with this material, we can bring together subjectivities between human and non-human, between life and non-life, and think about what worlds are possible when we are becoming with or being with ochre. And I think especially worlds in the plural, when we think about, the Zapatista Manifesto, the world where many worlds fit. So not even thinking about plural futures that might be different lenses of our one objective neutral world, but I think ochre starts to allow us to think about how all of these multiplicities exist in a pluriversal sense of worlds. So I'll stop there because I could continue to drone on, and I'm sorry if I'm over time, but thank you. Thank you.
Well, firstly, thanks to the organizers. Thanks to Jeremy. That was a barn burner of an introduction. He didn't let you know that he's actually my landlord, and I didn't have a choice. Tenancy, it's rough. Alpitha brings up, I think, a kind of incredible point about the idea of wilderness. I'm going to talk about the wild, which is in major distinction to wilderness. But I think there's something in the idea of the trace, the idea that we are sort of living in action with ghosts of the landscape, and that we're both accountable to those parts of the memory of the landscape and previous cultures. 'Cause, 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 'cause So I'm going to speak today a little bit about architecture as something that is constructed through the plurality of memory, through transitory ghosts, literal and metaphoric, and that are moved into what I want to call specific apparitions, so that we are sort of taking antecedent forces from the landscape and actually quantifying them in material tectonic logics. I'm coming from a place, Cascadia. This is it's a cultural bioregion. It is a place that is home to the Coast Salish people, especially or directly on the west coast. And a lot of my work really works with thinking about the idea of the agencies behind fire and water, of which were hugely instrumental in the building of culture in these places. So I think, you know, these are ancestral territories where the plural and the complex become kind of cultural theater. It's pulled in every direction, but by a kind of futurity which at times is highly divided into distinct political watersheds. And you can kind of see some of these forces and agencies that are brought to bear on the Cascadian landscape with this inverted volcano. In this, I'm kind of interested in the way in which close readings start to reaccustom us to damaged and degraded places and begin to rebuild an ecophilic culture, stretched thin by modernity's ambivalence to survivorship of the beings that call this place home, how our culture natures, quote unquote, reemergent as complex and affective testament to the unseen, the left behind, the migrated. Which ghosts, which wild ambulations become foundational to the close read of an imagined future? What specific apparitions are born of the collisions between the material and the mythic, the tectonic and the processional? Or said differently, how do we make neighborly action that results in political and ecologically ameliorative consequences? Cézanne said, "The day is coming, quote, when a single carrot freshly observed will set off a revolution," unquote. And that carrot for me is the plurality of biocultural residues which muck about or float above. In the case of this rainforest canopy model, the form or mythic focus of pre-architectural ideas in model and drawings, which I call little myths. These are contrasted to the built models, the architecture as macro phenomena on the right-hand side, or big myths, both excised into hyperspecificity of site, body, and ecological process, in the case of this miniature bathhouse. The close reading is also in service of the embodiment of phenomena and processes, the affective and psychic press and pulse of asking oneself and one's culture, where the distinction between human and non-human becomes confused, and where ontological and phenomenological conditions push experience to both closeness and bewilderment. As the poet Gary Snyder says in his book, The Practice of the Wild is the bobcat running through your dream right now. That energy, process, material can be arranged both internally within the depths of our dreams and our psyches, but it's just important that they live outside and inside. Both are needed. Both are required to convey culturally heavy capacities. And in this, the model, the drawing, and the construction process itself becomes, rather than just a process of abstraction, as Jeremy's talking about earlier, or mimesis, though it is that too, they intend to raise the integrity of ecological processes and domestic adjacency in a conceptual titration or method of concretization with the critical wild ghosts of the landscape. In Cascadia, we often find relics, ghost trees partially codified and decarbonized by past fires, which can remain standing for hundreds of years. In their hollows and in their leading bodies and broken residues, they initiate a death ritual in which the forest is reborn through their rotting cavities and precipitating nutrients. The penultimate act of the loss, the tree quote-unquote dying, is the ultimate transformation from life into afterlife. These ghosts hold the epiphytic and floating biologic matter of the next generation and sponsor radical renewal. This model serves as a little myth of this cycle, depicting the fall and breaking apart of a tree and its partial return to the earth. This little myth inspired an architectural response, mimetic in both form and also in process, whereby the partie of a house and a home school would enact this arboreal theater, lifting and falling into place. Here, the house lands its way onto the native slope of 3.86 degrees, rests, and is perforated by way of a series of courtyard intrusions, and supports a regrowth from these shaded and moist protected internal organs to support higher species diversity than the surrounding forest. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the sort of big myth drawing and the resultant when transformed into kind of architectural form. The architectural assembly is in two parts, a stump and a log, both sharing the same profile. The plan of the tower is the section of the bar building and vice versa. Separated structures, cracked apart and repurposed. The building in this context, in the context of a warming and fiery climate, is fire hardened by the application of pre-burnt siding, and also serves to protect against the rot of the West Coast climate. And here you can see it climbing up the hill and leaning. Interior conditions ascend and descend constantly, migrating up and down narrow passages into pools of light. While the floors are flat, the walls, ceilings, windows all cant to the slope, fostering an organic interior topography and bewildered and non-rectified phenomena. The house, at 2,000 square feet, was built to the passive standard and aimed to decrease site disturbance through prefabricated insulated panels and relied on a rhythm of cross-laminated timber shear walls to accommodate the high seismic load of this of its containment. And I'm just going to, hopefully this film doesn't freeze the computer, play a little bit about both the model and also the construction process. Now, a number of years ago, my colleague Daniel Irvine and I, who actually helped on that last project, were asked by this small institution in Vancouver called the Museum of Vancouver, which is, I would say, very small in budget but big in heart. And we were asked to design an exhibition regarding nature-culture relationships. They were, I think, trying to get at the closeness specifically of Vancouver to the forces of ecology that have come to kind of shape the place. And so there were two major constraints on the show. The first one was that we would have to use upcycled materials from the film industry, in fact, to satisfy new requirements from the museum, that we weren't going to be buying and purchasing new things. And then second, that we would have to display very old and very, very toxic pieces of taxidermy, which were on long-term loan from a sister institution. And these are full of arsenic and other things from taxidermy processes from the early 1900s. The kind of resulting partie sought to bridge the experiential with the didactic. Two wings on either side here offered both enchanted on the left-hand side and enlightened, thinking about the kind of rational didactic approach, notions of nature culture across species understandings. The enchanted wing, which we dubbed the encounters rooms, is here on the left-hand side and basically embedded within these structures. The first layer of encounter is admittedly a catwalk for the taxidermied ghosts. Constructed by objects by many generations previously, we leaned into the specter of objectification as a historical gaze, and foiled that with embedded rooms which subjectified both the museum goer and the phenomena and species embedded within intimate dark scenes. So we were really sort of counterimporting another generation's understanding with maybe the emergent one of our own. Here are sort of a few images, and Daniel, my design partner, was brave enough to get behind or in front of the lens in his birthday suit, so that's him. But these are these sort of outward moments within the exhibition that he is another animal, another kind of wild creature amidst these other things that we would typically label as such. And so if that was the sort of objectified view, it was incredibly important for us to then allow museum goers into an entirely different understanding of these wild things. So with this enfilade approach embedded underneath the catwalk, we had a series of rooms which engaged in subjectivities regarding relationships to different animals. So we considered the idea that an elk might be a dinner guest by way of a meeting with a hunter. And there's Daniel having dinner. What is it like to come face to face with the one that you're eating? That an owl might be the one spying on you. This is rendered through CCTV, just basic dumb technology, so that you and the room go in and start to notice yourself under the camera's glare, and only later recognize that that might be the owl that is actually the voyeur. Or that you're caught in a rainstorm and the only thing between you and it is a cheap tent or tarp. And lastly, I think in the context of material imaginaries, we can consider how we might start to kind of re-render understandings of species that have been lost through degradation, like the salmon here. So we basically laminated up LED boards with a graphic, and in a very dumb physical way, quite literally hung pieces of acetate in front of them, allowing reflection between 3 layers of moving acetate, installed fans above those, plugged them in, and we had, these kind of, I welded up these steel kind of brackets, braces, which then allowed us to kind of create something very material but very alive. And I'm just going to show a quick segment of this. So this is not animation, this is just reflection. that sense of embeddedness, I think, was really important for us to ask museum goers to ask them to consider sort of, what part in the landscape do they sort of, how do they move into the future in terms of their relationship with these fish that are largely expirated from local creeks? And so to actually embed people below a hypothetical surface of water and into that room was, I think, our paramount task. This next project, the role of salmon really figured quite largely into it as well. And this is, I would call, the last in terms of the presentation about big and little myths. It's located at the edge of a residential stream, highly channelized and fitted within a kind of rotting and destitute Edwardian cottage. I worked with some dear friends of mine to kind of begin reforming this site by slow and careful readings of its history, both in aesthetics and in ecological processes. And this stream basically goes right here. This is a tarp that was over the roof because it was collapsing, and they needed to kind of rebuild and refigure. The stream once hosted salmon in great numbers. Now only a few trickle in. The ancestral migration upon which these fish propagated had undergone trials of blockage and toxicity, which now renders the population as a shadow or a ghost of this former superorganism. Before we began designing a new small house to replace the cottage, which had begun to collapse, as I said, we began to design and build a project of streamside restoration or enhancement. This process included reconstruction of grades, stream profiles, and densely planted riparian areas, which happened in advance of the construction or the architectural macro, which came to fit around the landscape design. And you can just start to see the building coming up there after a year and a half of planting and growth. This is the kind of architectural plan of it. And, I think one thing that I came across very early on with the clients was that they were allergic to modernism in their understanding of it in terms of aesthetics and what it might mean for their lives. So the architectural project became one of understanding a genetic code of Mannerist Edwardianism and attempted to integrate cottageness with streaminess. The colliding form and process eroded away expectations of aesthetics and transposed the formal tectonics of streamside jetsam, flotsam, eddying into its internal character, and wrap these in a soft and weathered approach. So as Foucault talks about the ship, the idea that we sort of migrate into a heterotopic condition, I consider this site and specifically this moment to be that moment of coming aboard, that you are into a kind of new set of relationships between yourself, the house, and ultimately the creek in which you are responsible for if you are the homeowner here. The interior is a set of eddy spaces of which collect the domestic items, the movement of people, and guide an energetic flow through different small and intimate forms. This is only 1,400 square feet, this house, plus a garage. And the tectonic move in and out, sublimating into small spaces. The creek here on the right-hand side, after 3 years, is all but unnoticeable, with its riparian vegetation knitting together and healing. Yet if you start to peer in, fish in some ways are starting to return. Thank you. Move this off here, and then you can move your...
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here, and I've enjoyed the other presentations so much, so I'm happy to be part of this event. So to enter these big themes of material imaginaries and possible worlds, I'm going to share something concrete and specific, just 2 adaptive reuse projects completed in the past few years. I also want to offer some context about how my partner and I work, specifically our attitude toward the relationship between space and use. And it's this attitude that shapes really all of our projects, and I'd like to share what informs this attitude, spaces that we observe and learn from in our everyday, in our travels, existing conditions of all kinds. We've started to refer to the type of space we look to and learn from and try to make sense of, and try to make as well as space for something. And in this talk, I'll aim to show how space for something is a sustainable and typologically provocative architecture, and I'll describe also some tectonic and material implications. And actually, I really think of space for something as inviting or invoking possible worlds. Over time, all buildings eventually develop lives of their own, independent from the original intentions of designers. They become spaces for anything, like a gas station that becomes a cafe with minimal built changes, here a photograph taken in Greece, or a cafe that becomes a gas station, again without a radical overhaul, informed by the existing structure, the existing building being here a real design collaborator, also taken in northern Greece. And this freer relationship between use and form is what we call space for something. The phrase adaptive reuse is often cited with a kind of tacit implication that buildings need to be adapted to serve the needs of inhabitants, but a space for something has a freer and more elastic relationship to use. Space for something is typologically innovative because it doesn't conform to normative space making. It's more inclusive, less prescriptive. It reduces construction and demolition waste, reducing the carbon footprint of architecture. And by respecting what's already there and reducing the need for new construction, space for something widens the financial accessibility of architecture. The tectonic language of our built work is one of accessibility and maintenance, and we're interested in how an ethic of care, maintenance, and stewardship, and also restraint can be drivers of adaptive reuse. So the presentation that I've put together of these 2 projects is meant to really establish a space for something as a sustainable and programmatically open-ended architecture with an accessible handling of tectonics and materiality. As my partner's parents live in rural northern Greece, so second time out of 3 presentations, Greece comes up, and Canada as well, so wonderful international crossovers. I have no claims to Greece, but because his parents live there, we try to visit maybe every couple of years, and these visits with family are always combined with a casual study of the built environment, which is filled with the typology of the polykatechia, the contemporary vernacular building type all across the region, really the country. And constrained budgets are triggers there for some freewheeling experimentation with construction and architectural form. Polykatechias typically develop over decades as continual construction. So in this one, in this photo, for example, it's been in this condition of paused construction for over 2 decades, and it's really captured our fascination. Looking more closely, you can see that it's actually inhabited, and we're really intrigued with how people start using it, although it's not completed. It's clearly not used according to any original design intentions. It's rather a space for something. The building develops its own agency, and people form their own idiosyncratic reading of it. Rebar isn't just rebar. Even individual building components invite open-ended interpretations. And we think of this as an accessible tectonic, building components that are poised for further adaptation, tinkering, and repair. And the same polykatechia, it's not a neutral space with its exposed material and expressed imprint of the formwork. It's a very present tectonic expression. Our interest in a space for something is related to the notion of polyvalency. According to the architect Hermann Hertzberger, a polyvalent structure is open to different interpretations by the user without the need for much change to the structure. Polyvalent structures demonstrate that the meaning of form isn't fixed in buildings, but rather constantly renegotiated between each individual user and the building. Polyvalent buildings are active participants in that relationship and not passive, neutral objects. They're equal partners. So to better understand this particular condition, we measured and drew it, and we're really interested in how the figurative elements of inhabitation and the abstract geometry of the raw construction seem to amplify one another. And we deliberately drew inhabitation and structure in the same way and try to do this in most of our work. So this is a space for something that's able to deal with random phenomena of temporal banal uses and construction halts. It's an untamed space. And the phased construction of polycatakias all over Greece is really, or polykatakia all over Greece is really an expression of a financial framework for construction that doesn't rely on bank loans. Long pauses in building activity are used as time to save money. And so buildings of all kinds are characterized by a range of finishes and uses, from the formal and more conventional that you can see here on the ground floor to the informal and more open-ended spaces for something, as shown on the second floor here, and a continual construction also projecting an unknown future. To talk about a space for something and the idea of continual construction in my own work, I'll start with an adaptive reuse project that applies an ideas of untamed space, critiques a tight fit to normative uses, and applies an open-ended construction similar to the polykatakia study. This masonry building, dating back to the 1920s, was originally used as a taxi cab repair shop in Buffalo, and new owners, an older couple, wanted to use it as an apartment and workshop. It was inhabited in a similarly untamed way as the polykatakia case study that I just showed, and a small room had already been partitioned by the former owner, who was a contractor, and he'd used it as his office. One reference for this project was the Seschi Pompeia project by Lina Bobardi, the adaptive reuse of a former drum factory into a cultural center in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Instead of tearing it down as recommended by the city, she didn't really change it much. So some roof tiles are replaced with glass tiles, and the floor is replaced with elements from the exterior, sidewalk pavers, and a river-like water body. And the pavers and the stretch of water appear almost surreal and magical with minimal means. And what really interests me here is what both my partner and I feel is the highest architectural ambition. Space is given for the everyday and for everyone. It's really an example of space for something. So to bring our own small intervention within the financial reach of the owner, we also tried to change as little as possible. To do that, we looked closely at the existing plan, just to try to read a compositional logic into it. And we reinterpreted the small existing enclosure, which you see here, labeled C, as an overlap between two bigger existing spaces, the big wood workshop, B, and the generous garden space, A. To work toward this spatial figure, very little needed to be changed. So here is the existing plan. In red, you see the demolished elements consisted of very little. And in black, you see all newly constructed walls, also very little. The little space got the most attention and finish, so 80% of the small budget went into it, with the large workshop space receiving just 6 new skylights and a staircase to the roof. And the skylights transform this big space into a generous light world in itself. It has no views to the outside and feels like a kind of patio space with its orientation to the sky. The private fenced garden became another big space offered for free, and the facade composition is made with everyday architectural elements that were either requested or already there. An enlarged saw-cut door opening aligned with a new opening into the workshop, a privacy window shutter with a solar pattern, a large retractable awning, a utility pole, the electric service. And the financial constraint of the project really meant that the budget was spent carefully, selectively on certain parts, while other elements were nearly really untouched and left quite raw. So we focused on small spatial interventions with significant spatial expression. The skylight aligned with the roof joist as if it's balancing on it, avoiding any structural work, and aligned with the skylight is an opening in the bathroom, making the shower feel surprisingly connected to the outside. And the visible cut surface gives the door the impression of a hole in the wall. The surfaces of the floor and the ceiling make the newly inserted surfaces look like discrete elements independent from one another. And the skylights correspond to activities below, like the shower, the stovetop, and they draw these slanted shapes onto the walls, giving you an indication of the time of day. Again, a lot of elements left untouched where possible, the uneven existing concrete floor, and the gradient of finishes from untouched to new creates an open-ended architecture that allows for continuous DIY construction, minimizing the upfront investment. And so here you see those enlarged, aligned openings to the outside, creating a rare connection between the workshop and the exterior garden. The spaces of the project aren't assigned traditional uses. Instead, they're imagined as seasonally responsive and constantly in flux, 3 spaces for something. So inhabitation maybe can retreat into the warm and insulated little space in the harsh winters. We've drawn here a retreat of all domestic uses into that small space, and it can spread into the big spaces, the generous garden and the workshop in the warm seasons. So the living area can be anywhere between 450 square feet to 4,000 square feet. And these zoom-ins just show the freestyle and habitation patterns that we imagine might take place. The architecture critic Raymond Ryan wrote about this project in the Architectural Review and referred to it as a slow and open-ended architecture. A restrained intervention made it financially possible and consequently extended the lifespan of this structure with minimal use of resources. And here you see the space in the hands of actually a new owner who's used some floor leveler. You can see he's tinkering, so the process is proving to be additive. And the second and final case study in Space for Something that I'll share with you is also characterized by what we think of as compositional tectonics and a continual construction. It's the adaptive reuse and addition to this building. And it came really as a response to this dilapidated condition that it was in. And these photographs show that condition before the intervention. The parapet was partially missing, the ground floor facade partially filled in. The rear wall here was in complete disrepair with several small trees growing out of it. This one was doing really well. The historic structure had operated as a grocery store, a strip club, attorney's office, a hair salon, among other uses in its past. And this interior before scenario, stage with a stripper's pole and a disco ball, which was in the back room of a so-called barbershop, is really a testament to how the pairings that occur between buildings and uses are totally unpredictable. So we opened the ground floor with a custom oak frame storefront, and while the front end of this project retained its representative elevation with more of a restoration approach, the back introduces a totally different, unforeseen character to the building and to the site, a space for something. Business in the front, party in the back. And the ground floor tenant in this case, she was planning to open a cat cafe. And cat cafes are a unique program, we learned. There needs to be an airtight separation between animals and food preparation. So the plan diagram here shows that bifurcation of the space into the cafe area and the cat zone. And we really wanted to obscure this banal binary division. So the zigzag boundary between cats and food is done to make that division indistinct and hard to track among many misaligned elements that we introduced. And the following slides, drawings, and photos just illustrate some of the material assemblies and tectonic expressions that create these compositions of misalignment. The steel beam and the light run through the glass partition, seemingly unaffected. They go their own way, ignoring each other. Benches run through the glass wall, allowing encounters between cats and people on opposite sides of the wall. So you can see how the benches are bifurcated by the glass division and how you can sit on both sides of the enclosure, obscuring what's inside and outside. And like a cat, the glass wall nestles against the floor, hops onto the benches, jumps down again, and then jumps up onto the kitchen counter where cats aren't supposed to be. And here it's also hard to track what's actually inside the cat zone and what's outside. Here the kitchen counter protrudes into the cat zone, and at the bottom, the cat zone pushes into the kitchen above the counter. The floor terrazzo sheets also form the counters, with their underside showing as if the assembly is just a temporary mock-up, and edges are unfinished, and the rear side of the sheets is also left raw, questioning what's front and back. Another moment of obscured borders are the bathroom enclosures. The ceiling and the wall locations are not aligned with the existing window openings in the old shell of the building. So here you see how window, ceiling, and wall are purposefully not aligned, questioning whether the window belongs to the bathroom or the cafe seating area, as if the bathroom enclosure is kind of accidentally positioned into its location and could be moved. Another moment of an obscured boundary can be seen in the detailing of the openings of the new masonry addition, which is a main moment of the project and a space for something in itself. These openings look unglazed, unfinished, open to the outside as if cats could jump out at any moment. The glass is mounted actually to the outside, making it visually disappear from the inside, so the detailing is a reference to Sigurd Leverance's St. Peter's Church in Klippen, Sweden from the 60s. In the reconstruction of the compromised rear wall, it was first deconstructed and bricks were cleaned and reused, and lots of ochre dust was there for Alpida, had I known, washed away, I guess rightly so, into the soil. So these reclaimed bricks were integrated with an assortment of new elements, a large sliding wall, and also minimized the need for a large part of the brick wall to be reconstructed. What ended up occurring was this new composition of diverse everyday materials and components, grids and sizes. And here's that seam between the existing assembly and the reused bricks over here. And one reference was the Alta Pinakothek project by Hans Dulgast in Munich. The painting gallery was destroyed by a bomb during the Second World War, and Dulgast repaired the crater with the pile of original bricks from the rubble. And Dulgast continued the tectonic expression and rhythm of the original facade, but here you can see with everyday contemporary architectural elements, exposed brick and downspouts continue the rhythm of the neoclassical columns. And at first glance, you wouldn't notice anything, but at closer inspection, you can really see, I think, and that's a testament to the reconstruction. And Dulgast also used the crater and the reconstruction as an opportunity to introduce a new spatial moment into the building, a full-height double staircase hall. In the architectural review, again, the critic Raymond Ryan wrote that the building, or the addition in particular, feels simultaneously modern, like a Solowit artwork, and archaic. The walls are made from structural clay brick, their angularity suggesting not the interpenetration of volumes, as with the cats and glass inside, but rather a mysterious flow of bounded space that's made more puzzling by its high degree of abstraction. There are no sills or headers. The bricks read the same in every direction. Opaque doors to the outside have a coloration close to that of the bricks and rise to align with the top of this almost surrealist enclosure, unquote. It's a space for something with a specific and idiosyncratic typology, but not tied to a specific use. And here you can see the tectonic expression of the enclosure. The windowsill and the header are articulated in the same way, two courses of terracotta block filled with cement. And you can see that it's real block and not a cladding, but at the same time, the opening is abstracted because a structural header would not look like this. And finally, drawing the building, we projected both forward and also back in time. The project at this point is part of what we think could be a future whole, and it imagines a continual construction happening on the overarching lot, which responds to new city zoning in Buffalo that encourages high density in this area. So the top plan here shows that building from around 1900, here with the 1940s extension. Here is our intervention, and the fourth one could happen, we imagine, sometime in future decades, like 2050. And these phases could be built as funds are available, and the underlying question really is, can a project be thought of as a continual construction instead of a single expense incurred all at once, kind of like a horizontal polykatechia? And the general premise of this cluster of formally distinct gestures is really the wider array of spatial conditions could attract a wider array of users and uses. Thank you so much.
I take? Yeah. Oh.
Welcome.
We should wait. No rush. Or is there? What time is it? Mark? You on that? Is that good or bad? Okay. Irrelevant. Okay. Well, in the spirit of that, I'll ask a question or just throw a couple of ideas out there that might provoke some conversation, and then we can open it up. And it has to do with patience and its opposite, urgency. I would say in all scenarios that both of those things are in play in some kind of balance, that you're not operating under this luxurious condition of infinite timelines, unless we're talking about the presence of iron in the cosmos and also our bodies. But there's still an urgency to your work that's about kind of broadcasting a different kind of reading, for example. So I'm just curious if we might discuss that a little bit here. What is your relationship in these projects which people are kind of counting on you to deliver in various ways to patience and urgency?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I think it's a good question in terms of urgency, because it makes me think about flipping on its head who the client is. And so I think in terms of kind of urgency, I see the client in, say, for instance, that Parkside Creek House as ultimately the salmon that are there and the other aquatic life that are in the stream. They're not the paying client, but they are part of the sphere of responsibility that we historically have not rendered onto ourselves. And so there's a kind of ancestral urgency in terms of keeping their genetics alive that are micro-adapted to those stream ecosystems. And then there's also the kind of ongoing nature of, in that project specifically, thinking about the way in which climate change is acting on that stream. My brother, this past fall, took videos of the entire place getting flooded from a kind of just hyper-abundant storm that came. And so there's that onloading of urgency that comes into play. And so I think there's the idea that the client is waiting on you for their domesticity, but so are salmon. And so I think there's a sense of kind of, you know, an inversion of who we are designing for that we have to kind of take on in an urgent sense.
I mean, it's a broad question. I guess they exist together, patience and urgency. Everyone, I mean, especially because the things that I do or the work that I showed involves so many people. It's very complex to just try to understand and factor in everyone's own understanding of time, and it's valuable to them in different ways. So it's, you know, but no one is asking for like a high degree of thoughtfulness or reflectivity. And so, like there is like a very slow pace that I wouldn't want to impose on many people.
Unless they had, I mean, part of it is your kind of inherent economic model of not taking on debt to do everything all at once, and then seeing what opportunities play out within that new kind of, I don't know if it's innovative, but I like the sound of it as like a sort of a proto-design condition that we don't always get to dabble with.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe if I'm thinking about how I learn about urgency from ochre or the geological, is not so much thinking about the massive geological timescale and the slowness of that, but also the urgency of like it's not urgency. It's that I can be adaptive and quick, and if I can change my form and my response, and if I can be multiple, then perhaps urgency is sort of irrelevant, because urgency becomes difficult when I'm static and frozen and stratified and immoving, you know? Perhaps is how I'm thinking about urgency. I don't know if that makes any sense.
A bit of a paradox. But in any case, that tension keeps you in motion and keeps you working on things and forces you to think differently depending on what sort of balance that tension is in the three very different kinds of practices here. Anybody else want to join in? Coming in.
Okay. Really interesting range of thoughts and thinking and design ways of being, which is what I really, really enjoy about all of your talks, is because they're so much about a way of being as a designer rather than like what it is that you're designing necessarily. And I'm curious about that also in terms of like how you redescribe materiality in your practices, where you find materiality. So like, Alpitha, it's a very focused on a kind of single materiality, but just like how you kind of define the political, social, environmental contours of that, like you're looking in really interesting places in order to redefine that material. Or Chad, like what you said, really interesting sphere of influence, like that ties you to a different set of materials than you otherwise would tie yourself to. Or just like the way of treating, the kind of found materiality, and what you, like when the moment where you said, Cynthia, that the electrical pole is also part of the facade, that to me was also a moment where the kind of material logic started to adopt a kind of background condition that you're operating in. And so I'm curious about how you, like, what the process is of sort of expanding that palette, and what sorts of things are opened up in that expanded palette for you as like a way of being as a designer.
I mean, I guess in some ways the extended palette is how you think about everything as something that you have relation to, right? Like if I were to think about carbon or water or plastic the way I think about ochre, it might start to change the way that I experience the world around me. But I think material is also interesting because I'm playing around with the notion of the ground and the actual materiality of that and how it feels to me, the practice of being in the landscape. I don't look for color. Oftentimes ochres don't have color when you pick them up and you feel them. It's almost like when you feel somebody in the room and you kind of look to see if someone's there, it's kind of this body feeling. But it also then, when you reduce that to the color dimension, color is an experience, right? If you talk about like Wittgenstein and these color theorists, color doesn't have materiality, supposedly. It's a phenomenon that we experience, that color experience. And so I think there's an interesting way of grounding that back into the actual material, because when you work with ochres, they all behave very differently. And they might look one way as a body, they might look another way as a pigment, but then they start to behave very differently when you work with them. And they also play tricks and do things on their own. And I have millions of stories about the kinds of tricks that ochre play on someone. And they're like if we have any printers in the room, they're like the printer's devil. No? Printmakers? No printer's devil. And so they do have their own world and their own materiality in that sense as well.
I think if I understand the question correctly, for me, I'm mainly interested in existing conditions and working on perceiving them more flatly, as Natalia describes, like without imposing without being in a default assessment. So that can be very liberating and can lead me to unexpected positions if I have something I want to work on. But mainly, the work is just to look and to reckon with everything around. And not be so interested in starting things anew or in anything in particular.
Yeah, I suppose I'm caught between that and the idea of immanence, in that I guess I'm interested in the idea of the everyday and the kind of the standard or the quotidian, and yet the reformation of it into something that is emergent, that has perhaps cultural, mythical qualities to it, that is sometimes kind of intentional in the way in which it bends our actions towards cultural coagulation or new ways of reading and seeing or enchantment. But sometimes it's just a stone. And, it makes me think about the kind of idea of what instructions that we're given when we act on a material. Like if a house or a project or a stone is a material that we are responsible for, to what degree do we care for that material? And I think that's where the mythic is really important in that there's a set of cultural qualities or instructions that we can perhaps donate as designers in our drawing process that I would love to kind of hand over to a client and say, here's one way in which you might be able to care for this place seasonally or over the course of 25 years of you being the steward. And I think that sense of drawing out that kind of materiality is critically important, and haven't figured out how to get there, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I was just thinking in the last several minutes there about, well, Alpitha, you said something to the effect of that by virtue of being a part of everything, that ochre doesn't assimilate, but it reduces differentiation, or it reduces distinction between things, perhaps, or it brings us together in a kind of ontological relationship with things that we're not used to being in an ontological relationship with. So, about the three, and thinking that was a little bit of a theme across them, like a reduction in distinction between types of things, or at least the removal of the anthropo from the start of the Anthropocene in each of them in some fashion. And I was wondering, like, is that fair to say, first of all? And second of all, could I read that as a kind of tactic of worlding? Like a tactic of your practices through which they address something like worlding?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot about difference and non-difference, or Isabel Stengers would call it divergence as opposed to difference. Karen Broad might say, coming together apart from. And so it's not that we're the same, and it's not to say they are the same, but it's to, reduce the impact of the differentiation. And I think that notion of divergence as opposed to difference, and it's instead of othering, right, that we can still be in a category. I recently picked up this book by, I'm going to butcher his name, Eduardo Castro de Viveiros, am I saying it correctly? And he's talking about how, like, humans and non-humans are not together because animals are human-like, but because humans are animals, but because both animals and humans have souls. They're both beings with souls. And so he's creating these other categories, and then starts to include, ghosts and non-living souls and all of these other things. And I think that's a really interesting way of starting to think about if the category is bigger or if the category has a different shape, how we fit different things in there.
guess with categories, am just skeptical about who they're serving and who made them up. They don't often have longevity in my experience. So in working with existing conditions, built conditions, I think it seems really natural to me to be preoccupied with the future, especially if you're working with something old. So I guess that's a form of worlding.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard question to answer, but I think there's something about the notion that architecture is somehow, or the complex of architecture and landscape together is somehow thinking about building up ritual and behavior in a way that worlds, but it can't do it. It can do it pragmatically for the other beings, but I think it has to do it in a kind of potentially poetic and yet pragmatic way that speaks to us with our language, with our visual language, with our visual medium, that has kind of meaning to us across time, and that, it's not simply about being the performative ecological approach or the human didactic approach. There's something that ties those two together in a way that I feel like is both metaphoric and it's prismatic, and that it like expands what a building could do and how it does it. And that's I think something I'm thinking about. So that prismatic approach is worlding. It's multilingual through all of the things in which we make as designers.
Final thoughts? I've got one, just in case. One more. Control, another frustratingly broad topic here, but maybe in terms of a tactic of a certain through line between three different practices here, that each one sort of sets your agency as a designer diffused into this field of existing conditions in various forms and scales, within which you're participating with a different kind of version of control that maybe Chad's clients that fear modernists are afraid of. But that sets you up in this kind of more anxiety-ridden process of searching, prospecting for ochre and not finding it sometimes, or the money not coming soon enough to expand the cat cafe far enough, or however that might play out. Maybe if there are any last thoughts out there about how you position yourself in that way.
Yeah, I think about the question of liquidity earlier, and for myself, admittedly, I mean, these are older projects which I've distanced myself from in some ways ontologically. Because of that, I think urgency for liquidity and deformation and reformation. And I think my earlier work had a lot more sort of sense of control in it that I'm interested in leaving behind. Doesn't mean it's not something that we need to think about, but I think increasingly that sense of control is a kind of, it's a colonial import that I have to re-register. So.
I would just say that I have to relinquish a lot of control, and part of it I don't want to relinquish. For example, in many surveys, I work with what colors are there, and I often don't like them, if I'm being honest, or I don't like the way that they work together if it was just about me and some Pantone swatch book, but it's not, and so it's changed my relationship to having that control dramatically, and just thinking about those colors not as something that I might select and apply as a design choice, but instead something that's emerging from beings and intelligence and existence in the world. So it's forced me to relinquish control. But then in other ways, I'm producing things because I don't want to control the material. So there's this like weird reluctance that I have to, paint things because I'm not a painter and use the ochres in certain ways. And so I'm trying not to control them and see what happens. And then it gets into this sort of cycle of just not doing anything sometimes. So it's a tricky balance, yeah.
I think I don't have much control over anything because of the collaborative nature of the work. It's more negotiation and conversation, and then ultimately the joy of the unknown future and not having any idealization or particular trajectory for any project. But I think that's a good thing and a position that I worked years to start to appreciate lack of control.
Excellent. Well, thanks, everybody. Oh, sorry, Scott.
Thanks to everybody that's presented today. I was really struck by something that I think touches all of the projects, and that's the function of time within the context of each of your projects. Like it's like geological time, and the next day, or whatever time brings, and the changes that time brings, and how you respond to that as not just the three of you, but I think everybody, how we respond to the time that we have. How do we make it, useful? How do we engage it and communicate it to someone else? Like I think about I can't pronounce the word, but I think about that and the way the way it takes something that's never finished and gives it a kind of quality of elegance, and I think that's, those are the kinds of things that time offers, and I just want to know what you guys think about it. How do you frame time for yourself?
Yeah, time is an incredible thing in relationship to architecture, and I feel like often architecture is kind of like hated on because it's slow, people say, but that's also the beauty of it. It can, as you're saying, the polycatechia can kind of stand there more or less harmlessly, but pregnant with a lot of possibility, and suddenly also they become generous, these structures, and very malleable. But so yeah, I think that time for me is tied to a kind of hopeful like lifespan of a building, like hundreds of years, being super optimistic, and also to the conviction and the appreciation of people's unpredictability. Yeah, but always on my mind for sure.
Yeah, I love that question, Scott. I think some of it is like trying to get in a mind frame where you're deferential to other beings, like imagining yourself as a tree, and then you die. But that could be in the case of Cascade, it could be 1,500 years. So what does architecture think like if it's 1,500 years old? I don't know. Or if it's a seasonal cycle of fish migration that happens every year. It's done so for millennia, except for the past 50 or 60. Just like time is, as you're saying, pregnant within all of these things. So it's hard to look away once you notice that.
Yeah. Part of your question at the end was, how do I frame time for myself? And I think the answer is that I don't. The things that I'm looking at, or the archives that I'm looking at, or the materials that I'm working with are framing the time. I'm actually quite time blind. It's really problematic in trying to be a functional human being. And so that's quite difficult. But I think I am also thinking and have been raised to think very generationally, and been thinking about, like carrying around 100 years behind me and 100 years in front of me. And so it makes it really hard to get through a 3-foot doorway. And so I think, yeah, time is always shifting and not always something I frame for myself.
And time is of the essence today. So thanks again. Let's get some coffee, and then we'll wrap things up strong.
We are at the final stage of our symposium. I'm Carl Lestrito. I'm a faculty member here, and I have the privilege of serving as the director of the School of Architecture. I'm going to make some reflective comments before introducing our keynote speaker, Anthony Dunn. There's really no one in the world who can more appropriately conclude this symposium. At the conclusion of his talk, Mark and Micah will help me facilitate our final Q&A and close things out. There's so many people to thank. Jason Young, our dean, has already been thanked, but I want to reinforce that we're all here having this discourse because of his support. Mark and Micah, thank you. The symposium committee, that includes our tenure-track faculty members, Jeremy Magner, Kati Dan Zhang, and Francis Xu. Also, thank you. I'm pretty impressed that we have faculty members, Brian Ambrosiak, Hansard Goritz, Julie Kress, Roha, Faye Nixon, Keith Caseman, and Andrew Maddle, in addition to the faculty that we've already seen today, implicated in this discourse because they've got work in those exhibits there. That broad participation reflects diverse but network nature of our intellectual community. So this morning, when consuming a dose of screen content, I watched a video. It's one of those videos where someone has perfectly matched the tone and cadence of a viral video. Do you know this subgenre? The original video and the vocal performance get like juxtaposed, and that like the matching is uncanny. Okay, some people know what I'm talking about. Some people will look it up later. It creates this kind of uncanny condition. I think it's an important viral subgenre born out of the Gen Z style of satire that deploys the full force of earnesty to invoke mockery, but never be caught mocking. Often the source material is political, or as was the case in the video I watched today, consumer related. In this case, the consumer was having a meltdown in public. You might actually know this particular viral video. It was shared in 2016 on the meme account The Shade Room, which has about 30 million followers. Its unfortunate title is, quote, "Crazy Chick Flips Out in Barnes & Noble." Even if you use those terms to search the video, and you watched it later, if you don't know the video I'm talking about, but I can tell some of you do, it's always the case, some people do, you'd see this woman aggressively asking a Barnes & Noble desk guy why he couldn't possibly, staying on track here, have the latest misery novel by Paul Sheldon. The employee offers to order it. She's not interested in waiting. She turns to onlookers. Things get really cringe. She asks, why hasn't anyone heard of Paul Sheldon? The cell phone camera operator gets a little bit shaky. You might send this to your friend who consumes shared content. We all have one of those friends on our social media that we send cringe stuff to. Very awkward. Unless you read the comments, you might think you get it. You might share it, as I mentioned. And you may be asking yourself right now, does Carl know where he is? Does he know this is an introduction of Anthony Dunn? And I do. Trust me. The video is fake. It's an act of worlding, but an inadvertent act of worlding. The video is entirely staged by a theater troupe who has done a performance staged as a viral video of their rendition of Stephen King's Misery, in which there is a scene that is performed as this viral video. Now, that viral content ends up having a life of its own, which is a theme that is resonating today. Worlds beget worlds, including accidental worlds, and we had better be worlding lest we become occupants of someone else's world. Now, everyone is in on that video, even the employee, because every economy, even the attention economy, invites speculation. Like the dioramas that Chad just showed, and even more like the pop-up installation of the Severance actors in a fabricated glass enclosed set in Grand Central Station recently, it's a reminder that the worlds we world are constantly converging on our reality. Fantasy is a fiction, and I don't mean that fantasy is a kind of fiction. I mean that the notion of fiction is a fantastical indulgence. We face reality seepage and dream convergence regularly, and the unreal has never felt more possible. It's never been less viable for architects to claim to be apolitical, and it's never been more blatant that speculation must fuel the concrete, lest others, AI or finance, build world for us to inhabit. We need the co-director of the Designed Realities Studio at the New School Parsons in New York, as well as the distinguished visiting lecturer at the China Academy of Art to talk to us now. And he will, and he is here, and he's Anthony Dunn. Along with his partner and co-author, Fiona Raby, he operates the studio Dunn and Raby. Their work is among the most cited around here, and their scholarship initiated or provoked, or both, many of us today, definitely including myself. From 2005 to 2015, Dunn served as professor and head of the Design Interactions Department at the Royal College of Art in London. Anthony is the author with Raby of Design Noir, Speculative Everything, and the forthcoming Not Here, Not Now. Their writing is generous. Speculative Everything is a manual, a portfolio, a demonstration, and a transparent gift to the disciplines of architecture and design. In my experience, it's rare to find ideas that are so salient and so accessible. Their currency is prompting. Prompts for the discipline, prompts to themselves in practice, and prompts to students. I appreciate that their prevailing prompts are public. One such prompt from Dunn's Aesthetics of Unreality studio is, quote, to develop a proposal for a scene from an imagined world using people, costume, environment, climate, objects, landscape, graphics, technology, and so on. The scene should hint at an alternative set of values, belief systems, politics, and social relations to those currently prevailing in the West, end quote. This resonates with those who showed student work earlier today, including from here. Prompting is a key tactic of worlding, something worth preserving, perhaps, in the age of AI, which risks prompts devolving into mere input. Dunn and Raby's work has been showcased in major exhibitions at MoMA, the Pompidou Center, the National Museum of China, and the Design Museum in London. Their projects are also part of permanent collections at institutions including MoMA, the Victoria and Albert Museum, and the Austrian Museum of Applied Arts. In recognition of his contributions to design, Anthony was also named a Royal Designer for Industry in 2022. He also received the inaugural MIT Media Lab Award in 2015 and the Sir Misha Black Award for Innovation in Design Education in 2009. I mentioned Not Here, Not Now, the forthcoming book. I have not seen it, but I did search, and the blurb states that, quote, a stone raft, a vegetable lamb, swatches of imaginary colors, a pocket universe in the home, projects undergoing space-time collapse are, like the most compelling utopias, impossible by design, aiming instead to nourish the creative, intellectual, and imaginative ground from which new possibilities, still unknown, might emerge. So it's not out yet, it's forthcoming, so we have to just sort of believe that it's there. But there is a perfect window and to go to your local bookseller, perhaps have a freak out, perhaps record that freak out, perhaps do some worlding at your local bookseller, and maybe that will become part of a symposium 10 years later where we're talking about the world-building possibilities initiated at UTK, the center of the discursive universe of architecture, back in the classic days of 2025. Tony, thanks for bearing with this unconventional introduction. Thank you for keynoting this symposium. Welcome.
Thank you, Carl, for that. You said it was you warned me that it was going to be weird, but I think it was more surprising and very generous of you. Thank you. It's also forced me to have to rethink my introduction because you've highlighted a few things I was going to say. But thank you also, Mark, for inviting me to participate today. And it was fantastic watching the presentations today. I think there are lots of echoes with the things, unsurprisingly, I guess, as we're all talking about possible worlds, with the things I'm going to say. But I guess I'm coming at it from a slightly different direction in that the work Fiona and I do is mainly focused on objects, and with that come a certain set of opportunities and also limitations that make the approach a little bit different, I think, from working with a more immersive worlds of architecture and even buildings themselves. So Fiona and I are really interested in the tensions that arise when physical objects that exist in the here and now suggest worlds or belong to worlds, conceptual, narrative, or whatever, that don't exist, and the kinds of conversations that that can give rise to. And for us, in that sense, there are sort of impossible designs, not in the physics sense, but in that the frameworks that they would ultimately make sense in don't exist. And sometimes we want to ask, why can't they, why don't they, why they shouldn't, and so on. But it's those kinds of conversations that we're interested in. We often reference the language of mainstream design in our work, and we try to insert our work, our objects, into that world so that they can somehow be considered part of an imaginary design landscape, as though some industrial infrastructure has produced them. Although I must admit, recently we're rethinking that as an industry, especially the tech industry, has become such a dark force. Rather than world building, then, we're really interested more in world hinting, and that requires a lot from the viewer. Not only do you have to encounter an object and try and figure out what it does, you have to try and use it as a prompt to imagine your own worlds. So several of the objects and projects I'm going to talk about today and the ideas they do relate to our new book, but they're all still evolving, and I very much want to see them as the start of conversations rather than endpoints. So the first project I'd like to talk about was a commission for an exhibition marking 100 years of the Bauhaus. I'm just going to move this a little bit. At Haus Esther and Haus Lang, designed by Mies van der Rohe in Krefeld in Germany. And all the artists and designers were asked to design an everyday object that suggested another possibility for daily life. And we chose a globe, something that usually is quite kitschy, but we also thought it allowed us to introduce different ways of thinking about the world as an imaginary idea into a domestic setting. And part of what we're trying to do with design is not just meet practical needs or create decorative objects, but introduce objects into the home, into everyday life, that connect with more philosophical or abstract themes. So it's always a little odd to see more than one globe. They're usually found in isolation. There's always the right one. And it's almost the most latest, most correct, and most accurate one, or even that is changing rapidly at the moment. Our collection of 10 globes included worlds existing on the edge of the known universe, only recently captured in image form by scientists. Worlds from the imagination of writers that borrow concepts from the fringes of mathematics and physics, and set worlds, for example, on a hyperbole, set their stories on hyperbolic worlds, and thought experiments by curious minds that wonder how Earth might work if it were a different shape, and the imaginings of conspiracy theories. And each globe represents a different kind of imagination, a different way of understanding what the world can mean, not just scientifically. And if we were to arrange them in a neat sequence, they would remain somehow in their little conceptual silos, isolated from each other. So instead, from the very beginning, we wanted to present a collection kind of jumbled on a domestic-sized tabletop, each jostling for space within the room. And for the work we're doing, a lot of the time, we're more interested in models than prototypes. And I know in architecture there's a very long and very thorough history of exploring the meaning of models. But surprisingly, in design, a lot less has been written or even thought about what models do. And one of the things we're interested in is how the prototype, the usual thing we do as designers, is always testing an idea against existing realities, and whether it's technical, physical, ergonomic, or whatever. And the question it answers is always, does it work? And I think when you slip into the world of models, which most of you as architects I'm sure are already familiar with, it sort of opens up a different relationship to the viewer. It's more open, it invites a different kind of engagement, And I think we're kind of interested in sort of exploring where that might lead. It also positions it ambiguously between the here and now and the not here and now. So a cuboid Earth might seem a step too far in thinking about alternative shaped planets, but surprisingly, cuboid planets have a history. There have been many different stories, interpretations, and speculations about them. One example is from astronomer Karen Masters, who explored the practicalities of how a cubic Earth might work. Her reflections on her personal blog were sparked by a question from a secondary school student interested in how the Earth's weather might change if it were the shape of a cube. She worked out its gravity, its topography, etc. Oceans and atmosphere would try to form a sphere, so the corners of the cube would poke out as kind of mountains. The oceans would move to the center. Each face would feel like a dish if you were able to walk on it as gravity changed as you moved from the center to the edges. And although cubical planets do not exist, they do seem to have a place in the imagination, where they serve as models for experiments in how gravity, for example, or different kinds of force fields might work differently. It's just one of many different kinds of thought experiments that even scientists have explored, toroidal Earths, for example, trying to use them to understand how the forces that shape the Earth might work, essentially. The globes are also accompanied by 3 topographical maps intended to prompt further imagining about the workings of each world. Each one makes use of conventional markings to suggest speculative atmospheres, climates, geologies, forces, and fields, different from those shaping our own planet. So you also imagine that when the globes are exhibited, they'd be surrounded by maps, both real and imagined. At MUDAC in Lausanne last year, the curators set up such a space using mainly historical maps, trying to trace an understanding, a very Eurocentric, unfortunately, understanding of how the world has been understood. And whenever we exhibit them, we try to display them on tables rather than plinths, often from the museum's historical collection. We want to, although it's still in a museum setting, we want to suggest that ideas like this can somehow exist in a domestic setting and bring into contact with everyday life ideas from philosophy, literature, the edges of science, and so on, even if that's not very likely today. So much of the 1800s, the US Patent Office in Washington, D.C. required a model as well as a written description and drawings to be submitted for every invention generated. And the idea was to enable someone with technical skills and knowledge to make use of the device. Inventors, patent agents, and even the public could visit and request an object for study, like a library of objects. And the models were also a way to educate the public, to stimulate creativity and enterprise and inspire a sense of America's destiny. These sewing machines, for example, they don't just represent different technical or functional innovations, but also different aesthetic possibilities. And we started to see this historical museum, which no longer exists, obviously, as a museum of possible worlds. It was shut down eventually as these possible worlds were proliferating at such a rate they ran out of space. And I kind of like the idea that a container of these imagined worlds could no longer exist within the world we already occupy. So we began to wonder if a place like this could exist today, a place for collecting, juxtaposing, studying, and encountering objects belonging to maybe different impossible rather than possible worlds. And by impossible here we mean they are seemingly out of sync with existing sense-making frameworks, or at least they make a different kind of sense. So these could be from the edges of science, where alternative and often competing models of reality flourish, the imaginings of writers who spend their days constructing expansive fictional entities and realities, and the history of ideas that traces how what is considered real at any moment in time can fade in and out of existence, leaving behind infrastructure, institutions, ideas, and objects belonging to outmoded reality systems that continue to shape and limit the reality they are part of today. And so there are, of course, many different kinds of impossible. Some thinkers argue that impossible cannot even be considered, or that once it is thought or imagined, it ceases to be impossible. Or like René Descartes' 1,000-faced geometric figure, it can be intellectually grasped, but not imagined. In design, when we hear the term impossible object, we usually think of Jacques Carlemann's catalogue of unfindable objects, and similar objects that play with functional logic, like the coffee pot on the bottom right. According to Wikipedia, Impossible objects, also known as impossible figures, consist of two-dimensional figure which is instantly and subconsciously interpreted by the visual system as representing a projection of a three-dimensional object, although it is not geometrically possible for such an object to exist. And more interesting for us is the duck-rabbit example, particularly this one by Simon Cunningham, which is an existing physical object. Then there are the impossible objects found in Mein Young's jungle. For Austrian philosopher Alexius Meinong, who was around at the end of the 19th and early 20th century, non-actual and impossible objects such as perpetual motion machines and round squares should be included in any taxonomy of objects. If we can think it, then it exists somewhere, even if that is in the collective imagination. This theory of objects treats all equally, as they all exist, but in different ways. Rather than dividing objects into real and not real, for Meinong, objects can be real, sort of real, hyper-real, not quite real, really real, and so on. Perhaps the closest idea to what we are thinking of is Mark Fisher's idea of the weird, where the weird is a particular kind of perturbation. It involves a sensation of wrongness. A weird entity or object is so strange that it makes us feel that it should not exist, or at least it should not exist here. Yet if the entity or object is here, then the categories which we have up until now used to make sense of the world cannot be valid. The weird thing is not wrong after all, it's our conception that must be inadequate. And I think this reminded me of Micah's comment this morning about Borges. I think it's kind of on a similar but slightly parallel track. So the purpose of these objects is to sort of get us to question reality itself and the kinds of intellectual concepts we use to construct the reality that we think is somehow stable, but it's obviously more of a work in progress. And to explore this as designers means making a shift, at least for us, I'm speaking of Fiona and I, from thinking about behavior, thought, and action, shaping, aiding, guiding, nudging, changing, and moving beyond working with worldviews and beliefs that informs thoughts and actions like utopias and dystopias, to a level where fundamental shared assumptions about what can and cannot exist within a particular reality system are found and also formed. So going back to the archive, which is the image we have out there, although for us the archive served mainly as a way of organizing a series of reflections in our book about how different kinds of speculative thought from fields like philosophy and history of ideas and so on could connect with design, if it was ever realized as a place, we'd hope it'd be a new kind of public institution or museum for encountering ontologies for both pleasure and entertainment. Instruction. As Thomas G. Pavel suggests, these might include intriguing categories such as discarded ontologies, ontological runes, and ontological relics. To this we can add non-human ontologies that by their very nature are impossible to grasp by our human-shaped minds. The archive could also serve as a sort of ontological training ground to train the members of a community in such abilities as rapid induction, construction of hypotheses, and the positing of impossible worlds. In the context of design, it could serve as a resource for moving beyond futures as the primary way of framing the not here, not now, or possible worlds. Essentially, it's a place for celebrating ontological imagination and new kinds of literacy and trying to, particularly in the kind of highly unstable reality we find ourselves living in at the moment, and how to engage with it and make sense of it in different ways on a deeper level. So over the years, Fiona and I have done many projects about science and technology, but kind of lost interest with AI. And then as the idea of quantum computing began to surface, we became curious again. For us, the quantum computer is a fascinating point of contact between the worlds of quantum mechanics and materiality. It represents a space where science and philosophy meet. In a quantum computer, qubits, unlike classic bits that exist as either zeros or ones, are both 0 and 1 and all states in between. The quantum computer is a real thing, just about, because in order to work, it needs to practically isolate itself from the physical reality it is part of to prevent itself from interacting with the environment. If it does, the superimposed state of the qubits collapses and all information is lost, a state called decoherence. So for us, quantum computers exist despite reality, not because of it. And although usually discussed in terms of massive increases in computing power, the ideas behind it are far more interesting for us. In the 1980s, David Deutsch, a physicist often described as the father of quantum computing and also an advocate of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, conceived of a device, what we now think of as a quantum computer, for testing the many worlds theory. For him, the many worlds interpretation is the only way to explain the advantage quantum computers have over classical ones. They are literally operating in many worlds simultaneously, if you buy into the many worlds interpretation. So we began to wonder if with the entry of quantum computing into everyday life, if it ever happens, we might begin to see ideas from quantum theory finally entering our daily lives 100 years after they were first conceived. Maybe even challenging the Newtonian imaginary that currently shapes the contours of the possible in our individual and collective imagining. Cause and effect, predictability and determinism, either or, being in one place at a time, and even the idea of one world. The point being that it feels like our current idea of common sense is not making much sense at all. In fact, seems to be at odds with the world taking shape around us. So we call this quantum common sense an intentional oxymoron, linking the two worlds that would normally never meet. And quantum mechanics is also the home of one of the most famous of all impossible objects, Schrödinger's cat, which is both alive and dead until you open the box. And there is much debate over whether quantum mechanics describes actual reality, revealing it to be far more strange and weird than we thought, or if it is just a toolbox that allows us to work incredibly accurately with reality, giving rise to the many technologies we depend on today, an approach sometimes called shut up and calculate. As a result, there are many so-called interpretations of how quantum mechanics works. And one of the most controversial and most popular is Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation, which is by no means accepted by probably most scientists. In this interpretation, when Schrödinger's box is opened, rather than the cat being either dead or alive in this world, if the cat is alive, then another world branches off where it is dead, an entirely new universe. And for critics of this approach, it is of course outrageous. Where do all these worlds exist and how? But for its advocates, it offers probably the most elegant explanation of how quantum mechanics works. So, we wondered how we could approach this topic as designers interested in objects and materiality. I'm not going to go into them all, just mention a few. We explored some different approaches. We also tried to connect our research to our teaching. We were lucky to be able to teach a class exploring the idea of quantum common sense at the New School. The class attracted all kinds of designers, a composer, fine art photographers, historians and theorists, and even an astrophysicist who had previously studied quantum mechanics. And I'll briefly mention one of the projects, the Many-Worldian Artifact Hunter, by BA product design student Shashwath Santosh. So Shashwath was very taken by Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation. But of course, if you adopt this, which in this project Shashwath did, generates many contradictory emotions and ideas. And he wanted to explore what it actually felt like to embrace it, a little like method acting. For example, quantum guilt, classical arrogance, many-worldian envy, and so on. His idea was to test the emotions produced if one truly embraced the many-worldian mindset while walking across New York City. And to do this, he used an actual app, not a fictional one, called the Universe Splitter, to decide which route to take at each junction. And the Universe Splitter allows you to make purely random decisions, not like flipping a coin, which is still Newtonian and not actually that random. In theory, it could be predicted. So to make the decision in this case, which turn to take, the Universe Splitter contacts a quantum device in a laboratory in Geneva, and it really does do this, which within seconds releases single photons into a partially silvered mirror, so that each photon will have two possible paths. And according to the many worlds interpretation, the photon will take both paths, but in separate universes, thereby splitting the universe into the route that Shashwath took and the route that he didn't take. So he ended up with two universes, Universe A and Universe B. And to record each decision, he picked up discarded artifacts from whichever universe he found himself in, placing them into one of two bags labeled Universe A and Universe B. And ultimately, the project was about two things. And one was adopting a many-worldian mindset to see what it felt like to try and engage with moving through a city with a particular understanding of reality that at the moment is esoteric, but in years to come might be actually something that's quite normal. And using design to bring this kind of thinking into a wider audience, although very superficial, he had many kind of brief encounters with members of the public, just trying to talk a little bit about what he was doing and how this might relate to people's lives. So another approach might be the idea of quantum imaginaries. There's a complete, distinct lack of quantum-related imagery at the moment, I think. It led us to wonder how a fictional quantum age might be visually expressed through the stuff of everyday life. More than styling, of course, it's about giving form to new values, beliefs, hopes, and fears that together form a worldview of quantum, lead to a quantum imaginary, a bit like Art Nouveau or Art Deco or streamlining. So Devin Rayner, another BFA product design student, designed a series of what he calls pseudo-physical objects, exploring dimensionality through the redesign of everyday things. Pencil, for example, is just rotated about its vertical axis at a slight angle, resulting in a double-cone pencil. A billiard ball is modeled in motion, striking another, and both are elongated with blurred numbers and distorted markings. We like how this suggests designing from a very different starting point, and a set of assumptions about objects in space. Looking back at this project recently, I began to wonder how this might spill over into other areas of our life, like language, mindset, interactions, gait, posture, greetings, rituals, and so on. And so we tried out a little sketch using ChatGPT-4. In this case, how language might evolve in response to the popularization of quantum concepts, in response to quantum computing actually happening. It was quite good. I was impressed with it. And then it wrote this little piece. This is just one of several short texts trying to apply this description to everyday objects, in this case, a key on a table. I think you can read it. And basically what was interesting for us was it was about a shift in grammar, how grammar would work differently, emphasizing probability. And this is obviously a very simple example, and we're trying to now explore this and build it out to a much larger sets of text that we can compose ourselves. We also revisited several classic Newtonian idioms through a quantum lens. So all of this is very much work in progress, and I'll just briefly mention one other project. I'm focusing on materiality rather than many worldian tropes or quantum imaginaries. It's a project we're currently developing that tries to take a looser, more suggestive approach to designing objects. And the starting point is the famous Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paper from the 1930s, which argued at that time, especially Einstein, that quantum mechanics as a description of reality was incomplete. Something was missing, what they called a hidden variable. And if they could find that variable, it would explain concepts like spooky action as distance or entanglement and how they would fit within Einstein's theories of that time. The experiments have since proven that there are unlikely to be any hidden variables, and quantum entanglement is indeed spooky, despite defying existing theories. So once entangled, separate objects in two places can exist as one. So in this sketch, which we called Hidden Variables, Unknowable Vehicles, consists of a collection of 16 vehicle-like objects, or maybe one object in 16 parts. And one of the things we struggle with working with science is how not to just become an illustration of a scientific concept. So in this case, we're trying to just react or respond to that paper and think about it not so much as an illustration, but a sort of parallel activity. So collectively and individually, we think these don't quite make sense, and that's actually tough for us. We want to kind of rationalize and explain, why are there wheels at 90 degrees? Why are the objects unbalanced? We say vehicles as they have wheels or tracks and other parts that could contain people or goods, or they have unspecified means of propulsion. But on closer inspection, they just don't make sense. And disproportionately large volumes attached to seemingly inadequate structures and frames, definitely not streamlined and aerodynamic, and many look as though they would fall over or be impossible to move unless they're made from currently unknown materials, and they're also scaleless. And there's something missing. Something is not quite being explained about a world where they belong or make sense. And for us, this is a kind of a a small door opening into a space, of trying to design, not design, but speculate maybe, in a way that's less grounded in the concreteness of the existing reality we're part of now that has so many flaws, and somehow try and transition towards an unknowable state that has yet to take shape without stopping designing or try to pretend somehow we can know where the world is going at the moment. So I'd like to talk about one more project from this archive, and like the others, it's just a placeholder for a larger conversation. And as we heard today, especially in the middle section, there is much talk in design, different from the conversations going on in architecture, but in design it's about decentering the human. We obviously have human-centered design as a very kind of strong idea when thinking about technologies. The more than human, decentering the human, multi-species world building and related ideas. But what does this actually mean for design practice? All too often it simply appears to be a welcoming of non-humans into a still human world. This is all good, of course, and far better than our current situation, but still feels like a one-world world, a very human world. So this quote highlights a subtle but important difference for us between simulating what it looks like for humans to see like a bat, for example, and speculating on what it means for a human to be seen by a bat within a bat's reality or world. The former suggests a bolt-on to the human sensorium that expands it to see what we normally can't see, while the latter asks us to reimagine ourselves in a world shaped by non-human sensory and cognitive systems. So, of course, this approach is full of contradictions. It's impossible to truly imagine what this would be like, as we're always limited by human imagination and senses. As the philosopher Thomas Nagel argued in his famous paper, What is it like to be a bat? But this inquiry is more about shifting perspective and seeing ourselves in the human-made world differently, and especially its impact on other life forms. Not by attempting to fully comprehend non-humanness, but by celebrating its alienness and unknowability. Something we believe is essential if we are to truly engage with the more than human beyond welcoming them into our already too human world. So the biologist Jakob von Uexküll called the world each creature experiences through its unique sensory organs and Umwelt. In non-human Umwelten, based on different senses, olfactory, electrical, seismic, magnetic, auditory, phenomena lacking materiality for us might be concrete and tangible, and what is seemingly solid to another creature might be imperceptible to us. For a dog, the usual example, for instance, the smell of coffee might be more present or more real than the cup. In dog reality, smell might have more tangibility and presence or realness. We wondered how a human might appear in a non-human world, a generalized one rather than a specific animal. Some life forms live in worlds where human body shape is meaningless. We appear more like clouds, atmospheres, or energy fields, as our meatiness fades into insignificance. Unlike the work Cathy showed us this morning, these are very unscientific and are far more impressionistic. In some situations, the waves and air disturbances we create as we move through space might be more important than our bodiliness. We read that bears can smell certain things, food particularly, up to a mile away. Does this mean that we extend through the world as delicate molecular strands, entering their bodies and becoming entangled with them? So we wanted to move beyond visualizations and began to focus on the design of elements for a fictional festival that celebrated the idea of a world of many worlds, particularly non-human worlds. And there are many things we could design for a festival: costumes, movements, and sounds are just a few. One aspect that caught our attention was the use of staffs with effigies and icons on them. And in between festivals, the poles and other objects might live in the home, passed down through generations, serving as daily reminders of other non-human worlds. Instinctively, it feels like these volumes should be delicate or floaty or barely there, but that's a very human perspective. Although counterintuitive, we began to explore materials suggesting solidity. The plume is solid and the human figure is transparent. From a modernist point of view, we think of air as empty space. Of course, it is teeming with life and many different materials at a microscopic level. In a world of many worlds, the teapot might be less present than the air around it. From a non-human perspective, objects we give distinct identities to through language, teapot, steam, air, might become unified in ways that fuse into new multi-layered object identities beyond visual appearances. We were given an opportunity, to develop these further for a commission for the National Gallery of Melbourne just over a year ago for their Triennale. And the museum connected us to a tremendous team in the Design and Architecture School at RMIT in Melbourne who worked with us to develop and produce the objects remotely. Each of the designs had to be adjusted, of course, to suit the machinery and processes they had there. So both RMIT and NGV were very keen for us to work with a wood called Huon pine. It's a protected tree in Tasmania, which surprised us. But it can no longer be cut down, so people only work with salvaged wood, usually found underwater, and even after 100 years, it's intact and solid. It's a really beautiful wood. But as it's salvaged, it comes in many different sizes, which made the process quite complicated. This is a partially assembled one of the plumes, and close up of the final piece. When entering a wilderness or backcountry, as we heard earlier, we're told to tread lightly, leave no trace, whereas Obitha pointed out earlier, maybe it's better to simply be respectful. We played with the idea of, in a festival context, how we might represent stepping into these worlds, more aware of our presence, conscious of our humanness, might need to be readjusted. It made us wonder, is a quiet celebration possible as a collective experience? Shoes went through a couple of iterations, first in felt, which really didn't work, and then a flocked pair for a set we were commissioned to make for Mudak in Switzerland. A click of the fingers travels much further than one might think, and we proposed this glove. This is the final version. It's becoming, even as we move through space, the noises we make, to us, they're just trivial. Of course, to other life forms, they're physical waves hitting their nervous systems. For the objects representing steam, we found some very, again, relatively primitive 3D models of smoke online, which we were able to adjust and pixelate and 3D print. It took quite a few days to print these using linking the engineering department and the architecture department, and they were finished by a jeweler. And I think that's one of the things we like about these projects. Although very simple, they bring different parts of organizations together to work on objects that often spark collaborations beyond these. And even on the CNC machine they were doing, they had to kind of develop whole new techniques. And I think that's something that commercially would just be impossible. There'd just be no way to afford a project like that. But within an academic setting, if these projects can push some experimentation, it makes them much more possible. And this backpack represents the human body as a biomass. And one of the things, since moving to America and spending a lot of time in the backcountry, you become very aware, I think, that you're just biomass. You know, if something bad was to happen, you'd be recycled and processed by a multitude of life forms, for which we're simply calories, nutrition, raw material, or homes. So this backpack's meant to be a reminder that once you leave the human, kind of human-centric world and you move into other non-human worlds, our understanding of ourselves needs to shift to just pure materiality. And while at RMIT, we met, or again online, we met with a group of researchers working with mycelium, which we used for the biomass part of the pack. We worked closely with a researcher called Joss Reisel, who's doing his MA there. And they were, like a lot of places, working with mycelial, focusing on how it can be used to replace future packaging in kind of more sustainable ways, but still sustaining the kind of consumerist mindset behind that, just making it a little bit less harmful. It was interesting after this, it spun off several new directions of research for them, starting to look at, I guess, slightly more poetic possibilities for mycelial use and a sensitivity to the soil in which different strands are grown in and how they can work with that. This might be a possible costume. And a few pictures of some of the final pieces which we haven't seen ourselves. So for us, this project is about encouraging a deeper, almost philosophical form of empathy for the other life forms we share this planet with, and acknowledging the inaccessibility but the presence of their worlds. So not trying to fully comprehend or capture or visualize or dataize their non-humanness, but by celebrating the alienness and the unknowability, but paradoxically, in ways that humans can still appreciate. So something we believe is essential if we are truly to engage with the more than human beyond welcoming them into our damaged human world. So I'm going to finish here. This is a couple of pages from a final chapter in our forthcoming book, a non-standard, incomplete glossary of the not here, not now. And especially while we were writing the book, we realized just how important and also how limited language is in trying to talk about many of the concepts we were dealing with today, to do with possible worlds, speculation, fiction, unreality, and so on. And so this is a 10,000-word glossary. It's quite extensive. We kind of drew concepts from many related fields to try and just juxtapose them with design to suggest other ways we can think and talk about and write about these kinds of ideas. And we hope it kind of suggests a more subtle understanding of the relationships between possible, impossible, reality and unreality, and the design imagination as well. And we explore all of these ideas in more detail and much more depth, and many more ideas in our new book, which will be eventually out in May. And I'm going to end there. I know it's been a long day, so thank you very much. You're going to go over there?
There was a question earlier about bombardment of images, and then a follow-up question about the kind of comfortable world of language and words as a way to ensure that our discourse is grounded in actual thought that we're kind of in control of. You closed with with this glossary that I'm fascinated by. That provides us with language, but you also said like the definitional language was inherently limited. Following a lecture that is so beautifully accessible and clear in terms of language, I wonder about the role of words in writing as a way to reflect on objects in a pedagogical setting. Can you talk about your relationship with students and their relationship with language, the way you communicate back and forth? Like, as I said earlier, I know about your prompt, I know how you provoke and initiate students, but I'd like to know more about your world with students, and I'd like to know more about your students' relationship between words and their objects and images.
I think lights come on. Yeah, I can say two things, I think. Two answers. One is in our studio classes, the students are actually bombarded with theory in their classes in general. And in our class, we try to create a kind of a quiet space and encourage people to work more intuitively. The students joke that it's a back-to-front class, where they start with an idea or a hypothesis, which they develop in a one-week intensive, and then they spend a semester unpacking it and testing it through 3 iterations. So rather than working towards one end, they do loops. Those iterations can be informed by interviews with people, theory, or whatever. But the point is that the idea somehow emerges first, the thing that they're grappling with, and that they don't fully understand. That's only the end of the semester that it fully makes sense. And early on, we asked them to write a 150-word statement, and that's it. They can't write any more. And they refine it at various points during the semester, changing words, moving words around, trying to be precise. And it seems to work quite well. They have these, it's a way of kind of sharpening their verbal understanding of what they're doing intuitively. And of course, we're not trying to solve problems or do complex projects in this case. It's students trying to unlock parts of their creativity that might not be possible to access in other contexts. And then in another, one of the things at the New School, we're extremely lucky where we can co-teach across the university. You have to make proposals, but they're usually accepted, with people in different parts. And we do a class with Dominic Petman, who's a writer and theorist and media studies academic, prolific. And that class, called Who Comes After the Human, combines the seminar and a sort of studio component. So like a typical seminar, the students will have wonderful readings in this class about the post-humanities and the modern human and so on, and many of the people that were cited today. But rather than doing a written response, they do a kind of collective design responses. And what's interesting in that case, they're not really grappling with a language to talk about design, but they're making that crossover from immersing themselves in philosophical concepts in the evenings when they're doing their homework, and then in the class, seeing how do those translate into, the class is multidisciplinary, so it can also be creative writers, musicians, all sorts of designers and artists. And again, I think that kind of comfortableness of moving back and forth is really important. So there are two ways we try to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, it's working. Okay, sweet. First of all, I just want to say thank you. That was super interesting. Especially one thing that I guess like got a hold of my attention was like the quantum computing part. From my understanding, like the qubits, right? How they work is it's like the in between off and on, right? Which I thought was interesting because like I feel like that's kind of how like we live. Like that's kind of like at the present moment, which also like kind of got me thinking about like this idea of like predictability. So my understanding is also of quantum computing is like if quantum computing were to be achieved, it means it would be able to like pretty much predict almost like 99% to 100% like with accuracy, right? So my question is like, how should I guess architects and designers and artists in general, like I guess, go or pursue this idea of predictability, and how would that go? Like how would that I guess impact like form making and whatnot? Because I feel like a lot of the illustrations you showed were like more fluid and like these gaseous or like states between like in between. So it's like my thing is just like, is there a cutoff? Is it worth exploring? Is it something that we can comprehend? And how can that affect, I guess, like architecture?
Well, that's a complex topic, and there are many, many, many possibilities. So I'll just obviously talk about some of the ones that relate to what we've been thinking. I think there's a whole side of it that just bolts onto conversations about AI and supercomputing and just what happens when you can speed all that up, and that in itself is quite hard to imagine. I think what you're talking about, the idea of predictability, did you see the program Devs? Devs, it's a TV, it's worth it. It takes at its heart the idea of an unbelievably powerful quantum computer that can predict the future. And there's a battle between someone who's trying to predict the world we're in now versus others who are trying to access the many other worlds that we could be in. But I think the distinction is steering away from applications for quantum computing, which just takes you down the super powerful computer route, and looking more at the philosophical implications, but not just as an abstract idea, in terms of our lived lives. And I think to do that does involve speculation. You have to move away from the concrete and the already known. And I think in that sense, maybe it's the way of doing that is moving closer to the space of writers and artists and intuition and kind of following hunches and leads and things like that. And I'm not sure how that would translate into architectural projects, but it's something we've been trying to do on a design scale. So I think there's a very good book, I'll have to double check the name of it, that I only discovered very recently. And it's a very in-depth critique. Like one of the problems with the quantum is the hype. You talk about chaos theory, but you just use quantum terminology to kind of rebrand it. So one of the things we were trying to do is find out what is genuinely and uniquely quantum in an idea or a project or scenario. And this book, that I'll have to check the name of, critiques the misuse of quantum concepts in literature mainly, but other forms of art too, very systematically with a brilliant introduction. And I think that that's a good starting point because she lays out quantum concepts in a way that artists could work with very clearly. And she also, highlights some good examples, but she kind of flags the sort of many, many pitfalls of going down that route. So sorry, that's a bit of a long answer, but I just realized now that that book would probably be a good starting point, and then to build projects off from that.
There you go.
Hi.
Hello.
This is a really fascinating exploration, but I do want to know, do you ever question the fact that your process attempts to sort of tether impossibility to reality, like the way that you're finding language to define it, or you're rendering physical objects, or even the fact that you're tying it to a defined theory in our planet?
Sorry, are you asking, is that problematic or?
Yes.
Yes, totally. It is, and I think trying to imagine non-human perspectives is problematic, and trying quantum concepts is too. But I think one of the things we talk about in our More Than Human class is this kind of reaching for these kinds of contradictory, paradoxical ideas, and even though they're doomed to fail and riddled with problems, that journey in itself can still be quite valuable in that it takes us out of our current situation intellectually, say, and creatively, somewhere else. And so it's kind of like a game where there's a level of just riddled with contradictions, but if you kind of try to be consciously and critically aware of those and move with it, I think you can gain some interesting insights and possibilities, rather than saying, like, one of the definitions of the impossible is the minute you can imagine something or think it, it's no longer impossible. That's kind of an extreme, if you like. And I think we stay away from that purist definition and instead sort of probably crudely try to move towards these notions of impossibility. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it is contradictory. I'm sorry, one more thing. I think in the world we're living in at the moment, embracing paradox and contradiction is essential, and being able to operate in that kind of a space and navigate it.
Let me just take one more run at that question and answer a little bit. And I was at the end there, you were talking about a deeper philosophical empathy, and that's how I see the work in general, is trying to give conceptual frameworks for understanding a complex field of ideas that we don't have the capacity to think, let alone understand. And yeah, they don't fit neatly into science fiction, for example, nor do they fit neatly into like far-flung futurist dreams or something like that. They're more like kind of practical, empathetic, human-sized dealings with reality that you two are just trying to kind of scope out language and concepts for. Is that the way you think about the work? Is that a value of yours? Is that, yeah.
Just the kind of practical side, as you say, the pragmatic side of trying to scope out handles and ways of grappling with huge concepts in much more human-sized chunks. And maybe that's something design does, is it operates at a different scale, probably from architecture. So when you're dealing with complex philosophical themes, there is a kind of simplification that goes on, or an editing where you connect with certain things. But I think one of the things we've started to think about is more like speculative inquiry. So you're trying to move towards something, but it's still speculative and not necessarily grounded in fact. But there's maybe different kinds of discipline that's guiding that, which is something we're trying to figure out at the moment. But I think that would be a shift in our work, probably, is certainly something that's come out of being at the New School, is away from just, say, the political, social, cultural implications of new technologies to a sort of, as you say, more speculative philosophical understanding of reality or non-humans or other concepts, and asking, as designers, how can we engage with that? What can we do?
Are there other questions?
I wanted to ask, in this sort of sea of abstracts that you can conversate on or decide to delve into, how do you decide what to explore? Like with the idea of the quantum, is it just like a genuine curiosity that strings you along, or is it you find that there's a depth of conversation in any given subject?
It starts with curiosity, for sure. And at any one time, we'd have multiple threads going on. But time is a really important factor. Things, they lose, they fade, they become less relevant. Things happen in the world that makes them more relevant or less relevant. So they're all going along, and then as time passes, certain ideas seem to have more potential or more intellectual possibility or more creative possibility or more relevance. So with the quantum one, I think we started looking at that years ago and wondered at various points, is this worth continuing with? But I think at the moment, because quantum computing is still likely to happen, it's a conversation worth having and thinking about. But it's something we try to encourage our students to do in this intensive that I mentioned earlier, is to kind of tap into their curiosity and let that guide the project. And of course, that's not something you can do in every project. Thesis projects, for example, but in other kinds of projects alongside your main work, you can kind of explore those sorts of skills and processes. So yeah, I'd say definitely curiosity-led.
Thank you.
Well, on behalf of everyone here, thanks for the mind-blowing, thought-provoking lecture. In terms of unknowability, the impossibility, this kind of asymptotic philosophical curve that you are continually putting yourself on and your partner on and your students on, I'm curious, it seems to me that it moves towards the numinous and towards something that is deeply, almost universal. And so I guess it's a probably a very difficult question to think about, but also to what degree do you consider your work spiritual? To what degree are these objects spiritual?
To be honest, I hadn't really thought about it in those terms, but I think there's a contemplative side that's emerging in the work, other things we're working on now as well. And maybe there's an overlap, but I wouldn't say they're spiritual as such, but I think the relationship to them might require a kind of a related mindset where you're kind of trying to engage some ideas and the ideas that they're connected to in a more reflective way. But, we're not artists, although some people say that we're artists whose subject. And I think we constantly try to, for good or bad, say, how would this happen in a fictional everyday life where people are different, life is different, and philosophical objects are just part of our world. Whereas you could obviously go down a more fine art approach and address those questions more head-on without the layer of fiction and say, how would you make these certain types of contemplative objects, which I think many artists are doing already in related areas. So for us, the interesting tensions come with the contradictions, especially my background's industrial design, how you deal with those kinds of themes within a framework that's so aligned to consumerism and mass production and those kinds of problematic forms of design.
Tony and all the symposium participants, let's say hypothetically I'm a student, and I'm a student encountering a world that is so daunting that worlding seems itself very daunting. Do you have advice? I throughout today I heard hints of modest world building or worlding as opposed to full world building, like just build a part or just hint at it or just a little sprinkle of worlding. Is that practical advice? Is that can I take one tiny step toward worlding? If I open an app and I just get a quantum answer, is that like a tiny agency? Or do you have other kind of recommendations for students about how to deploy these tactics in a way that's maximally attuned to the kind of you know, the dangers, risks, toxicities of our world and worlds?
I think it's step by step. I think the first thing is to open the door into this space, which has to be a modest step and manageable. But I think if that kind of way of thinking and working connects with someone, there's no stopping. You know, in 10 years' time, they can be doing that kind of work to far more depth, probably, than we are, and far more subtlety. So I think it's just figuring out how to manage that first few steps. I mean, we're doing a project at the moment with the students based on the festival idea, where they're going to focus much more on the festival side, taking an Umwelt, just that, and then taking a particular life form, and then taking a particular aspect of their Umwelt, and then really thinking about how they can respond. And even that is just really tough, and surrounded by doubts and problems and things like that. So I'd say, yes, starting small is fine in my book. And for some people, that's enough. They've caught a glimpse and they want to move on to other things. But for those who are, they can see it as a valuable process and way of doing design, for example, then that's just the beginning of a journey, really.
I'm watching the body language of symposium participants. Yeah, I could tell. Yeah.
I think the second step is to draw. I recently saw this really smart thing on probably a digital device or social network of some kind, and it was, you know, to think is to ask questions, but to draw is to find out. And so I think that opening the door and then just drawing and making, instead of trying to think your way into that world.
Yeah, I'd agree with that totally. I mean, one of the methods for the class is thinking through doing, which can be writing, making, drawing, whatever, performing, dancing. Absolutely.
I'll try. I was thinking when you were asking the question that every time anyone does any design activity whatsoever, they're doing a process of worlding, but that some of those worlds are more expansive and more curious and more critical than others. And it's the ones that lack curiosity and criticality that default to a version of the world that is this, like a status quo version of the world that like you're applying rules and logics of that world without thinking through them critically or evaluating them. So, I mean, the versions that I think we've seen today are ones that are equally trying to scratch at the very logic of those worlds and how they ought to be worlded or how they might be worlded differently, and using that as leverage in order to do the work itself. So I don't know. I think, you know, if I'm a student and I'm anxious about the idea of making worlds and et cetera, maybe it's worth just understanding that I do that regularly always. It's just kind of a matter of what criteria am I applying, or what criteria am I willing to think about applying.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much. Amazing. Great day, too, by the way. I've been in and out a little bit. Today's budget day. So budgets were due today, which is a real interesting juxtaposition. I'm thinking a lot about institutions and institutionality, and for the purposes of this question, Anthony, I want to put your work in the category of objects. Scale up to institutions. What would it look like or feel like to be in an unknowable or weird or impossible or quantum institution? Like how do we begin thinking about that?
Yeah.
Particularly a time where institutions are under pressure. Yeah. I mean, recently, right, in the last few weeks, but also the last 10 years, like under immense pressure to recalibrate some of the things that are built into the assumptions about institutionality.
I think it's actually essential to start doing that as well. And I mean, on a very small archive of impossible objects, it's meant to be a hint how new forms of new forms of spaces might emerge that encourage people to engage with everyday objects in different ways. But I think it would be the same. It would be a world-building project, but you'd be focused on institutional, organizational, ideological structures, maybe, rather than stuff, and the kinds of values that are driving them. I mean, it'd actually be a really interesting project to do. One thing that we have to try to do a lot is stay away from the now. Ironically, is stay away from the future, because it's a sort of extension of what's already known, or an extrapolation often of something in the present. And there are so many problems with the present that this idea of trying to step out of the here and now is the important leap we try to make. And then once you're out of the here and now, you can move off again. Kind of, I mean, I'm talking on the scale of a classroom again. Various techniques where we've tried to bridge out of the present into a kind of not a future and not a past. But I wonder, yeah, I mean, you'd have to develop methods, I think, for doing this institutional scale. But I mean, I'm sure some of the people that spoke to about that.
Hello?
We have one question back here.
Testing? Okay. One of the questions I've run into kind of continuously throughout studios is how do we kind of organize and categorize art? Like, how do we get access to certain answers that we found, certain questions that we've asked, in such a way that it's kind of more efficient, like, say, Google searching for other areas of knowledge domains. And one of the hardest things I think about this sort of speculative work is that they're asking questions that we aren't normally thinking about, right? And don't normally have a sort of like genre to put it into. I mean, there aren't really search queries for this sort of stuff. And likewise, we're finding answers to questions that we haven't yet asked, and that there's going to come a day that when we will. I mean, I think about technology and the way that's advancing, especially kind of like with the possibility of quantum computers, right? That eventually we're going to run into some questions that we've already had answers to that we're asking and we're dealing with right now in this very type of work that we're doing. And I wonder, on a sort of existential level, is there sort of a value danger in this world of decay where files corrupt, paper falls to time? How do we keep things continuous? How do we keep the conversation ordered, right? It's like if you were a business, we'd have to have a person kind of monitoring every meeting, right, that writes down what's happening. Same thing with a court case and whatnot. But do we have that in art? And I think that we really should, and I'm kind of curious about how you feel about that problem, and what are some solutions that you've seen kind of percolating out in the ethos for it?
That's a complex issue. I think events like today are a great example of bringing people together with overlapping interests, that surely when we part, some conversations will continue, ideas will be exchanged and so on. If that can be scaled up. I think what you mentioned about the internet is interesting, just going to a fairly practical level where it's like a vicious circle. You know, the questions aren't that imaginative, and then the internet feeds back unimaginative, derivative stuff, and it just goes round and round and dies. And one of the things we've done over the years is accumulated quite an esoteric library of work related to fiction, speculation, stuff like that. And in some of our classes, that's part of the class. The students see the physical books, spend time going through them, borrow them, and kind of stay away from the internet. I mean, that's a very minor thing compared to what you're talking about. But I think there are small ways of trying to open pathways through the kind of rubbish, basically, that you get bombarded with when you try to look stuff up at the moment. So one of the good ways are human networks. If you can pass people on to others in the field that are part of a community. And for us, the others are just literally physical books where people can find ideas, concepts, images even, that they just, you know, if they did a Google search for the image, you're just not going to find it online. But I think on a larger scale, I mean, I don't know, there's just so much at the moment that needs to be figured out and thought through collectively.
Oh, a follow-up.
Thank you for the response. It's really interesting. I guess one of the questions that comes from that, right, is you're talking about human networks, right? And obviously through academia, we have a way of categorizing things, and us talking about it right now, yeah, this is one of the ways we keep that knowledge alive. But I think about how this is sort of a tradition almost of questioning, right? Much like a philosophical tradition, right? Is there a certain point where you lose a certain book, right? Or where people stop teaching a certain type of knowledge to where it sort of dies, right? We have to sort of rediscover it. And in that sort of way, dealing with the kind of courses that you guys were talking about, you guys all being professors, what are some of the ways or some of the frameworks that you found to organize it? Like when you're explaining or introducing it to students who maybe aren't so theoretically based in their thinking about architecture, how do you kind of parse that to them, right? And how do you make sure they continue to be containers of that knowledge and that continues to get passed on?
We're kind of fairly laissez-faire, to be honest. If something isn't clicking with someone, we're fine. They'll find something else. So it's the ones that are hungry. Like the very reason we wrote Speculative Everything, a book we did about 10 years ago, was mainly our students and others were seeking frameworks and larger narratives to make sense of a certain kind of work they found themselves doing, but there weren't stories, there weren't ways of kind of talking about it and that could sustain the narrative over time. So I think what we find is if there are students who, and I'm just speaking of our case, that are really kind of interested in pursuing a particular direction, all we can do really is encourage them and support them, and as they graduate out of college, continue to support them, and then they themselves kind of mutate whatever they might have learned from us and pass that on. I mean, already at Parsons, it's funny, they joke about there are 3 generations. Some of our ex-students in Parsons are teaching, and now their ex-students are teaching. And they've got kind of very different ways of conceptualizing and talking about this stuff, and I think that's really good. You know, in some ways, what the youngest teachers are doing is probably far more relevant to the kind of world taking shape around. So again, I'm going back to humans. I think it's letting the ideas take form in people's minds and then trying to create as much opportunity as possible for those people to flourish and be able to kind of continue doing their work.
Okay.
I'm going to take that back. Yeah. Because here's the thing, Jordan, we can keep this conversation going, but there's a reception between here and the far future. My advice to you as a way of closing this out, thanking Anthony, is to say, like, despite the fact that all things are fleeting, all archives are imperfect, one kind of archive that we have that's relatively precious, yes, I'm watching Severance, is our memory and our experience. So you raise some beautiful existential questions, but like let's also enjoy the fact that we all have the individual archives of our human minds, and this event was kind of special. And so like mark that, like mark this moment, mark your question, mark the continued questions that we have, because as I was saying to someone earlier, like these events, these conversations, they will manifest for you and you all in future in strange ways. So I know Tony will take your follow-up question in person. So I'm not cutting you off. I'm just cutting this off. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Micah. Thank you, Tony, for bringing so much of today's discourse in little snippets into your presentation. Really beautiful way of closing out today. Thank you.
Thank you.